Hello, everybody, and welcome to the grand finale of the 210s from MinnMax. MinnMax is a place about games, friends, and getting better. My name is Ben Hanson. Thank you for being here on this very special episode. I'm joined once again by Haley MacLean.
Hi.
Joined by Jacob Geller.
Nice short one this time.
Kyle Hilliard.
I echo Jacob.
Jeff Marchiafava.
That's me. Oh, you're doing boys first and then girls.
I'm going.
I was first.
I'm snake biting it.
I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry.
I'm
Having
a
trouble
girl.
ordering already.
Of course you are, Haley.
girl.
Well, then why do you have so many beards in your closet?
Because I like to experiment.
She likes wigs. We're joined by Janet Garcia.
Hello, it'll go faster if you just agree with me.
Kelsey Lewin.
Whoa,
You guys all got that 100th ending and 100 line, right?
Oh, we wouldn't let you down, boss. We got
The
it.
YouTube
Especially
videos
the
on the
first one
side,
that I
Kelsey, as we record this.
Just glancing over once in a while. I like the
Like, it looks
color
good.
blue
I
in
don't
the
know.
grid. Yeah. Leo Vader's here.
Merry Christmas.
We're joined by Sarah Podzorski.
It's almost over.
This is the full crew for the grand finale of the 210s. If you're just jumping in now, thank you for being here. You can always subscribe to MinnMax's YouTube channel. Tiny click for you. Huge benefit for us. Thank you so much. This is the grand finale of our Game of the Year debates. We've done the categories. The last episode of the MinnMax show was all about building the list of our favorite games that we played this year. And then we whittled it down to the top 20, what we call the 210s. Locked it down. We all were in aggressive agreement about that, and thank
So
God
locked.
we did.
Absolutely locked.
Because now all we got to do is just put these in the correct order. It feels like a piece of cake. Like throughout the day, my wife was asking me like, "Oh, you nervous about the podcast tonight?" I'm like, "This is the easy one. This is the easiest one of the whole thing." Like how challenging could it
Yeah, you're
possibly
literally
be?
jinxing us as you continue to speak.
Sorry. So this is our collective 210s, obviously. All we're doing here is measuring our passion for these games. We're not taking the outside world into account here. We're just measuring our passion, measuring a little bit of our disappointment as we go through all these. But the big thing, we say it every time, is you will disagree with this list. I'm always shocked by the amount of passion out there on the community's end of screaming, and I get it. Naturally, you can have your own list.
It means they care about our opinions, which is nice. That's
it's
what I
very
always take
flattering.
from it.
It's very flattering. And so, reminder,
nice.
You will disagree, and it's okay to disagree. And more importantly, you can fix this list. If you support us at any tier on Patreon, even that $2 tier, you get access to the Discord, where there is a community hive mind list being made. And on the next episode of the podcast, we're going to read out hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of everybody's hive mind takes on the quote-unquote objective 210s of the year. So you can get your sweet justice by jumping in the Discord, voting for your favorite games, making your own list in there. We greatly appreciate all that stuff. And if you are curious about all of our individual top 10 lists, and some friends of the show as well, you can head to our Patreon page. There is a public post. It's also in the description for this episode of the podcast. It's a link. You don't need to be a Patreon supporter to click on it. Click on that, go there, and you can see all of our individual top 10 lists and a bunch of friends of the show's top 10 lists. It's just fun to look at lists. So go check that out if you want to see exactly where we all shook down and broke up on this whole big list. If you recall, this year, we had some guest cohorts who were lovely, great contributors. Alana Pierce contributed her top 10 games. If you're curious about that, you can go to Patreon, check it out. Kyle Bossman contributed his top 10 games. I did get a message from Kyle Bossman. I snuck him our 210s unranked just to get his take on it.
Uh-oh.
And he had a
I'm
message
sure he loved it. I'm
convey
sure he
to
was
the
very
crew.
happy about it.
I know what he's mad about.
Kyle Bossman says, "This message goes not to the esteemed cohorts of MinnMax. This message goes to anyone noticing a certain omission and maybe feeling lost or hurt at this time. Firstly, I am lost and hurt as well, but we must not be dismayed. The apparent brilliance of Donkey Kong Bonanza is perhaps too clear, too pure, too simple in its magnificence that it carries little value in the rough and tumble, quirky or die world of identity-defining goatee podcasts. Like a grinning gorilla who won't break eye contact as he relentlessly beats his chest to the rhythm, I don't understand what's happening, but I'll do my best to be supportive anyway." Thank you, Kyle Bossman.
Umama Sume himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to reveal that tidbit behind the scenes lore?
Kyle's the one who signs off on all the pronunciations for the Game Awards.
No.
Turns out.
Oh no.
He said this on stream.
Yeah, because people shared
really
the clip
funny.
of Sarah screaming about the pronunciation of Umamasume on the
Oh,
Game
no.
Awards
And you know what?
stream.
They got all the other ones right, okay? They
Yeah,
said
true.
so many game titles in that, and, 99% not a bad hit rate.
My favorite thing is in the stream when he was like comparing Sarah's pronunciation versus his pronunciation, the one he signed off on. He's like, I think they're the same. And everyone in the chat's like, no, you're saying it completely differently. You still aren't getting it, dude. But shout out to him. Delayed input over there. Okay, now we dive in. We get our hands dirty on ranking this list. In the past, the way we've done it is to have, this isn't exactly binding, but I'm going to make a little gap here for a top list, bottom list, and just big buckets. Buckets of win, as some say, for both these buckets, but just figuring out which of these feels right for the upper bucket, upper 10, if you will, which of them feel right for the bottom 10, just for a starting place to see where we're at here. What's screaming for folks who want to scream about it?
That's
Can we
Stranding
get-
2 up.
Death Stranding 2 up.
Haley, that's exactly what I was about to say. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, how
For
high?
like 11?
Let's just get it in the top bucket and move
In the
down.
Then
top
what comes out of
bucket?
the top? What comes out of the top?
100
know
line
what?
Last
Let's-
Defense Academy.
The root trees are
We're
dead.
just- we're just-
Going
we're just-
on with that
That's-
is up there.
I agree.
It's an attack, but it's fair. It's a fair attack.
Yep,
I'll take it.
let's just start by just
she is
moving
beauty,
to
she is grace. I accept her relinquishment of the game. Please move it down.
which one?
Move it down. Do it.
100 line.
100
100 line. My
Academy.
game.
All right.
They're gonna squash all my babies to the bottom 10. It's okay.
It's okay.
okay.
They're with my babies.
Watch your
Our babies
babies.
are
Aw.
together.
Great babies, great
They're having a little
babies.
play date.
My ugly babies are down there too. It's okay.
Is root trees are dead? Move down? Question mark. I didn't play it, so I'm
I think that
genuinely
makes
asking.
sense.
I think that makes sense.
I love Root Trees and think it's a great game that deserves to be in the upper 10.
Okay.
I also
number
like
10?
root trees.
Yeah, Sarah,
And
isn't
I-
it like your number 2 or something?
No, that's blueprints. Root trees is lower on that list.
Where would you
but I
say
just
if
feel
you
like
had to
It's my
say?
number 3.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna shout out the exact location. It
you
is on that list,
coward.
but it
You
is on that
sniveling
list.
coward.
Could it be on the lower end? of maybe a list
might
we
not.
have as well that has a lower end? I don't know.
I just feel like Split Fiction should go down.
Okay, hey, let's just
I agree.
That's
If we're gonna
fine
start
with me.
punching
Split Fiction was the one that
faces,
was looking to me as
get Split Fiction out of
All right,
there.
let's
We
move
swap it with Silent Hill, maybe? What are any of these games?
Silent Hill was... I feel like... Oh, yeah, okay, should we... When do we start talking about what the games are versus just saying names?
When it matters for where you're moving it.
Yeah.
Which Silent Hill it might, so I want to hear what you have to say.
If you've made it this far, we've talked about pretty much.
There's a
all
lot of
I
these
guess
that we have
haven't talked
not
about Claire
that we have
much.
not
We
talked
didn't talk about any of the
Um,
first
yeah.
bunch we put down. Yeah, that's true.
I feel like Consume Me should move up.
I agree.
I'd like to see it up.
I disagree.
But
I disagree.
I know we got a detractor. I can
Yeah.
assume
I'm very
it
eager
is.
in that conversation.
It is at least middle of the pack for like a lot of people's lists, right?
Yeah.
Is it?
It's
Yeah,
my number
it's
three.
Number 3.
It's my number 5.
Okay, geez. Okay, that has some
Oh,
more
wow.
weight. Let's unpack it. We haven't really talked about Consume Me a little bit. A beloved game from earlier this year that really landed with a lot of folks for telling the story of a young woman's life. There's a lot of struggles in her life that you got to go through. It seems like it feels weird to be like the primary thing is eating issues. It's a core component to the game, but it's also just about the swirling complexities of managing a life. And it's
Yeah.
please.
You seem uncomfortable to talk about what it's like to be a teenage girl, so I'll jump in, Ben. Don't worry.
Okay.
It's a game about the difficulty. I mean, it's about an eating disorder, but it's also about just living and surviving as a teenage girl. And unsurprisingly, that resonated with several of us here. It's really good as a game too. So you are constantly managing all these sort of expectations, and you're doing it through these like WarioWare style mini games. And I found the challenge in it to be like just an absolute tightrope walk that was so satisfying. There were a lot of moments where I was like, I am not sure I'm going to make this. I don't know if I can actually do this. And then just skidding through by the absolute skin of my teeth, like with $1 left in my bank account with like, just one little piece. And it was so satisfying to have struck that balance of like, this is going to be hard, but it is doable, but you will almost die trying to actually thread that needle.
Right. The way it starts is kind of you have 4 or 5 things you can do a day, as many time slots in the day. You just plink, a few little things. And the difficulty curve as it progresses is fitting more things into your day by balancing your resources better and by doing things that give you back time, by like deciding to stay up late. And you do like mini games, an overstatement, but you pull the thumbstick to cross out your bedtime and write a new bedtime on your notepad. And then that just gets so snowball until you're fitting like 30 things into that same, technically those same amount of time slots as you started with, but you have these new techniques, healthy or extremely unhealthy, to make your life as busy as possible and try to keep up as your life gets busier and busier. So that's the difficulty curve, and it's really ties in well to what the game is about, for sure.
Yeah, I think they give you enough outs. I really love there's a chapter where can we put like my old spoiler gates up?
No, I think it's all on or all off.
Okay, well.
All right, we got time codes below if you want to dodge some spoilers here, everybody, for Consume Me. Let's jump into it.
Janet, do you also, every time you hear Consume Me, sing it to Sabrina Carpenter's Sue Me?
How does that go, Kyle?
I can't say I do.
I'm so sorry.
Can you sing it to us?
So sue me, right? But
So you're an OG Sabrina fan.
Yeah, I don't know that song.
I'm a late joiner. I came in on the last album, Kyle. I didn't want to say anything,
spoilers
so
off,
you judge me.
Kyle, I appreciated that.
Thank you.
I'm sorry that none of us do, but I will now, in your honor.
I really like there's one level where it just kind of like your stress and whatever feels impossible, and then you get like one get out of jail free card, which is like you text your boyfriend and it's like minus 999 sadness, plus 999 energy, and it's like so nice. But then like the next chapter you break up with him, and then it's like hurting you every day that like you're broken up. I'm curious, Kelsey, you had mentioned at the beginning, or when you first talked about it on the podcast, that you're like your ability to do it all seemed almost like it was getting in the way of the game, or whatever, that you're like, oh, I can kind of accomplish everything and whatever. Because I'll say my one kind of knock on the challenge is like I was so good at it, humble brag, but like at the end when it rates you and they said like, so you've played the game before, was like the like dialogue that I got where there, and so it was like weirdly the part of it was like, oh, I can do it all, which felt a little like anti the game, and I was curious if you had the same experience.
I did, because I don't think I got that message, but I did not fail. I got through the game without failing, and with great stress and everything, and I don't know. There's parts of me that are like, am I good at this because I like have experience in this exact thing? Like I did struggle with an eating disorder when I was younger. I relate to this stress. And so I kind of am good at seeing the ways to fit all these things together. But I do agree. I do think that it's a tough one to land, because I almost think, I know, Janet, you had a couple of parts that you struggled with, and I do almost think that's like the more intended experience, but then you didn't like it as much. So it's interesting. It's like, it's cool that you can do it all, but I do think that hurts the message a little bit, because I don't think the creator is like, and you can just be really good at anorexia, don't worry about it. Right.
You get rewarded for your bad habits, right? Like if you do treat yourself really badly, the next time someone sees you in person, like, you look great, you're like, yeah, I'm gonna keep doing it now, like, that kind of feeling, maybe.
Yeah, and it's like a lot of them do have, a lot of the kind of ways that you can get away with having bad habits do come back later. It's like you drink a bunch of coffee and then like 3 days later it's like you have a headache and you can't do anything, but it's still you can get good at the system in a way that feels a little weird. Sorry, Janet, go ahead.
Yeah, I was so hot on this game when I first played it. Everyone kind of spoke to this, but Kelsey, you bringing up how it's like also just a good video game is exactly how I felt, where I thought the systems were really like fun interplaying together, and it had that good level of the thrill of succeeding, but knowing that means you're toxic. And then kind of seeing some of what Jacob mentioned of but like some of my bad habits catch up to me and they kind of have this mixed and I'm barely getting by and it's such a thrill. But when you fail, even though I think it is more lore accurate, it's so dry and boring to redo a chapter. And like, I could have lived with it in chapter 4, one of my frustrations with chapter 4, the way it's structured, is something I personally hate from a design perspective, which we can, talk about how we each feel about this. But I hate when a game, the only way you can succeed is by like either lucking into the answer or doing it several times to see the approach. Because I think there is an easy way to succeed in chapter 4, where they kind of present you with like, you need to get recommendation letters from your teachers and you only need 3 and there's like 6 different options. And just some of those are frankly like so much easier than others, depending on where you are in the game. Because one is like all your skills are the same level. One of your skills is level 7. Etc. So I read that, I had to run that back. They did update the game from its launch to, I think, have a third, like the options are start over, start a day ahead. And now I think this was new-ish. They added start a day ahead, start over, but you like level up one of your things. So like I would do that. And I got through and I got through chapter 4 and I was like, you know what? Hey, chapter 4, it was a little tough, but you know what? We move on. We're going to continue going. And then chapter 5 was just impossibly difficult for me in a way that just like sucked and took the fun out of the strategy. Like the big challenge in chapter 4 is studying for an exam, but you like lose steam studying every 5 like pips. I also unfortunately didn't fully look into this, but someone, I don't know how accurate this is, I don't know if anyone can speak to this. Someone did say that the game has dynamic difficulty where if you do better in the beginning, it like scales with the difficulty later. So I don't really know like how maybe our actual experiences might have been different, but yeah, like it just fell apart as a video game to me. I think the story it's telling is cool and interesting, and I liked how the game ended with like its final back half of the chapter, but because it fell apart as a video game for me, it's not on my top 10. And before that, I thought for sure this is an easy number 4.
Yeah.
And I was so excited. I'm like, I finally found, after all this cleanup, another like banger title to be excited about. And now it goes to like, I kind of don't really recommend it as a game at all because I don't think it succeeds as a video game by the end.
That's bold.
I similarly got really frustrated in chapter 5 and definitely was like, this is so unfair. This is crazy. But pushing through it, it's like they simulate her crashing out as you crashing out. Like that's just so exactly where you should be at in the game there. So it does feel like a success for me.
I watched Stand on YouTube also because I felt like Pope Leo would have wanted me to. So I didn't beat the game. I watched the last chapter and I was like, wow, how are they doing this? This is crazy. But you just have to like, and I don't know. I don't think that also goes well with the story, right? Where it's like, I have to just learn how to be perfect in this way. I don't know. It didn't hit for me. They lost me by the end.
Yeah, I'm a little with you, Janet, to a lesser degree, but like, the premise is incredible. The art and animation is truly unbelievable. Like I went back just to play it a little bit more today and I was like, oh my God, there are few things I want to look at more in life than the animations in Consume Me. They just make me so happy and they're so creative and that game is so fun and has such a great sense of humor throughout the entire thing in so many spots. But that, and I'm obviously happy that like, a constant frustration is, I don't know if there's another medium other than video games that deal with real life issues less. Like I'm just so happy for a video game to try and tackle some real stresses in everyday life. Like, it's not to the extreme, but like thinking about my own life, like, yeah, I think like eating habits is probably like my number one stressor in my entire life, And so it's so nice that it's like, oh, here's a game that's directly about that. I am so excited about that and the animation. And for me, it's like after hours and hours of playing this game, I'm like, I don't like playing it. And it's still like a lot of it just comes down to like, management stuff is not really my cup of tea of just managing these meters and stuff. But I hit the brick wall of just like, I think I'm out. I want to admire the hell out of this game. But when it comes to actually playing it, it's just not grabbing me.
I loved the gameplay of it. And this was on track to be like one of my favorite games ever, because it was resonating so closely with me and I loved it so much. And then for me, it was the religious wall. And it just, I get that that's her experience, but to me, it came across really like, a forced cutscene that's like multiple minutes long. That's the opposite of what the gameplay has been up to so far. And then it gets dropped really quick and you're kind of like confused and the pacing of it felt weird. And then like it could make you not hungry to pray and stuff. I was like, oh, I all of a sudden really didn't like it. Out of like just as soon as that point hit, I guess.
I listened to your bonus pod all about that. It's interesting. I mean, you guys, is it coming at the angle of like you feel like it's just wild Christian propaganda or just feels insincere? Like I don't really get the.
No, I think it's extremely insincere, and I don't think that just because a game is autobiographical
Did you mean sincere?
That's what extremely sincere. Did I say insincere?
Oh,
Yeah, I was like, what?
It's actually trash, and I hate it.
Okay.
It's
She
extremely
actually didn't
sincere.
find God. I know this.
I'm actually the next Messiah, and this girl's a liar, so it's actually me. No. I like. It's more of just. I really didn't like its placement, and it's unfair because it's
Right.
Jenny, the developer's autobiographical experience. But like, I'm also don't have to like something just because a person experienced it. Like as a game, I was like, this is a bad rhythm.
The game
and I don't
is
like
about
it.
having an eating disorder. I guess it's weird that the game is so built around you experiencing discomfort and then you experienced a different version of discomfort in the game, and that totally. It's like I'm not saying you're wrong for feeling it, but it's like the game is sitting with someone having unhealthy coping mechanisms. Like that's literally the whole game, and so it strikes me weird that like I mean I know people have really strong feelings about Christianity and like I also do, and maybe I've been felt like this has been my whole life so much that it's like it didn't affect me as much, but like it I don't know, it didn't feel that different to me than like when she has to talk to her boyfriend every day to keep her mood up or whatever, or just like these are all things that maybe she shouldn't be doing, but they do help her mood at the present time because just like that's what was happening.
Yeah. It fits in as all respect to religion and people who get something out of that, of course, but it's like fits in with another external reward system that is manufactured and exists because you believe in it, works because you believe in it. Like every other thing in the game is also like that.
Mm-hmm. Part of me thinks if I'm being realistic, it's like this was so close to my exact experiences and the exact same timeline. And as soon as it differentiated, I was like, this isn't for me anymore. Like if I want to boil it down to like my human experience, which is so unfair, but that's how I feel at the end of the day.
I think for me, the thing that was a little bit weird about that aspect, because that also stood out to me in like kind of a negative way, was not necessarily I kind of took that and I'm like, okay, well, let me step back from, my own thoughts on religion and kind of see what do I get from this text, right? And I think the big part that I felt like maybe could have been done better is it felt like such this like sincere, beautiful, like nice moment of you're sitting and you're hearing this song about Jesus and you're like, yeah. And low-key, the song kind of slaps too. I was like singing it after. I was like kind of freaking catchy. I can see why she, found God after this. But then afterwards, I was like, you have the option to pray. But when you pray, you like go on your phone and like text Jesus, and then Jesus is like kind of almost the equivalent of like a text hotline. So then it kind of trivializes the element of it. So I think for me as a player, the reason I felt like that element didn't really feel like it meshed that well is I felt like it was a weird oscillation between, wait, are you like super serious about like religion now? Or are you kind of not and you're just trying it on? Like, what is your experience with faith? And I feel like we didn't really get an answer to that in the text in the way that we did with like her relationship with her boyfriend is so clearly laid out. And I don't think it's only clear because it's more understandable to me because I've had religion before in my life. Like I get the vibes, but it also just felt like so tacked on towards the end. And then it kind of it didn't flow as well with the other things that were introduced. It was kind of like a lot to bring on. Sure. You didn't do a lot with it, and now we're done with the game.
Yeah, tacked on heavily at the last second and then dropped.
I guess this is just a subjectivity thing. It's like I just fully disagree. I really think it seems like it's how it came into her life. The texting thing is, I think, so funny because it's like it's the same way she interacts with everyone else, and so it makes sense that this is kind of how she would talk to Jesus. And then it's funny that Jesus tells her comforting things that like aren't actually helpful in the game. Like she keeps asking questions and then she doesn't actually get any answers, and it's like that's a funny bit about religion within this thing of her feel, but it's like, I do think that it's just kind of such a hot button thing that it's kind of impossible to view objectively. Not that we should be doing that with anyone, but like, at the end of the day, I kind of have to admire it for putting this thing in that I assume she knew was going to rub a lot of people weirdly
Totally.
because it is so true to her life.
It changed.
And also her dropping it so suddenly and it suddenly not being a part of the game anymore at the end, like that is jarring, and you do expect a bit more of a conclusion with that. But talk about it being based straight on someone's life and being one-to-one, like that's what happened with me.
Yeah, no, that's exactly how I interpret it and how it hit for me as well, which is just like, I get from a like literal gameplay perspective, it can feel kind of random and tacked on, but as a like, I mean, the whole thing is she goes to a church that is kind of one of it. It seems to be one of those like cool churches with music and it's for the youth and stuff. And, I grew up in Texas and I'm very familiar with this type of church. And like that is how lots of people interact with that. It is kind of it all comes on suddenly, and they are encouraged to talk to Jesus as if he is their buddy, like you would text him or whatever. And so like, it works for me. Like, I think it's a well-told story, even all the way through that.
So the question is, the classic, how much does Janet's plummeting of passion for this drag it down? It feels like based on
there is gameplay more than Christianity.
Janet. Yeah.
Well, it's like,
Janet
Janet,
said she wouldn't recommend
like
it. I mean,
so much apart from the difficulty, like
Yeah.
other than Bonanza, which was like, it's not delivering anything. This seems way more like it's delivering so many things and it just kind of trips at the finish line. Right.
Yeah. Well, 2/3 to the finish line.
Sure.
Because for chapter 4 or 5,
Halfway
it's
through.
5 chapters. Like, it's like, again, I think if the 5th one wasn't as like, and I think what's so frustrating too about the 5th one being stupidly hard is the whole point is that you do end up failing, but they just wanted me to fail 2 days after I failed. I think at that point, just change how you set up the game. That's just me.
Yeah.
But because I could have let it slide with 4, because it's funny. I played this game to chapter 3. I was about to start 4. I was like marathoning through this, loved it. Got on, without bringing in too much other content, I got on Remap to talk about it, and Patrick's like, chapter 4 was where I fell off. And I said, damn, that's the chapter I'm on. I hope this doesn't happen to me. And then I did hit that same roadblock, and I'm like, cool, I'm going to push through, though. I think I can, fine. You fail a couple times. Who hasn't in a game? And then when chapter 5 started happening again, I said, I've given you enough of my time. Then I thought about New Show Plus, and I went on YouTube, and I watched the ending of the game. And I said, wow, I knew immediately that was Greg Rice. Incredible art. I didn't have to question for a second who that was. Yeah.
So, okay. I think we got a good lay line. Spoiler head off for Consumi. All right. Spoilers in for Consumi, everybody. Okay. What else feels like it should move down? I'm just going to go ahead and move Consumi down based on that discussion to the bottom 10. Even though I understand it's confusing.
That's what you got out of it?
Really?
Okay.
That's
Five people here love it.
I had it up there, and then
confused
Jeff
when Hanson moved it up in the first place.
I was going off
Only
Jeffum's reaction, but it seemed like obviously if
only
Haley and
to
Janet
just
were
move it
dragging
down.
Okay, so is anything else feel like moving down to the bottom 10?
Yeah, because 9 feels like a good spot for lots of us love it. A couple of us have some problems with it.
Like Donkey Kong?
Who were the ones who loved it? Again, Jacob, Kelsey, Leo.
Wait, Siri, did you play this again?
No, I only put the demo. Sorry, I was fixing my hair because of my spoiler cap. My bad.
A likely story. Podzorski. I don't know.
Okay.
I would love to have the Ghost of Yotei conversation.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, how are we
Sure.
feeling about Ghost of Yotei overall?
Ghost of Yotei is like my close second after Clair Obscur. I adore this game. It's my number 2 on my list. I like Sucker Punch a lot. I liked Ghost of Tsushima, and this to me like outdid everything that I loved about Ghost of Tsushima. It was iterative in a way, so it wasn't like this huge innovative game, but it was just like I don't know.
I think it almost gets too much crap. Kyle. Well, let me boost you a little bit because it does get weird flack for being like, oh, it's iterative. It's another Ghost game, but it's like. Just the fact that it's like completely new protagonist, completely new setting, completely new era. I understand there's a lot of similarities, but still it's like that doesn't feel like a boring iterative sequel in my mind. You know, it's like they are taking some swings.
I'm not even saying it is a boring iterative.
I know. I just
sequel.
think the perception's out there, and it's frustrating to hear. I think
people are saying Ghost of Yotei, not Hades 2, but guess what, buddy boy? That's the case.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing that really it's a great open world game. Like it is, I can say it is one of my favorite open world games. Like period. Just the way it sort of distributes like tasks for you to do and how easy it is to get distracted.
Yes.
And like the fast travel is like magical. Like, and it just keeps you moving constantly. Like the pace is always interesting. You're always doing something cool. But the thing that really that I just fell in love with was Atsu. And even though the story is it's not like unpredictable, right? Like that's kind of my comparison with Clair Obscur, which was like this very novel, interesting story that I couldn't really guess what was going to happen. I didn't really feel that way about Yotei, but it was all executed so well that all the story beats just really absolutely worked on me, to the point where like we discussed like me getting emotional during a sort of a midpoint scene earlier in the game, and like everything about the ending like totally worked up on me. Like I was crying like over the course of the ending and Atsu's journey and everything she goes through, and just the way open world games are so good at like putting you in somebody's life for like an extended period of time, because like the world feels real and you experience what that character is experiencing. And Ghost of Yotei is like one of the best examples of it for me. And then there's all this secondary stuff where like it's gorgeous. The combat is super fun. I was never annoyed by the combat. I was always eager to get into fight. The side quests are all pretty unique. It's pretty rare that you're ever doing like the same thing more than once. Even the things that are repeated, like cutting down bamboo, they even mix those up and like kind of try different things and like have you doing things you don't expect over the course of repeating even those. And even those there aren't that many. I just think it was a fantastic game. I love Ghost of Yotei, and I'd love to see it stay in the top 5, frankly.
Wow. Yeah, I mean it's not all on your shoulders. Like a lot of folks played Yotei. Like I didn't get nearly as far as I wanted to, but I'm totally with it. Just like incredibly buttery smooth open world design for seamlessly making things pop up. It feels like in an organic way. You feel like you're just mildly going along your path, minding your own business, and suddenly like, oh, I'm suddenly to the next big main objective. It feels like they're just really good at that breadcrumb trail at this point. And God, that opening sequence is so good too. You, like jump through the forest and you see the mountain there, and like, oh, for that big swell of the music, like it has a lot of awesome things going for it.
Another good game like Clair that has a good intro. I feel like the first hour of that game is really solid. Like it really gets you in to the story quickly. Yeah. And makes you understand what you're doing, and getting one of the Yotei 6 out of the way right away as like the tutorial, which is cool.
Yeah. How's everybody else feeling about it?
I love Yotei. It's my number 5.
That's big. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the only game I platinum this year, but I think that's just because those are really nice platinums. Like the first Ghost game was a really nice, like breezy platinum too. Yeah, I kind of echo everything Kyle said. It's like there's a lot of care towards traversal in this world, like getting from one place to the other. It's like you can get a speed boost by riding in a herd of horses, and that feels amazing. Or like if you jump a branch or something, your horse gets a little speed boost after the jump. Riding on certain color flowers, you go faster. Like all those kind of things make it so that you're having an enjoyable experience just riding to the next thing that you want to do the whole time. Everything feels very flowy and good. And there's not a lot of just staring at the ground or holding A to follow path or that kind of thing. It's more about like a nice, big, open, pretty world for you to ride around in. I really like Atsu as a protagonist. I thought she was great. The story is very predictable, but that was fine for what it was. Like, revenge stories are going to be kind of predictable. She wants to kill those men. She's probably going to kill quite a few of them, kind of thing. But overall, it's just such a solid, comfy gaming experience. It's just so Saturday morning with your coffee, going to play this for 3 hours kind of game. And every minute of it feels great. And yeah, the other thing I really noticed about this is how good the fighting is. It's an improvement of everything that was in Ghost of Tsushima, which I love the fighting in Ghost of Tsushima. I also played Assassin's Creed Shadow this year, which what an unfortunate year for Assassin's Creed Shadows to come out with this there, because it's just Assassin's Creed Shadows and every single thing is 100% better. Yeah. So it's this era might be something that we see a lot of, like feudal Japan, that kind of thing. But this is if you want to play one of those games, this is the one you play out of all the other ones.
I agree with you, Haley, but I did play like 40 hours of Assassin's Creed Shadows first, and I just found it impossible to get into Ghosts of Yotei after that. It was because it felt exactly the same. It felt like I was being sent on the same mission.
Yeah,
and
but
it
like
is,
fun and good.
I'm not defending Assassin's Creed Shadows, and I didn't like I had problems with it, but as an open world game where you're running around like taking down a bunch of bad guys and doing a bunch of side crap, like the gulf between the two isn't as wide as like, well, this one's dumb and stupid and wasn't fun at all, and this one is the best game of the year. Like I had enough fun with Assassin's Creed Shadow until I was bored with it. And then it felt like this one was asking me to do the same thing. The world's definitely more beautiful. The combat is more thoughtful. The story of like through what I played wasn't that different. I got to Atsu's house and had to do like the flashbacks with her and her brother as a kid. And I like just didn't want to make time for any of that. It felt so forced and so not interesting. And then when I got back out into the rest of the world, it was like, I've done this a lot in a lot of different games, including Ghosts of Tsushima. Like, I don't have like the desire to do this again. And I'm sure I'm like, that's not to say it is a bad game, but it just, I end up on the team of like, well, this feels iterative and didn't blow my mind in the way that like, there's just a lot of open world games that I've played that's
Yeah.
I feel the same way, and I did not play any of Assassin's Creed Shadows this year. It's like it's a hard game to criticize because there's like nothing that really doesn't work for me in it, except that the game has this just kind of like negative magnetism where it's like there were so many times where I was like, what am I gonna play? And never did I played like 8 or 9 hours of this, and I just was like, I'm good. Like I think it is very successfully doing a kind of game that I think I just have kind of had enough of, and that's maybe a personal thing, but it just like, in a gaming landscape where so many places are finding kind of like new ways of doing open worlds and whatever. This just like, they're good at not putting a lot of quest markers on the map, but it is essentially still just like you go to a point on a map and you either do a mini game or you kill a bunch of guys. And that is what Tsushima felt like to me. And there was nothing in here that was like so magnetically better than anything that I had done that it compelled me to keep playing. Like I don't have any specific complaints. It just like it just didn't enthrall me in the way that I was hoping it would.
I do think the way that missions come to you by surprise, and sometimes you'll be doing a side thing that then you get brought without loading to a giant story cutscene. Like those kinds of surprises, I think, are an interesting iteration on the open world thing. But I put 15 hours into it and I came away kind of negative on it. Lots good about it. I liked Tsushima a lot, but I also played it and I was kind of like, this is like the ultimate open world game like this. And I don't feel like anybody needs to keep making them. Like this is the perfection, which you would think would mean I would love playing a second one that's the same. But truly the biggest iteration to me from the outside felt like the new weapons was like, I could have a totally new combat style. I'm not like super big into sword combat. Let me try this Kusarigama. Let me beeline the Kusarigama, which is like the chain with the blade at the end of it. And all those intros for all the weapons are super cool and different. And it's a story mission with a specific character where they kind of train you like you are actually training in this weapon and time is passing as you learn it. I thought those were great sequences. But there's also this element of like, here's how you use this weapon. You use it against this type of guy. Promise you'll only use it against this type of guy. And then so it becomes, I really want to use the Kusarigama, but it's not that useful when it's not the right type of guy. And so I'll do an outpost. It's like, oh, none of the guys I was supposed to use the Kusarigama against were there. So I didn't get to use it. And it felt kind of
I get the big sword
and
I'm like, I can't use it against normal guys. I can't, or I can, but it's just like worse. The whole game is just like rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
See, it's funny. It's these conversations are so interesting because you guys bring that up as a negative, but like, that's why I like the combat, because I like being I really don't want to be given a ton of weapon choice in general. And I think I love that it's like it's a more tactical approach to combat. Like I love being forced to switch between them like quickly to like have a better sort of tactical experience. And if you really do love a weapon, you can just use it. Like, and you can counter everything and you can be fine. And like the advantage isn't that it's like this weapon is worse against them as much as it's better against somebody else, if that makes sense. Like you could totally stick with one weapon. That's fine. The combat is like open enough for that. But it's like what the conversation here we're getting at is like it's a matter of taste. Like I loved that I could switch between weapons and it rewarded me for doing that, and it like figured out a system to make it worthwhile more than like say like a Souls game, which is like, you guys know how I play those games. I never want to switch weapons because I get really stuck in one that I love. So if there's like a good incentive to do it, as there was in Yotei, it made me love the combat. Like it was like a big, check in the pro column for me.
Yeah. It was also a check for me too, which is interesting that, it's just a matter of, do you like the feeling of this or not? And some people will and some people won't. But yeah, I liked having to switch on the fly. And there was a lot of effort towards like when you took out 2 swords, there was like a bunch of voice lines of being like, oh, you need 2, haha, I would need 1, or like whatever. Like they count for you switching things in the moment, and they add little voice lines in there for that. I was like, that's a nice touch.
I'm like somewhere between 7 and 11 hours into Ghost. It is number 10 on my list, my personal list. Yeah. It would probably be higher if I had just played more of it, though. Technically, it could be off the list if I played more of it too, because you never know how that kind of stuff weighs. Because again, Consumi was super high until I wasn't. So take that with a grain of salt. I'm really loving this game a lot, and I went into this thinking one of the reasons I didn't finish is because I started it so late in the year. Because I said I kind of missed the time that it came out, and there was a lot of that noise of like, you've kind of played this before. And I'm like, I think I kind of have. And I really didn't feel like I needed to play it. And then eventually I just kind of booted it up just to see what it was like. I'm like, let's see how long it takes to make an opinion on this really quick. The intro, I think, is great because it gets you right in the action right away, which so many games struggle with, like Kyle mentioned. And I think, like Jacob, I agree that a couple things are better, but nothing like huge is better. But I think those couple things really add up, because I'm someone that I think Ghost is like a great video game technically, like the first one, but I'm not obsessed with it the way I think a lot of people got very drawn to it. I'm like, I think of that game the way the rest of the world thinks of Horizon, and I think of Horizon the way the world thinks of Ghost, where I'm like, which really, and I'd rate both games the same, so I don't know what people were talking about. They're like the same quality game to me, and you just maybe like one, don't like another. This one, all those little details were so fun. The stuff that Haley mentioned with like speeding up on these certain parts, the stuff of like you can buy a map from someone and then lay it down. I don't think they do everything perfect. Like I do think the fact that if you miss it once, they're like, it's here, idiot. I'm like, let me have fun with this.
This is supposed to be the fun part. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but there's like so many cool things in that. Like, and I love the combat system in this game. I didn't really like it in Ghost because it was so, granted, I'm very early in the combat system. I only have one weapon. I'm mostly doing side stuff. I also love an open world game that like lets me do what I want to do when I want to do it. I'm mostly doing side stuff, but then sometimes that does run me into a main thing, and that's really exciting, what Leo mentioned. But I love the combat because it feels more open than the first game did. The first game was so obsessed with stances so early. I'm like, I just really didn't feel like that worked that well for me personally. But here I feel like it's fairly simplified. It leans a bit on the parry. You have like really clear iconography. The back in time stuff, normally that is kind of, I'm over it by now because we've seen it a million times. But I think the way they sort of have it appear as like these ghosts of the past, and then you can enter and exit and you're seeing both like cool, back and forth. Like I think they execute on cliche really well, which I know might still make it, sounds like the highest of the bottom of 10, but it's true. And it is a game that like, and I know we're split on this, but like it is a game I'm excited to boot up. I was playing that last night. I would have played more today if I had time. I have been loving all of my time with Ghost. It's totally has me completely focused when I'm playing it, which frankly, I have a bad attention span. So I check my phone more than I should when I play games. I'll be honest, but like
it's
Ghost,
that fast travel, man.
I'm locked in on
like
it.
You can't not be actively doing something. Like it is not a passive game in any way because it moves so quickly. Like, Jacob, I mean, I don't deny your experience, but like the anti-magnetism thing is surprising to me because I don't know that I've ever played an open world game that is better at putting something in front of you that you want to go pursue. And it's like when I would boot up that game, it was really hard for me to put down. I have gotten to a point in my life where I just can't really stay up late playing video games. This was the one video game this year that kept me up late because I was just like, I gotta play just a little bit more. There's something over the hill there that I just have to get to see what that is.
Yeah, I think, I mean, in a very me style argument, like I don't care for that kind of design. I think it did feel like it was just like, you know, for this like beautiful sculpted world it had. It's like, oh, you getting bored? You gone 5 seconds without doing something? Here you go. Here's something else to do. And it just like I don't know. I like a little more, you know, on the spectrum of this to Dragon's Dogma 2. You know, it's like there was. I didn't really get immersed in it because it was just like, here's your little activity to do every 5 seconds, which I is not bad game design. And I totally hear you why it works so well. It just didn't for me.
We should, for audio listeners, run through where we're at right now. I've been adjusting things a little bit. Things have been sliding a little bit. Here we go. So from the bottom up, just for a frame of reference of where we're at right now, Promise Mascot Agency number 20, then Silent Hill F, Road to Empress, Grimshire, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Peak, The Altars, Stray Children, 100 Line, Last Defense Academy, Split Fiction, Root Trees Are Dead. Oh, by the way, Split Fiction, then obviously a huge gap, then number 10, Root Trees Are Dead, Ghost of Yotei, Consume Me, Death Stranding 2, On the Beach, Blueprints, Keep Driving, Baby Steps, Hollow Knight, Silksong, Clair Obscur, Expedition 33, number 1, Despelote. Print it, ship it, slap it on a plastic lunchbox. Okay, just
interesting.
So
that number 1 shook out.
Yeah, I hear you. But just big picture wise, does anything seem egregious in that bottom 10 that people think, of course, that should move up? Let's light a candle instead of cursing the darkness. I feel okay about that bottom 10 personally.
Maybe Split Fiction? Is it a crime to have a bad story? And does Death Stranding 2 beat that allegation? I don't know.
I'm with you, Janet.
I'm just asking questions. Yep. I did not play the man's game where it is fair. Long, and I'm still in the first one.
Genuinely, and this is insane to say about a game made by Hideo Kojima, the bad story of Death Stranding 2 gets in the way of the enjoyment less than the bad story of Split Fiction. Split Fiction is more in your face with how bad that story is.
Yeah, but
also Death Stranding 2's story is bad in a fun way versus Split Fiction.
Yeah, Death Stranding 2 is taking a big swing and missing a lot of the time. Split Fiction
is what about a little swing and like it's kind of not that much worse than a lot of other stories?
No, because the little swing is hitting you in the face every 15 seconds you're playing the game.
But it's not because your face is looking at your co-op buddy and you're laughing at it, as we talked about last week, you know? Like, I'm not saying it's intentionally good design to have a bad story, but it's so much less impactful that I'm not sitting there by myself. I'm cracking my eyes with my buddy and we're dunking on this mediocre Netflix narrative, you know?
And you're just saying you like your friends. That's not a...
Have you played Peak?
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. Not with my friends though, because Haley was there, who said she wasn't a real friend. Her friend's game.
I made a little joke, and everyone remembers it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Haley said that she had to go hang out with her real friends when we were playing Peak. So
yeah,
they did not like that, fellas.
The story
I played with some enemies and some friends and some colleagues.
The story of none of these games matter because I'm having a great time scrolling on my phone.
Which Split Fiction gets at.
Yeah, it's directly in the narrative itself, but
in the text, yes.
Yeah, but
I don't have a huge dog in this specific fight, but I feel like in a year where we had 100+ like really good games, Split Fiction landing at number 11, I don't feel like is a big slight when we all definitely enjoyed all the multiplayer of it. We all thought the story was kind of lame. Like and it comes from a company that does really great co-op multiplayer almost every time they put out a game. Like it feels like it's getting its flowers, and I don't know that it needs to move up.
I love that game
dearly.
Have
individual passions.
Yeah, personally, it's my number 3 of the year, and I'm totally fine with it being bottom chunk. As long as we all just agree that it rules to play and it has so many good ideas. The amount of times I was thinking about the other day of like, so many moments where it's like, wait, where are you? And looking at where the other player is, like, oh my God, I can't believe you're sideways on that wall as now I'm going to grapple past you with this laser thing. Like so many just cool moments of like, I cannot believe that we're seeing things from this perspective. Like ambiguously, there's a boss fight where one person is in the boss's head while the other person is fighting them from the outside. I just went back and rewatched that boss fight again. I was like, this is the coolest thing.
And yeah, no greater green flag than me being sure that I got the more fun character with the sci-fi one, and then finally asking Marie if she thought I was having more fun, and she said no, definitely her character has more fun tools.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. That said, I think it's a great bottom half. It's a great bottom chicken. Is there anything else on the bottom? Is Silent Hill F? I mean, it was.
I was gonna say, none of us like Silent Hill F a lot, because I really like Silent Hill F, but it is sitting at 10 on my list.
I felt like it barely squeaked onto the bottom 10, so I wasn't gonna try and argue it up. To the, I love it, but I don't think it's making it 10 spaces up.
Great, easy. Okay. Anything else that seems egregious in that bottom 10? Which again is Split Fiction, 100 Line, Last Defense Academy, Street Children, The Altars, Peak, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Grimshire, Road to Empress, Silent Hill F, Promise Mascot Agency. It feels good to me.
I want to fight for Kingdom Come, but I know I shall fall on my sword.
Haley, we're not fighting for your number 4 when my number 2 and number 3 are on this bottom half.
Yes.
My number 4 is an amazing game.
No, everyone.
Oh, okay. Your games are amazing, not mine.
The most immersive of all time.
And I'm kind of asking this to Sarah, but then also Jeff. Is a Root Trees Peak swap something that anyone would entertain?
I do have Peak higher on my list than Root Trees. But I did really like Root Trees as a game, so it's like either way I get a game up there, so I guess we'll have to just hear from Jeffem.
I don't like that. I like Root Trees because it's so different from everything. Like, yes, Peak is a good multiplayer game that does local co-op very well. We've sung its praises.
Okay, I didn't say tear down Peak. I said talk up.
Bring it down, buddy.
Absolutely. I have never played a game that has made me feel like a detective in such a good way and has created a story without any bespoke, I'm going to tell you the story now, once upon a time, blah, blah, blah. Like, you uncover the story the entire time by yourself, by the research that you're doing, and yet they have put it together in such an expertly crafted way that you're finding out bits and pieces more or less when you're supposed to find them out, and putting together this cast of characters that you know only by past tense, things that happened in old articles and record albums, and you're figuring out how all their lineage works together. And that was just such a different experience. Like, one of the best puzzle game I played this year, certainly. And the novelty of it being completely different is what kind of floored me. And that is why I would like to see it in the upper 10. I feel like it's different from everything else. That's
the rewards in that game are so great, because it's an Obra Dinn / Return of the Golden Idol style, right? Where you are. Actually, I don't know if Golden Idol has this. I definitely want to hear from Sarah on how this stands out in this genre, this specific niche. The locking in 3 people, obviously that feels good. Every 3 people you get, and then it expands to more and more. But locking in, like, oh, I was right, is such a great feeling. But also in the specific 90s PC interface, you're searching for things, and then you hear the printing sound, and it says printing evidence from this page. That, like, stock printing sound we've all heard from printers our whole life suddenly becomes the most exciting thing to hear, because you know you have evidence from it. And the evidence can be so fun and different. Sometimes you get full-on original songs written for the game for in-world bands, and you go and click to it and just listen to it while you then continue doing your exploratory evidence searching. It's a really cool interface that pays out in a lot of ways.
I love that the game put in stuff that you could find that wasn't even like part of the story, right? Like, there were so many pieces of evidence that weren't actually evidence. They're like, yeah, you can search that if you want and you'll find something. It probably won't be useful, but like, I think it'll satisfy your curiosity. And I'm like, you know what? It did satisfy my curiosity. But yeah, Root Trees is definitely one of those games where like it balances really well, making you feel like you're smart, but also pulling you in the right direction. Yeah. Like, if you haven't finished a piece of evidence, it won't check it off. But if you've used a piece of evidence enough, it will check it off, and it says everything you needed from here, you've already got. And I feel like that's really smart. The in-game note-taking I was having so much fun with. You can literally copy entire articles. You can like pin things. I thought that was so clever, especially for a game where you're essentially like Wikipedia sleuthing and like sleuthing on the computer. So it's definitely like a standout.
Yep, that
highlighting things like I have no idea when I'll need this, but I want to highlight this because I'm sure that'll come back later.
I played the entire thing on my Steam Deck, and it worked fine. The interface was completely fine for it. And it is just incredible that it's not like there's so many games where you play where it's like dialogue tree, choose one of these things, or multiple choice. And here, like, you're the one having to do all of the investigating yourself and figuring out like, well, okay, you know, like I have this book. I guess maybe I'll take the author's name and put it into the web crawler, or like like check the library listings. And it's like at no point is it just like, so is it this one or is it this one? You choose. Oh, you were wrong. Okay, now you know that it's the other one. It's just like you have to figure it out all yourself. And it's amazing that you don't get lost and like just have to give up, because they've done a great job behind the scenes crafting everything to lead you down a path without it feeling that way.
It has a lot like lighter tone than I was expecting. Maybe it's just the word dead in the title, but going in and jumping in and playing it just this last week, I was like, oh, it feels, I don't know what's the right way to put it. It feels more like flashy. It feels like it's got more personality, a little more bubbly, just interface and UI wise. And I think I was expecting, like the fact that like you solve the first kind of puzzle, like who are the sisters? And it's like, booyah, big text on the screen. It's like, I was not expecting this tone for The Root Trees Are Dead.
Especially when these three girls just died in a plane crash.
Seems really rude.
Booyah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Booyah. Yeah.
Top 10, it's saying booyah to dead girls. Pretty problematic.
Yeah, that's for Miles McKenzie to say. He also says booyah in Metro Prime 4.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's a thing of like everyone who played Root Trees Are Dead loves it, right?
Yeah, I'm sold. That it clearly deserves to be in the top 10.
Yeah. We can keep Root Trees, and I'm okay with not moving Peak up, but like, I just want to say, Peak is still a good game.
There's no doubt.
I'm tired of the disrespect Peak gets.
I agree.
No doubt.
I am curious. I am curious though, like, who has Peak on their list? Is it just Sarah?
Yeah, but I'm the only one who's brave enough, let's be totally honest.
I think we all like it. I was just curious about that frame reference. Okay.
If I had been able to put more time in it, for sure it would have made my list.
Yeah. I think it could have been in my top 10 if I don't know, if Sarah had like invited me to play with her a lot or something.
Yeah, if we had friends as cool as Sarah.
Yeah, sorry,
if I was better at it, it would have had a chance.
It is one of those games that it's really hard to argue for, because it's like, yeah, I have like a core group of people that I game with frequently for these games, that I go to for these games. So it's like I am at the advantage of a game like this. And also Elden Ring Night Rain,
You sent me a game invite for Peak when I was about to start hosting the
and
last
you didn't
episode
accept
of
it.
the MinnMax show.
Damning, and you didn't accept
that,
it.
and you know that. But you sent it so that you could say, I send you invites all the time.
Yeah, but we both went to the
fake
BB No
invite.
Money concert today in Peak. It was pretty amazing.
Yeah, it was a pretty good concert.
It's like,
what's this?
There's a Baby No Money concert in Peak.
Really?
Yeah, it's fun.
Wow.
You get a haircut.
You get a haircut.
You get a freaking haircut. It's sick, nasty.
Peak is not on my list, but like I think it's so like smartly designed and fun, and like it is not just a game that's fun because you're hanging out with your friends. Like every part of its design facilitates fun and interesting interactions between people. Like you just organically are having conversations about like who's going to do what and who can volunteer things, and people are like sacrificing them. So, like we've talked about so much with Arc Raiders, it's like it's an interesting story generator.
Yeah.
But like I never got mad at it, unlike Arc Raiders. Like all of the things were funny and made me like hanging out with my friends, and I still remember specific moments of like, oh God, he ate the lollipop and then drank the energy drink, and he climbed so fast, but then he fell asleep on top of that ridge and we couldn't hear him, so we didn't know if he was alive or not. Like it's really, I really, really like it.
Yeah.
I did shoot my friend with a blow dart and knock him out. And I was like, I'll tell him later that was me, because he was like really confused. What happened? I forgot to tell him. So it does have PvP like Arc Raiders as well.
Oh, good. Oh, good. I mean, is everyone feeling good about bucket 1, bucket 2? Just to soft lock that down? I feel good. I mean,
my children are probably not getting out of this bottom bucket, right?
They are stray.
This isn't
shot.
Yeah, I mean, if just to make it a death match, what would you suggest bumping down to get 100 lion or stray children up there?
I would. So I have, in the 2 days since our last episode, I have, and I hinted at this last time too, I have flipped my order. So stray children is my number 2.
Oh,
so I would put that above 100 line, I think. I mean,
choosing
looking
between your own children.
I know I have to.
God.
I have to. You just
Great
did.
children, much less.
Yeah, you just did that. That's true.
All of mine would be unfair ones because they're either games that I just know I wouldn't like anyway, so it's not really fair to try to like. I think Baby Steps. I love the way that Jeffem talks about it because that is the only enjoyment I will ever see out of that game. I otherwise think it looks like hell. But I love the way that Jeffem talks about it because it makes it a way more interesting game. I'm not going to play a Death Stranding game probably. I don't tend to like games like Ghost of Yotei very much, and I mean, it's just not my place to say because I didn't play it. So I can't really be like, yeah, I feel the same way as you guys who think it's just kind of one of those open world games. But like, I didn't actually give it the shot. So.
Kelsey, you're explaining a lot of reasons why you aren't pushing a Jenga piece. But if you had to push a Jenga piece, do you think there's one that would stand out?
She said Baby Steps.
She
said Baby Steps was nice.
I'm not kicking off someone's favorite.
Yeah.
I'm not kicking off someone's like favorite game of all time for my number 2 of this year. You know, that doesn't sound right.
Sometimes that's the job.
Mm-hmm.
Might I jump in line in your Jenga turn and push a block for you? Keep Driving might be the most questionable in the top block.
Okay, I will throw myself in front of that one.
Yeah. I mean, I know you guys like it. I just don't know how high it is on your list, where we're at overall with Keep Driving.
Tell them.
Number 1.
Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
It's number 3 on mine.
Okay. All right. That's good to know.
And it was number 1 until I played my number 1 and number 2. And then I said, okay, well, I guess now it's 3.
Can I admit I think it is a super cool game, but I did not like it that much.
Was it the card battling system?
I think it's a cool vibe that it is very slow and you listen to music and there's like, it's contemplative and everything. I don't think it like has enough interesting gameplay to afford it being as slow as it is. The card battling is like fine, but it's not. It's just kind of a card battle, and I feel like the charm of this game is like 100% vibes based.
Yeah.
And that's probably not how you guys feel, but like the vibes alone were not enough to carry my interest for it.
Kelsey, I tried twice to kind of get a run going and fell off pretty quickly both times of like, oh, I just need to do this battle like 3 times before I get to somewhere.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm not holding that against the game necessarily because I don't like believe that anything anyone said who loves it is wrong, but it just like it didn't hit for me.
I'm in that exact camp, yeah. Where I think it's
to me the battling is the weakest part of the game, but I think the battling exists to add context to like what kind of inventory you carry with you, and then thus and those systems like drive the story. Like I do think you need it in a game like this because it helps create that flow. I think it's like a solid card battling system, but I do think that's why I asked, was it the card battling system? Because I feel like when people don't like the game, it's because it's kind of a very simple and also can be a little bit of a strenuous system as well, because it can be a little punishing. Like you can't screw yourself over and then just kind of be locked into a situation. But yeah, I mean, I think which I know no one was implying this, but for me, the vibes definitely help. But what I love about this game is that it's like a modern day Oregon Trail. Like, I think it's so incredible at picking up people and learning their stories and having these random events happen. And honestly, like, I feel like in terms of not to make this this is like a different game you like, thus you should like it, but it's not that different than Consume Me in terms of that, where it's like simplistic gameplay, but the payoff is like this narrative juice that is so unique. The different things that can happen to you. How long did you play it for? I don't know. It takes a little bit, but not that long.
That's totally fair. And like, when I've heard you guys talk about it, I'm like, those do sound like interesting stories, but it's like, my experience with it is just, the people in your car like occasionally say things to you, and it's not, it hasn't been like a revealing this larger, incredible narrative that, you know.
I feel like the point is that it's like a small narrative though, right? Like it's about you striking out on your own in this beater up car, and like the small little things that you encounter on a daily basis. Like there is no like overarching like, and then you do this and everybody claps, but it's like the little things. It's like, who do I pick up? How, it's kind of like the story that you create yourself, right? Like, how am I going to make money? How am I going to do this? Like when I get to the city, like what's the first thing I'm going to do? Am I going to do the race, or do I care more about like getting to the concert? And I feel like what I appreciate about the game is, I think from a development, like from just a development standpoint, I was like, this is actually like incredible. Like they have so many mechanics in this game working together. You've got like the car battling system, the car loading, the earning money, the choose your own adventure, like the talking to people. I'm like, there is so much little tiny mechanics in this story that have to run well for the whole thing to work. And I feel like I just really appreciated that.
Yeah, I've always loved a game that gamifies things that are hard to gamify. You can put a gun in a game and put a guy to shoot, and that has been accomplished and perfected. Something like Peak even is like, great, you can make a game about just climbing with your friends, and it's rich mechanically.
Yeah.
And this game pulls off making these little moments on a road trip rich mechanically. It doesn't necessarily show its depth right away, but eventually you feel so immersed in that you are just taking care of this car and taking care of your experience by yourself and your hitchhikers you're driving around. You know, these things you're managing of durability and gas and energy and stress and money. It's like, okay, I have this moment when I'm waiting to get past this broken down car where I use a cigarette to get rid of a piece of stress. Like, to have me not take stress damage, I'll smoke a cigarette. And then eventually you do that too much, and then you have to smoke more cigarettes each time because your tolerance has changed. That kind of simmy stuff. There's these ways of, like, you have one hitchhiker who's called the Idiot, and he weirdly is happy when nothing happens, basically, is one of his abilities. He's like, he adds happy. And there's other ways to get happy through, like, reading a book that inspires you. You have this happy trait that gives you a potential extra turn in the combat. It's just like all these systems on the most basic thing in the world. And the narrative is, you drive by yourself and you have introspective thoughts. You pop up, I should call my parents more. And you either respond, I'll do that tomorrow, or I hope they're doing fine. Neither of which happens. You just press one and you have a follow-up thought, and then you either get a little bit of a trait bonus or nothing happens. And you just vibe out and listen to the music. You're not wrong to say it's so vibes-based, Kelsey, for sure. I have infinite patience for it because I love the vibes that it's going for, and the systemicizing, of course. Systemicizing of the day-to-day moments, and then again, you do end up having these really different runs. I'm on my 5th run right now. I've got a 1 out of 5 relationship with my parents, which you decide in the character creator, which could have been a best thing contender for sure.
Yeah.
And I'm going for this kind of like rat run where I do all the exploration. There's like, you stop in certain towns and you can go through this little simple 3D dungeon crawler. But there's different tools you can have in your trunk that'll help you through different things. A flashlight will get you through a cave to get more items, and you forage for berries that way and stuff. And so I'm pairing that with the glutton skill tree, where all the abilities are, you use this and it's really powerful, but it makes you hungry, which makes you spend more energy. But I always have these berries around so I can counteract the hunger stuff. And that being like,
let's go.
This isn't like poison damage and shield and stuff. I mean, there's armor in the game, I guess. But it's like, it just feels so like you're just making a little weirdo.
Yeah.
Who cares about systems and does it?
This game is so unassuming though. And there's just so much in it. You're like, I don't even think that I would see all of it. No, like no matter how much I played, I feel like I'd still miss something.
I once again have this feeling where I'm just like, man, I wish I had Leo's brain so I could experience some of the games the way he does. 'Cause it's another one where I love hearing you talk about your experience. What you're describing sounds so fun, and then it wasn't fun for me, and I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
I think too, like the ways that the game kind of presents yourself back to yourself, but in interesting ways, because it depends on, it's really, in a way, it is a role-playing game, and it's like, how do you play it? Where Leo, you're talking about going on a run as this character. For me, I'm usually just me because I'm boring, so I'm just like, oh, whatever I think is a good move to do. And this is a game where you can sort of screw yourself over on certain things because it takes a while to reveal for you to gain the information. Like and then it's funny because since it is an indie game and it's like pretty small, like so I can't look up anything because no one has the answer. So it's like, how do I get clean? And I'm like, I'm sure there's a shower. You have to kind of wait for some of that stuff to present itself. But I remember there was a time in the game where I had gotten like a letter and it was like, hey, I forgot it was grandma or who, but like, oh, grandma's sick, like come by. And I'm like, oh man, she's like really far away on the map. I'm going to kind of get to that when I get to it. Money's such a big role in this game because it's how you can buy stuff and you need stuff to like do the battling and all of that. So I just like went really hardcore into working. I was just really on my grind and the game was like, wow, you're working a lot for what's supposed to be your vacation. And I'm like, you don't understand how much this trip is costing me. Eventually I get the trait workaholic. And I was like, wow, what a read. And like, I love stuff like that. And then also, guess what? That person died while I was out doing my other stuff. And it really like made me stop and reflect and think, wow, I've like literally, it's the kind of stuff that you like normally have to live a lifetime to get to experience, or unfortunately might have to experience. But it's like, damn, you really like, I really watched this thing play out and I like screwed this guy over. Or like, I won't spoil the end of the idiot quest line, but that's one of my favorite quests because that character is so unassuming and goofy and like just like a doof weirdo. And then where his story ends up going if you drop him off to where he wants to go is like usually just one line of text, but I'm like, wow, this is really beautiful. And I didn't expect a character like this to display a little bit of emotional depth. So there's like so many cool things in that. And the car becomes such a character in this game. Leo, I don't know how that resonated with you. I know we're a Pacific Drive fan, and a lot of people talk about the car being a character there. This was like so my car, like customizing it for the mechanics, but also like tricking it out with stickers. It was just such a capital A adventure game, but had, again, the fun stuff under the hood. Then the music was great. Like there's literally
Incredible.
Not really anything I don't love about this game, except I admit the card battling system a little dry, but
okay.
I don't have a problem. It doesn't stop my enjoyment of the game.
And there's no question the pace is super slow, which has put me off of plenty of other games for like, I think people will hear us talk so highly about this and will go to it and be confused of like, I'm just sitting watching a car go left to right.
Right.
But it's the understatedness of it all. There's this layer of you were young. You are young. You have time. It gives these little things to you about like the headspace you're in and how nostalgic this is. I mean, you're putting songs on CDs and putting them in your CD player. Like takes place in the past, and it is like, this is something you did in your summer vacation when you were a teenager. And that creates this really powerful energy that plays on your nostalgia without actually having to hit you with anything actually nostalgic, with actually new music from Swedish indie bands you have not listened to. You don't listen to those. But I saved the soundtrack to this game from putting it on playlist for a while because I was like, it's so specific to the game. I want to make sure I'm done with the game before I do it. I waited a few months and I finally did when I was on a road trip. I was having a meetup with friends. I was taking a break. Somebody was like, the only way I can come is if I come back halfway early, but I have to go to the train station 2 hours away. I was like, I'll drive you there and back, because I know that the way you connect with someone in this day and age best is parallel in a car, driving forward, nothing to do but talk. And that is something that, I love walkable cities. We're getting so out of scope here. Yeah. But there's like this magic to the world that we've been handed, this place that we are actually in, and the tools we actually have to explore it. I was confident that I would have a great connection with that person, and I was 100% right, and I dropped them off in a classic keep driving hitchhiker style. They completed their quest and got to the train station, and I drove back by myself and I blasted this music, and it is the scenery I went by in Wisconsin, these rolling hills that turn into the main street of a town that go back into these fields, was exactly like this depiction of Sweden in pixel art from across the world. And it made me so emotional. I was to an unsafe to drive level. I felt so connected to the world. And I talked about that in the prelude to this conversation from a few episodes ago. This like so many games, God bless Yotei, it's about having the best game possible. You are hooked on this game and you want to come back, and the DLC too, baby. And this game says the world is beautiful and you should love it. That's what it's about. And the interaction with the game is like a place where you think about things that are so much bigger than it.
So let me get this straight. Kelsey Lewin wants to put the beauty of the world in the bottom 10. Kelsey,
hang on, you posed this
what kind of Jenga maneuver is this?
It was with your finger, Kelsey.
Yeah, we all know that was your finger. Okay.
Again, you might play it and you think I'm driving left or right and not much is happening.
Yeah.
Full disclosure.
But it's like,
I don't know.
I've tried it twice and I'm like, well, I guess I'm trying it again, because it's like the risk of missing out on having
That's
that
very nice of you to try it as many times. You know, I didn't make the game, so at the end of the day.
What did you guys play it on?
Steam Deck for me.
Okay,
That's what I was doing too.
and did you have like headphones on, or are you just playing that music out of the Steam Deck speakers?
Headphones.
I just played it out of the speakers.
Because it is like I've tried playing it at my PC and I'm like, why don't like clicking? Like it does feel more of like a couch game, and so maybe I should just be trying that.
Before they had controller support, Janet and I had both played the game leaning back on the couch with our controller in our left hand and the mouse in our right hand.
And the mouse, and I had the mouse on the Mario encyclopedia that I barely ever read, that I shouldn't have bought. Yeah. I think also
not supposed to read
so much
those.
of the gameplay is also really strong. I mean, I know we talked about the card battling system not being one of them, but like the inventory management, Resident Evil inventory, like this has so many good things in it. Yeah. The Resident Evil inventory management is enough for me kind of alone. So you keep stacking things. Some of the animation work is also really beautiful. When you get a CD, like the first time I got a CD, they made that like a big moment with like a bespoke animation that was like very eye-catching. And I think also you don't, at least for me personally, I don't know, and you talked about road tripping in real life. I don't know your background of road tripping. I never did a road trip as a kid. I've done one road trip, 2 road trips in my life. I quite literally cannot drive in real life. I don't have a license. So it's not like, driving. Oh, I just like being in a car. It's like, again, I think if you like Oregon Trail, this is like, this if it was kind of wildly better, and I already really love Oregon Trail. So yeah, this is like, again, it's my number 3, and it was holding strong at 1 for a really, really long time.
Yeah.
I want to say one last thing about it while we're on it. I was listening to a song in Keep Driving called There Comes a Time. One of, again, vast majority of the songs in this game are such bangers. The lyrics were, there comes a time, this is a really sad one, the end of the sun, the end of everyone you love, so love right now, there comes a time. And you're listening to that, and it comes onto that a second time, the chorus, and then you hit your next event, and in big letters it says, potholes. And you're managing the stress of going over potholes. It's like there's so much about life in that little moment, about like how you get hung up on these little things. That's so much of what is in this game and what it's about.
Yeah, the game's called Keep Driving for folks at home. Probably like 40% of people are driving while listening to this. That's pretty cool.
Whoa,
keep driving.
Keep going.
Keep going. Dodge the pothole. Okay, I am curious about if anybody else has checked it out. And Kelsey, God bless you for bumping Stray Children to your number 2. Where are you at overall? You know, we talked about it on the podcast a while ago. It feels like the bullet point is it is the RPG successor follow-up to Moon, which is one of, if not your favorite game of all time. And so it feels like it's supercharged going in there. But where are you sitting now with Stray Children after finishing it?
You're going to make her have to gush as good as Leo.
No one gushes as good as Leo. Pressure is off, Kelsey. Pressure is off.
Somehow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you experience Nirvana?
Insane.
Why does everyone forget that I also like that game?
Yeah, but you weren't talking about.
Not as passionate as Leo about it. You
didn't mention the beauty of life as you're driving through Wisconsin hills.
No, I get it. If I'm not dogging on a game, no one remembers it.
We have our talents.
So the creator of this game, Yoshiro Kimura, is just someone whose brain I find really interesting. He worked at Square in the 90s, and as you play, I mean, we're gonna have to put spoilers hats on pretty soon in this, but I'll try to give just like a brief overview first.
Okay.
As you play this game, which is you are a little boy with a dog face in a hoodie, and you find yourself appearing to be trapped in a video game world that your father created and never released, and you're looking for your dad. And it plays in the sort of like Undertale style way where you can play it as sort of a normal RPG that has a lot of action elements going on, mostly in the sort of bullet hell vein, but there's a lot of really cool enemies, ones where you like play Space Invaders, ones where you play Tower of Druaga in the middle of it. Like it's just crazy combat. But like Undertale, there is also sort of a pacifist run. You can speak to all of the enemies that you encounter in the game. And as you encounter them, you kind of realize like they're all like former adults who were struggling with something, and your job is to puzzle out how to fix that for them. And sometimes it's like kind of obtuse, and sometimes it's, you know, it's very sincere, and you're talking to someone who like, you know, didn't want to go out drinking that night, but he felt like he had to because it was a work thing, and then, you know, trouble ensued, and you have to kind of talk him through that in a cryptic way.
Yeah, and it's like they're called the Olders. And it's like the framing is very Peter Pan. They describe it as like a fairy tale RPG, which I think is a very nice way to sum up the kind of vibe of this entire thing. But like early on, you're hanging out with like the Lost Boys equivalent, and they're talking with the Olders. And one of them says, quote, "The Olders are those things who don't listen to anyone and suddenly get violent, right?" Like that's just how they see all adults. It's like, oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Yeah. And then it's sort of like the framing throughout the whole game. Everywhere you go, you're going to sort of a different kingdom of children who have had to learn how to navigate a world where the adults / Olders are, I mean, they're monsters, literally. Can we put spoiler hats
hats on. Spoilers for Stray Children, everybody. Check out the timestamps if you want to jump ahead.
Okay, so where this game gets really beautiful, I think, is in Kimura's experience kind of coming through in it. It plays with a lot of, I mean, tough themes as you go through these different areas and have the different bosses. You are essentially like, I mean, the game is about being a child in an unfair world that has adults with all these different like flaws and expectations, and some of which who are also like hurt children themselves, and like trying to make sense of that, but of course framed through an RPG. So every different place you go through kind of has like its own set of weird rules. So the place that, you know, that Ben was referencing is sort of a like Lost Boys equivalent, but then you end up going to like a an ice world where everyone has to contribute a certain amount of, like you're not allowed to sleep and you have to work the whole time. And then there's a world where you have to sleep the whole time. And just these very like strange, like here's how a child is reacting to the weird adult being, you know, a bad person in their world. This whole, like the whole game is framed around you trying to find your dad who made RPGs and is lost in a game. And the end of this game, I'm sorry to spoil the ending, but it's just like beyond beautiful. It's like you find out your dad has basically been like beating this game over and over again, trying to get out. And you end up, when you finally do like sort of break out, you're on a train back to the real world, and you're sitting next to like this pencil sketch of your dad. And he's talking about how he poured his heart and soul into making RPGs in the 90s, and he worked so hard and he missed out on you know, his children and on like just being a person in that time. Like he was just so engrossed in creating RPGs that, you know, the lesson is clearly like, wow, I really overworked myself and like lost my family doing that. And then, I mean, the game ends. Like, it's not like you're reunited with your dad. It's like, it's just your dad's ghost explaining that like he messed up, and that's that's kind of it. But there's so many like just. Again, I think his mind is so interesting because you have these super weird, missable moments in there. So there's a boss that is a frog who has taken a bunch of like wives. He has like five different wives, and it starts out as sort of being like, he's polyamorous, and then you find out he's sort of like coercing all of these people or frogs, I guess, But there's like a missable puzzle where you can bribe a guard with some beer and you can go meet all of the frogs ahead of time. And they're each sort of like trying to explain what love is in a different way to your character. And so you have like one who's just talking about like regular, we love each other. One who's like talking about how it's all about cuddling and, tenderness and that sort of thing. And one of them is like jealousy and she like has a gun and she's threatening to shoot you. It's a frog with a gun. And then a couple of them are like about different kinks and just like all these different ways that adults would describe love to a child or a child would encounter the different parts of love in their life. It's just a really interesting game that frames these themes in, it's all just kind of pretty metaphors in a way, like he doesn't come out and say all of these lessons directly, but you're just kind of like seeing all of these different vignettes of the relationships between adults and children. And the art is 10 out of 10, and the sound design is 10 out of 10. And if nothing else, you should at least just go look at a video of how freaking cool this game is.
If you're nostalgic about PS1 RPGs, like absolutely take a look. And the lineage that I'm sure we talked about before is like Moon was a big inspiration for Undertale. So it does feel, it has a lot of that DNA in it naturally. Should we spoilers off for the rest of this conversation, you think?
Yeah, I think we can spoilers off.
Spoilers off for Stray Children here. Yeah, that's the thing is like it warms my heart. It has a ton of heart in it. Like, how frustrated were you by how obtuse it was? Like, were you going for a pacifist run where you're beating your head against a wall? Because it has its charms, but
I did do a pacifist run, and I did look up the answers to some of the puzzles, and I think that's okay.
Yeah,
I gave all of them an honest shot, and every once in a while I was like, I don't see how this works.
Yeah.
But then you look it up and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, that's a tough one. And I don't know. I'm not personally precious about that kind of stuff.
Sure. No, it's not a ding that you had to look something up, but it's like, overall the gameplay, it wasn't frustrating for you, just the kind of throwbackiness, more obscure.
No, I mean, there were parts where like I was bad at the bullet hell part, and those were like the final boss was freaking brutal, but it is, like all of the things that I found challenging about it were either something that was easy to look up and I didn't feel, I don't know. I don't feel bad about that. I don't think it's a horrible ding on the game, although I accept people who disagree with that. I think that's fair. Just sometimes that bullet hell is hell.
It's hell. That's the way it should be. Hell is for children, as they say.
It sounds really cool, and from what I played, it is really cool. You weren't wrong about the sound design and the feel of it. The glow it has is really interesting. I wasn't even going to mention how little of it I played, but now I got to get you back for Keep Driving, which is I played it for 20 minutes, and then I said, I have to go have lunch. I'll come back to this later, and I didn't realize you had to save, and because it didn't warn you that you're going to lose some save progress. But I'm sure that's RPG brutal. 101.
Well, it's like, I mean, it's also just old school. Like, and I do think that, we're going to talk about Expedition 33 and like how freaking polished of an RPG experience that is. And it's an RPG for people who maybe even don't even like RPGs. But this is an RPG. Now, it's very linear. So it's not like, if your worry is just that like, you are going to have to backtrack and not know what you're doing and not know where to go. You don't really have to have that, but it is otherwise, pretty old school RPG coded.
Yeah. Haley MacLean.
Hi.
Queen of Canada.
Yee.
Now that Elizabeth II is out of here, what would you
Took her
put?
long enough to croak.
No kidding. Speaking of frogs, don't understand love. Hey.
Oh my God.
What would you put on the bottom of the of the bottom 10? What would you put as number 20?
Oh, number 20.
If you
Wait,
had
so we're
to.
not moving stray kids up or stray children up?
To the top 10?
Yeah, we're not.
I'm open to it, but I don't think there's anything to bump.
Thanks, Sarah.
Can we get a conversation about Despelote?
I don't know why we would.
I played
Seems to be pretty solid.
20 minutes. I played 20 minutes of it last night until I fell asleep while playing it, and I just want to know if there if there's more that happens to it than a kid running around kicking. Is it just vibes or is there
It's not. I would
story
say
events
it's
Why
more
are
than
vibes on
vibes.
trial today?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
laser that goes in the sky, you gotta stop.
I think,
The portal's opening.
I think it's a big, yes, it is a vibes game, but I think it's also like an eavesdrop game where like the story, I think maybe not have to because other people can chime in and say, oh, I don't care about that in games and I still liked it. I think you have to enjoy like overhearing conversations and exploring a space and just lingering in it. And I think if you don't enjoy it, there's not going to be a lot for you. I will admit I'm probably one of the less hot people on Despelote, but it's still very high on my list because, and I do hate doing this, and we can put the spoiler hats on if we want to, I really love how the game ends.
Okay, are we going into
not gonna
spoilers
say
or not? Okay.
We can if you want me to say
It's
it.
your call if you want to tear into it.
Yeah, sure.
All right, spoilers for Despelote. Here we go.
It's pretty brief, yeah, because I don't think there's many spoilers in the game, really. But
Sure.
the ending of it, the very last scene, it's like you're kicking this ball with your friends and you're older, and then you become like in terms of when I say you become, I mean like the perspective, like where the camera goes, you become the ball being like kicked in the circle. And I know that might not sound like a lot just out of context, but I think that was just such because then eventually like you leave that space, like you're in a kind of a playground basically kicking the ball, and then you become the ball, you're seeing that perspective, and then the ball gets like thrown up into like the larger community. And I just thought that was such a perfect ending for that game because so much about what the game is about is community and community coming around this soccer game and what soccer is and what it means to kick a ball. And I just thought that was like so immensely beautifully done. I think endings of anything are really hard, and it's kind of rare that I feel really impacted by a video game ending. Usually it's just like, and now we're done. Like we did the thing we were gonna do, or the story of reached its logical conclusion. And that's not a knock against every other game, but it's just my truth. This was one where I was like, wow, that was special. And genuinely, it brought the game up like half, if not a full point for me.
Interesting.
Because before then, I'm like, this is cool. But frankly, as someone that plays a lot of walking sims, relax. And then I got to that point and I was like, they're kind of tearing it up there.
I hear you. Oh my gosh, Jacob, I assume you're with me. We're like, I thought you're going to bring up another moment that's towards the end that I think is an incredible moment.
Something that happens. Like there fully is something that happens in the game that's not just like the story reaches its logical conclusion, which, Ben, do you want to say it?
Oh, I assume we're talking about the park sequence, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, where you kick the soccer ball, and it's not... Jeffem, I think you're right. I think there's a lot to talk about this game. I would not describe it as a vibes game, but also at the same point, like, I love this game. Like, it was a complete lightning bolt to my heart this year for like, yes, more games like this. This is exactly what I want. At the same time, as much as I love it, I don't want to hype it up. You know, it's the thing of like, God, it hit me perfectly, but I'm not going to argue this is one of the greatest indie games or games period ever made. You need to experience this narrative. It is very much like, it is what it is, and if it hits you, that's great. But it's not a thing I'm going to run on the street and tell everyone they need to play. But that specific moment where it's towards the very end of the game, where you're kicking the soccer ball like you've done, you know, for a lot of the game here, and you kick it, and suddenly with the kick of the soccer ball, the abstract, distorted visuals, kind of duotone color scheme of the entire game pops, and he's talking about while the game... this pivotal Ecuadorian soccer game is being played, that like the world was empty because everyone was watching these. And you were then in the park that he was exploring that he grew up with. And specifically, it is the park, but it's like Google Earth's render of the park. So you're still in first person, but it's just this
No, it was
weird...
a drone, I think.
Is it a drone?
He said it was like a, it was... He said it was a drone 3D scan.
Yeah,
right, but it's not. It's a very chunky polygon. It looks like when you're on the ground in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Like it's like that kind of.
It's like a 3D drone scan from like when that was the first possible, and it's terrible. In I think an interesting way, but it is like it's not detailed at all.
And so suddenly then you're walking around this park that is based on it is the real layout, but everything's just this weird, distorted, warped version of it. And then he's talking about the development of the game, and he's like, hey, I thought it was really important to like capture the actual audio from being at this park. So we sent our sound guy down there with expensive audio, but because it's kind of a dangerous park at times, we had to hire a bodyguard. It's just like completely breaking the fourth wall to like walk through, like, I just need you to experience this park. And then like at the very end of that sequence, he's like, and you have to see this moment from the soccer match, football match, they call it, just, Janet, because this is this incredible goal. And it's like, I don't know, we need to just show it. I can't get around this. The rest of the time they've had like live action, but it's been like distorted and grainy and the kind of the classic duotone kind of distortion. And for this one, it's like, we just need to actually show you the game and this goal that's incredible. Now, the only footage I could find of it, there are ads running during it, but I guess they're going to stay in there. So here you go. Let's get this across. And I think it gets to the heart of what I love about Despelote, where it's simple story, person reflecting on their life, the community, the culture, the society, all through the lens of a passion for this sport. But it just has this looseness that I appreciate, where it feels like, I don't know, a journal, entry of a video game, I guess is the best way to put it. Like, what's the best way I can convey this? I guess it's like this. Okay, I guess we'll break the fourth wall here because we need to explain this. And that entire game, I think, is just incredible for like, yes, it's a game about soccer. And if you would have told me at the start of the year that one of my favorite games of the year was about passion for soccer, you could have knocked me over with a feather, buddy. Mega Man soccer, I understand, but like real worldwide soccer. But I think what's fascinating about this game is as you're going through it, and there's so much about the kids being focused on soccer, it's constantly like there's a soccer game on, the character just wants to look over there, you want to look over there. But just seeing what's happening to Ecuador and to the adult specifically is like my absolute kryptonite, where the kid is so focused on the game and being frustrated by his sister. But then every adult around you is just kind of talking about the challenges of parenting, trying to deal with art, with cinema, the economy crumbling, how being an adult is shit, but you're just so focused on the soccer ball that you don't pay attention to it. And so like just that blend of seeing from a kid's point of view again is so incredibly intoxicating to me that it was completely unique. And it's interesting that it's on here with Consume Me, which is also, I think we're all rooting so hard for games that are rooted in autobiographical details.
What I thought was, like a point that I give Despelote over Consume Me is like they both have at the end this kind of fourth wall breaking moment where like the creator of the game steps into the narrative and is like, I made a game about this. And like that happens in both. But I think the Despelote one is a far more interesting way of doing that, basically, because when you get to this like Google Street View drone photography version of the park, it's like, it's different. It is different than you're playing the game. And it's both like time has changed this place that I remember, but also this world that you have been playing in is a memory that is like remembered by a child and is not actually what it was like. And it's like very kind of self-interrogating of like the nature of what does it mean to make this kind of memoir. Like it is this kind of like smash cut into reality is just so fascinating, because then it makes the whole game not just about this individual story of Ecuador being in the World Cup, but like how we remember the events of our lives and like what does stand out from our childhood, and are we remembering those accurately? Have we kind of like self-mythologized to the point where we can't even separate kind of like the stories we've been told from the stories that we remember? It's just like it's really not a we've been tossing around this vibes game thing. Like it is a game with a very specific story and a deeply thoughtful perspective on what it means to tell a story that I think like puts it above a lot of walking simulators that I love, but it's like this is taking the next step.
And one of the things that makes me want to open the window and scream about it is like the vocal performances. Like the fact that it's his actual parents that he got to do the dialogue, but it all feels so naturalistic. It almost feels improvised. Like they're sitting there and just reacting to the game as if they're back there watching it again. And just to have a conversation in a game that feels human, that feels like awkward overlapping at times, starts and stops, like that type of stuff just lights me on fire. And I think it's so exciting to have in a game like this.
Yeah, I think it's funny that it is not exactly how it went down, because you come away from this and more than Consume Me or other autobiographical similar games, I go, that memory is in my brain now. Like that, right. I experienced being that child. Like it pulls that off so well because of the tone and the bits of realism it pulls in with the real footage and the real like photo backdrops and things. It goes for really interesting stuff.
Yeah.
See, I feel like the game isn't necessarily with the whole like interstitial of, hey, there's the fourth wall break, here's how I made it. I don't think that's, I mean, I guess it slightly touches on how do we remember things, but I mean, a big thing revealed in that is admitting that like, this isn't how I remembered it because I was too young to have a memory.
Right.
So this is what I think I would remember.
That's the point.
But I think what you think you would remember if you could remember it is different than my memory isn't accurate, because he kind of admits he doesn't have a memory of it.
I don't really understand the distinction being drawn.
I think it'd be like if I talked about seeing Jordan play, but like I know I didn't remember seeing it at all, but I know I was alive, so I aged myself up to say that I saw it, because that is what the reveal is.
He said he did remember it. It's just he didn't remember it in as coherent of vignettes because he was so young. Like he couldn't have traced a whole day back because, you know, he was 5 or whatever. So he's like, well, if I was 8, I probably would remember the whole day. I really like this game. I think the that ending part is by far the strongest part of the game, and that's maybe, I mean, it's a positive and a negative, right? Because it's not a very long game, so it's not like you have to wait super long to get there. But the feeling I felt when you, I mean, again, you're in this very like stylized dual color world, and when you get to this park, the like rendered version of the park, I had this feeling of like someone turned all the lights on in the dark movie theater.
Yes.
Like, and that was just so cool. Like that's not a thing I remember feeling in a video game before.
Yep. Yeah, the game, I think, is filled with those little moments. It's like, I've never felt this in a game before, of just simple things like you're playing your FIFA game on your Super Nintendo or Genesis, whatever the heck, and then like your dad yelling at you and then coming and turning the game off. And it's like, oh, your dad turning your game off within a game is so weird. Or like the thing I always think of is like when you're playing that game again and your sister's like blah blah blah, like annoying you on the side, and you're like trying to ignore her because you are actually trying to play the soccer game, and then she's upset by it, and so you actually feel guilt about like, yeah, I was kind of ignoring you in the game because I was trying to actually play this.
There's that scene again when you're playing that game where the game finishes and then you just walk off the pitch like as the player in the game, and then it like keeps going like weirdly longer, that it almost feels like it's like becomes a creepypasta for a second of like, why didn't the game reset? Where are we going? Like it really, I mean, it's like, I think if your game is 2 hours long, you are essentially a short story, and you can be like just about the ending. And even if it was just the ending, I would hold the game in incredibly high regard. But like, it has great moments through. I always think about like there's that scene where you're at the party and your sister's like hiding under the table, and it's just such a like the tablecloths are kind of making a little cave for her. It's like it's the same reason that I love, and Ben, your point about the vocal performances, like, you know, Charlie Brown Christmas, when you're watching it and you know that the girl playing Sally is actually like 5 years old and reading her lines phonetically, it has that energy.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, you're right. It is the closest on this list to the feeling of Charlie Brown's Christmas, if that means anything.
One of the greatest specials ever made.
Better baby steps.
Well, I mean, funny that Gabe Casillo, is that his name? He was working on both games. Funny overlap there.
For the record, I wasn't trying to crap on the game. I just didn't know, like, I sincerely wanted to know if there was more to it than the 20 minutes that I got to play last night.
Yes, but not that much more. Like, you kind of get, I think, the feeling, I think, of what we love about it. I think
you could tell if you might like it, but I don't think you'll be able to.
Yeah, and I didn't dislike what I was getting from it at that point. It was just I didn't know that.
This all being said, I mean, I know I love it. I know Jacob's pretty warm on it. Other people liked it.
It's 4 on my list.
Okay, I mean, do we all feel like it's a top chunker?
Should we take our hats off for that?
Oh yeah, great point.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. It's just everyone loves
Thanks,
the hats
Sarah.
so much, Sarah, that it's kind of tough to.
I think so. It's 5 on my list.
Okay.
It's 9 on mine.
6 for me.
Okay. Yeah, it's 2
yeah,
for me.
it's on. 5 of our lists. That's pretty good.
Okay.
My 6 worst games of the year.
Let's go.
Yeah. I also wrote
But I mean, it's
something
clearly
negative at the
not
top
number
just
one.
to shake it up.
Might be
definitely.
worth just slotting somewhere in the 7-ish.
This is that
range.
classic Ben doesn't want to put Claire because he doesn't want to put what will be number one as number one
There's
until later.
no reason to think that Claire's gonna be number one. I think, first of all, noted. I'm not
There's
trying
no,
to.
I'm sorry. There's no reason to think that.
He does this every couple years when there's a clear
It's
answer.
because it's a better episode.
Yeah,
guys.
it's
Pretend.
dramatic tension. Did Kyle
gotta
Bossman teach you
pretend.
nothing? It's who's the dweeb or whatever.
You're right. It's stray children. Let's lock it up.
If you want to move something, you
got
can
a
put
shot,
Silksong
it's got a shot.
temporarily and then move it down later to have
Whatever.
the feeling of moving something.
Whatever.
That
Let's
would
move
be
something. Here, let's have.
cool.
Fine. I'll settle with this as number 3. Now, here's the thing. I want to order the bottom 10 first. I want to work from the bottom up. So what's Haley? You didn't answer me. What is number 20 on that bottom 10?
Oh yeah, that was asked 80 minutes ago. The bottom of everything.
The bottom of the world.
Bottom of the freaking
In the
world,
dumper.
Which of
don't
us
know.
do you hate the most?
Dude. Probably. Well, it's probably.
You can't pick yourself.
I love myself. It's probably one of like the solo passion ones, but not mine.
So straight children.
No.
I know. I'm just messing with you. I'm just being cheeky. I feel like is Peak a good option here? Just based on the math alone.
No.
I would rather have Road to Empress down there than Peak.
Great. Done.
What?
Like
Love it.
Road to
this is
Empress
cool,
and
though.
Promise Mascot Agency seem like those are basically solo passion projects, and they're not even that high on that individual person's list.
They're just
Hey,
happy to be here.
I've played like 5 more hours of Road to Empress yesterday.
Hell yeah. And it is.
Me too.
I would
played,
say
like,
I
3.5.
finished it, but there's so many endings, and I know I did not get like the correct one. I got a couple good endings, but I did not get the correct one. So
Yeah, and for the
I played
record,
a
it was
bunch more
like
also.
Sarah's number 4. Is that right for Road to Empress?
Yeah.
Like it is pretty high in some lists. I finally played it, Sarah. I finally booted it up. Believe it or not, cool. I like that. I was not despite our conversation last
Yeah,
week, I
we
was not
take those.
expecting it to get so dark so fast. Like first decision, like I don't know, whatever. And like like being scalded in the face. Like this is insane. It's just like everything that's kind of fun about those narrative heavy, choice heavy games, just to the extreme. I get it.
Then that doesn't
The
sound like
acting is
20
so-
anymore.
yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that even though Road to Empress isn't on my list, I just think it's such a unique thing. It's so fun. It's like this playing a soap opera, but like, oh my god, when one of the girls like uses a pin to kill someone, and it's so obvious they're not even like touching them with the pin, they're just pretending. But I'm like, yeah, get her! Like it's just like that kind
They
of
did
energy.
like the fake out Mortal Kombat battle, but instead of fighting with punches, they were fighting with words.
Ooh, okay.
And then got the one woman so depressed she committed murder.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It was like a verbal spar.
Is this a ding at all where I got the DLC for bloopers? Because I'm like, this is going to be freaking hilarious. And then I couldn't figure out, I installed it. I couldn't figure out how to see the bloopers.
Oh, I really want to watch bloopers.
I know!
That's a
I don't
question,
know if
right?
the
Well,
bloopers-
it's not a ding. For the to answer the question.
The fact that it has bloopers is moving it up my list.
Yeah, that's true.
You
I
asked
think there might be
Haley-
more, just while we're still on it, I think
Yeah.
there might be more support for Road to Empress. I would be totally happy with that at 19 and Promise Mascot Agency at 20.
Here's my question:
Yeah.
Kingdom Come Deliverance 2
Yeah.
Yeah.
is on, as was pointed out in the chat, it's on one person's list.
Right.
It's at
Chat's
number
not here.
4 on
It's
their
us,
list.
Jacob. Look right here. There's no chat. It's just us.
and Jeffem tried it and didn't like it, and I tried it and also was like, I'm not going to continue playing this.
I tried
hear
it
that
and
video
I
has
didn't
been a-
like it, and then I gave it another go, and it grew on me a lot. And then to the point where I go, I either put in 100 hours on this or I back away, and it's not for me right now. But I totally I get it so much more than I did after those initial couple hours.
Kingdom Come has a huge barrier to entry, which is it's a brutal game and it wants you to feel weak as hell, which is so valid why people drop off it. Not saying that I'm not saying the get good thing here, like just for if you don't want to push through with it and you don't like it, then that's totally fine. But like once you do pass that line and you're better at fighting and you have some really cool skill, like the skills in this game are so cool and the missions are so unique and like every little side mission is so spunky and weird. Like I was literally playing it today right before we hopped on, and it was like I was fast traveling somewhere. And fast traveling looks like a little board with your little character as like a wooden piece that like the menus are also amazing in these games. But anyway, so I was moving. It was like some dude is sleeping on the side of the road. I was like, I'll stop. And I walk up to him. He just has an arrow sticking out of his head. And he's like, hi. And I'm like, are you okay? He's like, yeah, what do you mean? And like you could just choose to like ignore the arrow in his head or be like, you have an arrow in your head. But it's like half his personality. And then I learn about the camp he lives in and all this stuff. And I spent 40 minutes doing that. It's that kind of game. And it's so good. It's like really, it's the most immersive game I've ever played in terms of just like, I'm literally learning things while I play without knowing that I'm learning things.
I know
about,
this doesn't count for anything because I didn't play it, but it's one of my most watched games this year.
Interesting.
It was one of my favorite games to watch this year. And like,
Same.
I think if I had played it, I maybe would have enjoyed it and gotten through it, but I just really enjoyed watching other people watch it. And I know that that's not a real metric for liking things,
Sure.
but it's definitely what I literally would like go to streamers' pages and I'd be like, oh, they're playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, like let me tune in.
Yeah, I watched my partner play a lot of this game. It is a very funny, very well written game. There is no chance on this planet that I would enjoy actually playing it.
Yeah.
It's brutal.
It's like, it does feel a little bit like putting a fighting game on it, because like this list, because a lot of us really respect it and like watching a fighting game tournament. Like I know Leo, you've as I believe it's good, and Leo, you like are doing it, but it still is basically just a Haley game at this point. Right?
And to be fair, like I played the entire first game because I had to review it at Game Informer. So I feel like it's not like I don't get what the game is, or like I would appreciate it more if I played more. Like I don't feel it was too materially different from the first one. And also, Haley, you installed a mods to actually make the game playable because it's so fucking stupid that you can't save when you're playing it. So I don't know where that.
As a lawyer, I can't believe
Damn.
you admitted that.
Yeah, that's a classic faux
I
pas.
speak my truth. What, you want me to get caught? I'll like bring it up on stream in a month, and someone sees that I do that, and they'll post. They'll say, "Oh, she's a liar." No, I'm gonna come
play
clean.
this for you.
Cool moves. Haley, if somebody kicked in your door late at night when you were sleeping in bed, and they started screaming at you, and they said, choose, is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 above or below Grimshire?
It's above.
It's above. Well, that's pretty scientific, folks.
Can I?
You didn't move it. Did you need to move Grimshire above? Ben, you didn't move it.
Oh, sorry. Kingdom Come is above.
Kingdom Come is above.
Yeah.
No! Okay, well, I actually think Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is garbage.
Oh my god.
Interesting. The worm
Can I
has
put on the
turned.
spoiler hat and just explain some of the main, because the missions are so good. It's
Different
like if I was
from
talking
last
about the-
week?
I mean, I don't feel like we've heard a lot about the missions.
We know the writing is good.
Yeah, we'll all see that the missions
No,
are
first spoiler hat denial. That's crazy. I can't even explain.
We're measuring passion unless we don't let you express it.
It's not that I don't understand the appeal of the game.
Haley,
This is literally the bottom of the list. We're fighting
spoilers
over
on.
scraps
Spoilers
at this
on. Let her
point.
go.
We
Let
have
her
to,
go. We
I've been
support it.
silenced.
No. Spoilers on
Now
for
it's not
Kingdom
going to be
Come.
ever good enough. No
Let's
matter what
hear
I
it.
say.
I've been holding in my pee for like 20 minutes. Let's see what it was worth.
Don't tell me that.
Better be good, Haley. Better
Now I
pick a
gotta
good
be like,
one.
literally, the game comes out of the screen and gives you a blowjob. It's like the only thing I could say for you all to be like, let's go.
But we have to pee.
Okay,
It does show.
Pee in the blowjob. Let's see. Where do I start? So the whole final segment is this awesome thing where there's like a castle siege and you like get stuck inside a castle for like weeks and weeks on end. And it's just like such a fun thing that's so historically accurate. Like you're trapped in this thing and you have the Outer Bailey still. It's like, okay, at least we have like a bit of farmland or whatever. And you're like trying to plan out how you're going to last that long. And there's all these missions where it's like someone like you go out to do patrol and a guy comes up to you and is like, hello, my lord. And then only if you notice that you're not a lord and be like, why'd you just call me that? And he's like, oh, and then all of a sudden you're like, he's a traitor, and you get it. Like, there's all these like little missions about holding down a castle for multiple weeks, and that's like the big finale thing. And they do so much fun stuff with that. And that alone, I was like, this is so unique and fun and cool. And then they're like, as long as they don't get a trebuchet, like, we'll be okay. And then one morning you wake up and the castle's getting like absolutely rocked with rocks, and they're just chucking rocks. You lose the Outer Bailey, and all this extra stuff is happening. You're like, front to the pillory, get your weapons, and everyone's freaking out. And it was so, like, that just alone was such a unique, cool experience. And there's another one, because we already got the hats on, so I might as well talk about one more, because it's, like, harder to take off the hat than to keep them on.
We love it.
Where it's, like, you're trying to break into the Italian court's bank vault and steal all the silver of King Sigismund. And half the mission is you're this guy who is a priest, Godwin, and you flip between that and Henry, where you have to stay drunk enough where you can kind of speak Italian, and try to dupe a bunch of Italian delegates into thinking you're the Pope's delegate, and you're coming here to try to do like a mediation between two sects of the church who both want all the money. And it's like, if you say the wrong thing, or if you don't know enough about like the Pope or how Catholicism works in the 1500s or anything like that, they're like, you're being a little bit weird. And then you can get caught and like fail the whole mission. But if you have to do that, then it switches to you on the outside as Henry, like slowly sneaking your way closer to the Italian court and like stealth killing people on the way. And you flip back and forth of like, as long as you're good at the Italian court, you'll have to kill less people in 1-to-1 hand combat if you do that. And 60 hours in, if I see more than 2 dudes come at me, I'm sweating. Like fighting people in this game is so intense and hard. And if they bombard you, you just go, I'm dead, never mind. So it's like, very crucial that you are as good at faking Italian for as long as possible. You can sneak closer to the castle stealthily. Otherwise, they all go, this guy's a fake. And then the alarm goes on and everyone comes out and kills you like immediately. It was like, that's such a fun juxtaposition jumping between the two things that's plays into the fact that they know that the combat's brutal. Like how it's going to be boring if they just always throw 5 dudes at you. So they're always doing fun, twisty things like that of, okay, here's a way where you could get away with it. Otherwise, you're going to have to fight your way through and it will be impossible. And it's like, you're never just like, oh, this sucks. There's 20 dudes here. I can't do anything about it. Never mind. Walk away kind of situation. They balance it very well and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Spoilers off?
Yeah.
Spoilers off.
It being the most immersive game ever, you know, I do think it's like as far as a world where it's clockwork and everybody who is in it has a bed and they have a routine and they have a job and that can be impacted and affected. It does feel like the highest fidelity that's ever been attempted at. Like it's such a pretty game that also has that complexity in it.
Yeah. Huge.
There's like everyone has a hidden number essentially. That's like if you do a crime against a peasant, there's less punishment than if you do it to somebody with nobility. And everyone, it's kind of just based on what they look like in their clothes and where they live and stuff. But if I walk up and stab somebody wearing very nice clothing, I go to jail. But if I stab a peasant, I might just have to pay like $10 because they're like, don't do that. Get out of here. So you have to also kind of be like knowledgeable about like, is this crime worth it because I'm doing it against someone with influence? Because influence is so important in the Middle Ages. They could give 2 rats.
Wow, did you guys hear that?
She
peasants. Hates poor people.
I heard that.
In the Middle Ages, you would too. You get your golden little garb on. You'd hate them too, girl. Don't even pretend if you got in there as a lord's lady or something. But it's like, yeah, that, like understanding that hierarchy and how it works can actually benefit you. Because you start at the bottom and you work your way up as Henry kind of thing, just proving yourself on the battlefield. And you get respect that way.
Yeah.
And you really start to feel it of like, oh, you're the boy who won those 4 battles. What the hell? You've got a great record. And people start respecting you. And then it lets you into more places and stuff. There's a lot of care towards the hierarchy of how the world worked back then and like implementing gameplay mechanics around that.
And just to stop
it's realistic.
Jeffem from his bombardment of your castle, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, he talks about, how he played the first one. He gave the first one a 5.75. So it's not as if he was disappointed by the sequel. It seems like
it was very buggy at the time. Yeah,
6.
I don't want to come off too strong in my dislike for like I just don't like that it's a grueling thing that it felt like a slog when I started playing it, and it's
sure.
And I liked the story of the first one. The story was what got me through it, and I was intrigued when we first talked about it on the show. That like I liked that it was continuing that story, and it did seem like the kind of being rooted in that time period and the story that it was building around that was the interesting part to me.
Yeah, there's a lot of care for attention to detail, like Rockstar level attention to detail, where they're not just wires. Like you can watch the wires match people's houses and stuff like that. Like there's that kind of level of detail. I was in like a blacksmithing thing, and they had a basement where they had access to the mines. And like, of course they needed access to the mines, otherwise how are they going to get rocks and steel and stuff? So they like, it's not just a building; it's like built within that universe of like there needs to be a mine system that connects all the blacksmithers so they have access to ore, and they go down there and they collect it during their day shifts. They're doing it.
Kelsey, does 16 feel about right?
Sounds good to me.
Is Grimshire on your list, Haley?
It is. It is number 7.
Kind of feels like Grimshire being on Haley's list and Sarah's list would put it above Kingdom Come.
Peak's only on one list.
Okay, well,
yeah, but I love
like
Peak.
Ben.
Okay.
Not all of us are so brave to put these games on their list.
Peak is beloved. Why are you acting like...
I
Why is that
like
your
Peak too.
list?
I love Peak too. When we're talking about the games that like are not on anybody's list except for Sarah's, like that's notable.
We can't all be brave trendsetters.
Sure. Does that look right?
True.
Grimshire at 16, Kingdom Come at 17, Silent Hill F 18, 19 Road to Empress, 20 Promise Mascot Agency.
What number was Grimshire for you, Sarah?
3.
4? 4, 3.
3.
So
That would
is
make
Grimshire
sense.
climbing? It can climb.
Grimshire is so freaking
Sounds like it's
fun.
climbing.
Is
I played this
Grimshire
game until the depths of the night and effed up my next workday so many times, like 1,000 times.
Grimshire made Haley a worse lawyer.
Right.
Yeah, I'm getting sued.
So did this
good.
show, okay?
Literally getting sued.
We all
getting
did.
sued for my
Not to-
poor practice.
Not to just make it all about Haley and her list, but like, where did Ghost land? Because even though I do really like Ghost, I haven't finished it, and I'm curious about maybe that isn't just in the top 10.
It was my
Here?
5.
Yeah, it's 5 and a 2. You know, like not that it's math again, but
And a 10 for me.
yeah.
I made it clear
For now.
last time also that Yotei is my hill to die on. Like
Oh,
that is
okay.
the game that I feel very strongly about
Okay.
this
He
year.
did let Donkey Kong go.
We got a hill.
I
Right.
did.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
kind of. I mean,
respect the
not like
hill.
overtly, but I did kind of was like, I'm gonna let Donkey Kong slide here.
No,
so I can
he was
fight
very
for Yotei.
emotionally
I can,
mature
I
about
can
that.
jingle the keys. We can unlock.
Over my dead body. That is the hill I'm dying on. Is that it's sealed?
Oh, so we can just call hills now and no.
Yeah, I actually have a few hills.
Oh yeah,
I got hills.
I'm dying on
Kingdom
this
Come
is
number
Rachel's
two.
hill number 2 actually.
Well, I
Sorry.
got my driving hills, so we all have our hills, I suppose.
Hey, Leo Vader, speaking of Deliverance, would you like something Deliverance right to your front door that's a fun, geeky item?
Yes, I don't want to be treated like Haley on this episode. I want it to be open to Deliverance all day.
Yes, well then might I interest you in I Am 8-Bit, everybody. I Am 8-Bit. They have a bunch of wonderful dorky things in their wonderful online store. You can use the promo code 8BitPresents for 10% off of everything under $100 in their wonderful online store. If you are listening to this, God bless you, but you're a couple hours into a GOTY debate, you have at least part dork in your blood if you did like an ancestry.com, and I promise anybody with one drop of dork in their blood would find something they love at I Am 8-Bit's wonderful online stores. You can go there. They are promoting right now, they have a whole Blueprints bundle where you can get, separate from the bundle, you can get the vinyl, you can get the CD for the amazing soundtrack, but then in the bundle they have the Swimbird plush, they have the secret garden key replica, open up a key into your heart, Swimbird pin, Blueprint desk mat, the postcard and stamp set, all in that bundle, the Mount Holly gift guide. So Blueprints fans, check out I Am 8-Bit. If you're a fan of a lot of these games we've talked about today on the podcast, check out I Am 8-Bit. Keep them around because they've shipped out so many items to the MinnMax community throughout the year. And so we want to keep them around for 2026. So use that promo code. It is on the screen, of course, 8-Bit Presents or 8-Bit Presents is probably how they wanted
probably
me to say.
8-bit presents, right?
I've been thinking that every time you guys.
They
have
can't
said
prove
that.
you wrong, though.
Yeah, so include the umlaut for the word presents, of course. But thank you, I Am 8-Bit.
Find out soon if Blueprints is good.
That's
Stay
right.
tuned.
Stop. You've all been like, nobody's knocked on the door of Blue Prince yet, and I live in
better
like
not.
fear.
There's a
It's
little
safe
knock.
in the top 10 for now.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a knock.
It's safe.
I am curious about the altars. It was poked last
play
week,
it.
and well, I
Oh my god.
Good night, everybody.
Now I'm cranky.
We let her
cranky
talk
guy.
about Kingdom Come Deliverance too much, and she's mad.
Treat me like
I
I'm a
think you've got
peasant.
more of your list on here than anyone, Haley.
It's true.
That's
You
never
shut
true as
your
long as
mouth.
me and
I mean,
Jacob are
I
here.
mean, how long is your list, Haley? Like, genuinely.
Well,
What
no,
does
I
this
just
mean?
do 20. And then I have all the games that I gave like half a star less and then a half star after that.
The point is the altars.
Yep.
It was spoke a little bit last week, and it was like, hey, actually, we're defensive about it and protective about it. Leo, it seemed like you in particular, you were kind of warming up to it. You were hot on it, then you refused to talk about it. Like, we'd hang out, get some breakfast, you'd be like, hey, let's talk about the altars. Like, I don't want to.
I would pretend to have a phone call, and yeah.
Constantly. And now, as of last week, you're like, hey, altars is great again. Here we go.
Here's the recap up to this point. It's been talked about on hundreds of hours of content ago. So back to basics. Loved it. Number 1 of the year, easy when I was first playing it.
Yeah.
We'll talk about what's great about it shortly. Fell off it. DJ Khaled suffering from success. Literally too scary. Literally the radiation crackling while all these people were depending on me, making me die, missing a day. It was too scary and too hard to fail. Like there was just so much riding on it that it became scary to boot up.
Yeah.
It gave me that not wanting to boot up anxiety for that reason. For a long, long time, the longer you don't play a game, the longer you're like, if I go back to it and it's hard, I'm going to be even worse at it now. Why would I go back to it?
Yep.
They lovingly, for me, added super easy mode a week ago,
Oh.
along with some other free content. And so I was able to jump back in with that on relaxed difficulty, which I will say, if this game sounds interesting to you, totally valid way to play it on the new relax mode, where there's like no consequences. You still get to experience so much of what's cool about it, the exploration, the story. But yeah, there's a mode now where you don't hyperventilate and have to shut it off and and look at the ceiling for a while.
Game's hard.
But you like some hard games, though. I feel like almost your default in a lot of games is to bump that sucker up.
I was playing on hard difficulty.
There we go.
But yeah, no, it's truly just I cared about the character so much, still do it. Now I'm back into it. I brought it back up to normal, and I'm like, would love to talk about it. I'm 18 hours in, I still haven't beat it, so I definitely want to defer to Haley, who is halfway through second playthrough. Last I heard.
Oh, I love the ending. Ending's great. I don't know if there's multiple endings, but I feel like there isn't. It's just multiple, kind of like Until Dawn, right? Maybe more people are there at the end versus not, but it's ultimately going to end the same way. I think that's probably, if I had to guess, how it ends every single time. Such good management. The way that you build the ship, like that Fallout mobile game, and you organize all the little rooms. Oh, that feels so good. It's like,
High praise.
yes, I had it organized. So it's like top floor is everybody's bunks and like the hangout room and stuff. Like I was visualizing, even though it doesn't do this, like what's the best way to lay this out for morale? I'm like, everyone wants to go to the top floor. That's when you relax. And then the one below is the science lab because it might be a little quiet, not upset people if they're working late. The scientists might be a little quieter. And then all, that kind of stuff, doing all that kind of stuff, even though it's not needed. It's extremely hard. You will have to unless you're doing like the relax thing, which I'm happy to hear they did add that, because that would be the barrier to entry for most people that I would recommend this type of game to, is that you get punished really severely for not making it any certain week. And it's the type of game where you can't just go back one day. You're going to have to go back 4 or 5 to kind of reset how you really thought how that week should be going. And that can feel really frustrating in the moment. It's kind of like when you play The Sims and then your computer turns off and you're like, my save data. It like kind of feels like that. Like you just scrubbed away everything you just worked on. What's the point? My only big qualm with it, and the reason I don't love it more than I do already, and I've talked about this before when we were on the podcast, is that it's not very good at detailing when a mission is like the final one for the week, so that I know how to time out, how to finish my tasks for that. There was quite a few times where it would be like, okay, we're going to have a big meeting, and this is how we'll figure out how to go into next week and the next big phase of what's going on. I was like, cool, I got to finish everything for the big meeting. So 10 minutes before the meeting, I finish all the tasks that I need to do. I'm like, perfect. I go to the meeting. They're like, all right, this time tomorrow, will start the meeting and make sure all this is done by then. And it's like a bunch more time. I'm like, oh, so I had to restart the whole week because it didn't really communicate when the final task for whatever chapter of the game you're on is going to be the final one. I found that quite frustrating. And that resulted in me not really failing because I was bad at planning, but failing because, I almost had to do it once to figure out how many days I had, and then I went in the past and times it out by there. I'd rather them just say straight up, this chapter 2 will be X days. Plan this happens then, this happens then, this happens then. Plan accordingly, but it hides it for story reasons, which I get. But
yeah,
God,
it just
that
says
made
the
me
sun
feel
is
really
far
gross.
away. Don't worry about it most days
Yeah.
until suddenly it's right up on you.
Then it's like the sun is really freaking close, and you're like, what? And then you have 2 days to finish 1,000 things.
Because you're on a spooky hostile planet with all these different anomalies going on that make it difficult. Back to basics on it is you are one guy. Your whole crew died as you landed on this planet to try to get this new resource that's going to save humanity. And so the only chance you have at survival is to clone yourself essentially, but by picking a version of yourself that branch at a certain point is an alter in that you look at the timeline of your life and the decisions you made that led up to you being on this mission, and there's a point where somebody, you either stayed with your mom while she was sick or you left and tried to chart your own course, and you see the branch there and you go through all these paintings and these little like couple sentences about it. And that ends up being really powerful and cool because you care about this main character, Jan Dolsky. You see the timeline of his life, and it's not like super elevated sci-fi stuff, really. It's like, did I go to college? Did I do good in college? Like things that we all relate to, things, family issues and things, falling in love or falling out of love. And then all the characters that are introduced, these new alters, you gradually have more and more and more, which is always this weighty sci-fi concept of like, this is a real person with a real humanity, and they might not be glad to be here, brought into reality just to try and help you, even though you will probably all die. But you end up having this care for everybody and these interesting things to talk about. It does have in the base management that cool Manor Lords element we all love, where you get to go in small. I mean, you're running around as yourself the whole time. So it feels really immersive, and you are constantly going through the environment you're creating and exploring the planet. That's the loop, going out, harvesting, setting people on mining extractors, bringing the resources back in. But it's kind of a grounded, character controlling version of a base management sim. But yeah, the conversations you're overhearing are like people remembering the same vacation they went on with the same wife we've all had, connecting on like, why weren't you more nice to mom? I was nice to mom and we had these great moments together, and you don't have any of that. Really interesting conversations, and just so effectively done in this sci-fi way. Like creating new alter is such a cool experience with all these visual effects. Mm-hmm. Yep. And you get the like hints at their face and the hints at the milestones in their life, and you start to go like, oh, is that what he did? The branching paths there. It's all presented in such a cool way that I'm not always into this type of management sim, but it being that grounded version and having those presentation elements be so on point, it feels like such a cool sci-fi story, third-person game with just a totally different type of gameplay where you're like mining and doing the management stuff.
Yeah.
There's a great moment where you're unlocking the scientist character, and his thing is deviation is he went into the sciences but ended up working for the same company. So he's up to date on the tech you're talking about, and you bring him to life, and you're like, okay, so you were actually you're an alter made by the machine, and he knows what the machine is because he's worked in his timeline. He's worked for the company. He goes, I'm an alter, fascinating. And he's like chill with it. And he's like, oh, I'll do research on myself. This is great. Like now I know all the stuff about what it feels like to be an alter, or whatever. I'm like, whoa. And another guy broke down in tears on the ground and had a mental breakdown. So I was like, oh, everyone's gonna hate it. But this guy was like, oh, like started writing notes and loved it. I was like, that's so cool.
Yeah, and everybody has this depth, and you really can tell them apart, even though it's all the same guy with like a slightly different facial hairstyle and voice. You still get such a strong sense of character, and you're like teaming up with the scientist on things against other people. It's so easy and cool to keep track of the different alliances, and they're each so deep. There's one called the Refiner, Jan Refiner, who I didn't get for so long because like, yeah, he just refines metals. Like that sounds fine, but not interesting. And then he's like not just the gym bro character, but he's also the stoner character, and he also has this character in his backstory that nobody else met because of the jobs he went and took, that he like has this profound relationship and learned all these things from. Everybody has these layers to them. And the presentation of that is cool too. The altars page where you see their moods, the descriptions of the recent events that are impacting them. And like, I'm happy we had a feast. I'm sad that our leader seems to not know what he's doing. That stuff
It's like
is...
Roller Coaster Tycoon when you check their little list of recent emotions.
Yeah, it's all just married really well. The story and the gameplay and the UI, it all feels like one sci-fi thing.
Does 15 feel right?
It's so weird to be like, and that's why this is an art piece worth thinking about.
Worth
5, 6,
next.
I also really like the story stuff in the altars, but I didn't. The reason I waited so long to chime in is that I stopped playing somewhat early because I just felt the systems were too much for me as a beginner to that genre. Like that's for it to be more hardcore management and not be used to that. I really just couldn't parse certain aspects of like what the UI was wanting me to do. And I'm like, I think I got to piece out. So it's interesting, Leo, that you bring up the extra difficulty that has been added in. Could be worth a revisit on that because I like the story stuff a lot. Like one of the early moments I had was you're trying to bond with the altar that hates you, and you know, like he likes pierogi because like you like pierogi, and it's like I'm gonna make mom's recipe, and it's like not quite right because you're on this other planet, but it's like a nice little attempt, and there's like a lot of really cool stuff like that elevates this game above a lot of, I think, things that have done similar stuff, almost like Cult of the Lamb did a number of years ago when that came out, where it's like, yeah, but like it just has enough of that extra cachet that kind of pushes it above.
Yeah. And there's little mini games. They added another one. They started with beer pong, and now they have like a tabletop card game you can play with your altars to cheer them up. And it's funny to go into that genuinely fun tabletop game, and it could go either way. And you go, I'm gonna let them win because it gives them even bigger boost to their mood, and he could really use it right now. It's my 5, Haley 6. Is that right?
Yep.
Previously I was like Silent Hill F just skated onto this list, and now I'm like, I don't know. Silent Hill F is a game that a lot of people like. Maybe it should go above, you know, some of the more solo projects.
Where do you put it? Hotshot? Call it.
Well, I put it at number 7, but on this list,
read the room.
Let's see. What if we swapped it and 100-line Defense Academy? I feel like, you know, it's like
2 games we haven't talked about.
Well, I'm just saying Kelsey chose her child.
She did choose her child.
I only get one. That's the rule.
I've had like 4 kids.
You get 2. They're both on here.
That's true.
Kelsey, can you regale us with the 100-line Last Defense Academy?
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Please.
I think this is fine. I don't think this is a game that any of you guys are going to want to play in the end, because it just simply is a really long one. So this is a visual novel. You might also call it an RPG, but I really do think it falls more into the visual novel with like tactics gameplay in their bucket. And it's essentially the people who made the Zero Escape series and the Danganronpa series kind of joined forces to create this mega sci-fi game that is full of the characters are incredibly tropey, but they use them in a way to tell a really interesting sci-fi story. Spoiler hats on for...
Sure.
Well, I guess I'll talk a little bit more.
I actually would
Let's
love
do
to
it.
have spoiler hats on for this, because it is one of these games that I see people just like, they're like, I can't tell you why it's so good. And I'm like, okay.
All right, spoilers.
Too.
Yep.
Is this I did want to ask, is this a game for 13 Sentinels fans? Is it kind of like in that zone?
That's an interesting question. I think that...
No, because they keep their clothes on.
Ugh.
Well, I don't know. We got spoiler hats on. Maybe Kelsey.
Yeah, do they in all 100 endings? They keep
yeah, see about that. Yeah, as far as I know, they keep their clothes on. But I would say probably yes, but the writing is quite different. Like it's both visual novels with some tactics gameplay, and they're told from different perspectives. And this one, you're not really fully going through different perspectives, but you are going through sort of different like realities. But I think there is a decent shot that you would like it if you like 13 Sentinels. But you do have to be prepared for it's a little bit more anime. It's got a little bit of like that tropiness to it. Very on purpose, but that doesn't necessarily mean you'll like it, you know? Like it's a parody of the tropes in a way. A lot of the characters are. So
spoiler time. Yeah.
Yeah, spoiler time. Yeah, so the first 30 hours of this game, and they are good. It's a good story, but the first 30 hours are essentially the prologue, where you are tasked with
That's a Clair
down a
Obscur.
couple slots, man.
Guys,
No, but it is
to laugh. Come on.
it's good that whole time. I say it's a prologue because that's when you're like, oh, okay, now I see what they're doing here. But you've had an interesting story leading up to that entire time. It's just that is what it takes to fully set up the scope of the game. So your first like playthrough of this game, you are these teenagers who have been tasked with defending this academy to save humanity from invaders. And the weird things happen, like the guy in charge, who's like a little mascot guy, gets killed very early on. You have no idea what happened. You realize, you can't really leave the academy because there's these flames everywhere. You find a way to get through those. You find out there's another academy out there that's like it's the second to last defense academy. And they're struggling, and you can
Is that their official title?
Yeah.
I love
That's
that.
awesome.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Fun.
And Sarah, there's a character in there that's a lot like you, and it's very cute. And at the second to last defense academy.
Did you romance her?
Well,
No,
there is a last one. Does she die?
Not in every route.
There we go, Sarah.
See,
So-
Sarah? It's fine.
So that's the thing. You get to the end of the game and you find out, like, the big spoiler is, of course, that, there's a couple of big spoilers, but, like, you say you are defending humanity, but actually you have invaded a planet. You are taking their resources to save
Excellent.
humanity. You are not on Earth.
Cool.
You also find out that you are all, like, artificial lives. The people who live on this planet, they look like humans, but they're way stronger. And so they essentially had to use some DNA from this planet in order to create things that could actually
It's
do
Avatar.
damage and survive. Kind of, yeah.
Oh, so, okay.
And at the very end of this first route, I mean, there's like betrayals in this, and there's like people who you think are your friends, and then it turns out they would rather wipe out humanity, and it's just all this kind of crazy sci-fi stuff is happening. But you find out that like the DNA that you were created from is like a literal like fetus. It's like a tiny little infant that never really, is in the probably 8 months old in the womb kind of stage, like looks like a baby, but is not even really a full baby.
And it looks like Sarah.
And that is the thing that you have been protecting this entire time.
I like that, Ben. I thought that was funny.
Yeah,
I missed it,
sorry.
sorry.
No, please, you're being eloquent. Sorry.
Okay, all right. But you at the end of this, you sort of like you interact with this baby, and you realize that like this baby is so powerful, and they've been like shielding it this whole time. This actually gives you the ability to go back and redo it all. So now you know all of this. Now you know you're the bad guys. Now you know
Time travel,
that
baby.
you're like harvesting the power from an alien child and all of this stuff. And that's where the game starts to take some really interesting branching paths. You know who betrays you, you know who's evil, you know some of these intentions of some of the people, and then so you can end up going in some like really wacky directions with that. I mean, the sort of like obvious one is the guy who you find out is evil is the one who kills your leader in the beginning, and so you can stop him, and you can either just kill him, or you can imprison him, or you can like there's all these kind of different routes that you go through. A little bit similar to the altars. What if we had done this instead?
Right.
But the thing that I think just makes it interesting as a story, aside from all the like different sci-fi scenarios that are just fun on their own, is like it really does a good job of playing with the idea of like time travel completely dehumanizes you. Like you see these people die over and over again in all kinds of different ways and be betrayed and be hurt. And by like even your second or third playthrough, you're like, yeah, whatever. Like I can just fix that later. I can just come back. But like that is that person's actual life, and it just completely desensitizes you to it. And like talks to you about that a little bit, like it is referencing the fact that like you are just sort of trying to serve, you're trying to come up with the best outcome here, but every time you do something, it branches, and that just causes a different issue that causes a different person to die, and you like don't even feel anything about it. And so then sometimes people start treating you weird, like, yo, you just saw that person like die, what's going on, you know?
Yeah.
I like that.
Cool so it's a really interesting story. Yeah. It's a visual novel. It's like, I'm not a big Danganronpa person. I never got through the entirety of a Danganronpa game. But I at least understand them a little bit better now, and I understand kind of like the writing can sometimes sound just really tropey on its face, but it is always just in the service of telling a more interesting story and sometimes making fun of these tropes and stuff. So if you absolutely hate the writing of Danganronpa, don't play this game. You probably won't like it. But if you can tolerate it, I think it's a really interesting game.
And then there's tactics gameplay too.
Yes, and I mean, we can spoiler hats off for that part.
Sure, spoiler hats off.
Yeah. I actually really do like the tactics battles, and of course, because you play through it a lot of times, it does give you the option to start skipping those battles if you're just like, okay, yeah, you've done it, you've done this one before. But they're fun tactics battles that play with risk and death a lot. So a lot of the like big things that you can set up have to do with like sacrificing people in giant explosions to set up like a really hard kill, because every round everyone comes back and there is a story reason for that. But it's interesting because a lot of what you do is like, I'm going to make myself weak because when I'm on my last legs I'm stronger, or when I kill someone on this battlefield, it does a large thing that can turn the tide of battle. But, then I have less people to work with for this battle. So I found it to be a super fun take on a tactics game.
Yeah. What about this? Try this on for size. I'm sliding it. I slid it above the altars at number 15.
It's weird, but they sound like the same game.
Yeah.
In like a weird way.
Right. Except it's higher on Kelsey's list than either of theirs, I guess. This is what I'm going off of.
I thought this was just like it getting like I thought my picks were just like the cool guy picks because no one else played them.
Right. They certainly
Honey,
are.
that's definitely what that means. They're cool to me, Kelsey.
Yeah. Kyle, what looks off from this bottom 10?
Like I was gonna say, I know there's like some distaste for split fiction, but there's also, I don't know, I kind of like it where it is. Like I think that feels right, honestly.
Put that at 11.
Yeah.
I think it's a tough one. I'm open to moving it, but it's one of those things of like, it's a game that a lot of us played and the gameplay rules.
It's
how do you
it's a little undeniable when you put your hands on that controller for that game, even if you're sort of annoyed by the sort of narrative of it. So right. I'm happy with it. I like it.
Sarah, how you feeling?
I feel like I would just move Stray Children above Split Fiction, because Stray Children we were trying to talk up, and then there just wasn't any room for it. Whereas Split Fiction, I felt like was actively tugged down.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yes. Thanks, Sarah.
I'm with that.
Leo signed off on it. Is that the bottom list, folks? Right now, from the bottom up, it's Promise Mascot Agency, Road to Empress, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Peak, The Altars, 100 Line, Silent Hill F, Grimshire, Split Fiction, Stray Children.
Yeah, I like that Silent Hill got a little boost there near the end. I think it deserves it.
The Jacob Geller save. Okay.
That's cool. I didn't even have to argue for it.
And now, get out of here.
Don't push it, Jacob. Why would you say that before we walk away from it?
Hey, it's done.
Okay. Upper list right now as it stands. Number 10 is Root Trees Are Dead, Ghost of Yotei, Consume Me, Death Stranding 2, On the Beach, Blueprints, Keep Driving, Baby Steps, Despelote, Hollow Knight, Silksong, Clair Obscur, Expedition 33.
Stop pretending Clair Obscur is not.
We work from the bottom up, obviously. Who knows? We don't know.
Okay. Gotcha.
It's such a running thing in these lists where, like, Spider-Man 2, Donkey Kong Bonanza, they have this problem where it's like, what do I say? But it's fun.
Right.
It's fun, and I like playing it. I had a great time. It's super fun. It's valid. It's just hard to talk about. I'm so glad we're not going to have that problem with Baby Steps. And that doesn't mean it's bad.
We're not, Leo. You're correct. Because we should just move it straight up to the top, and then we'll all be fine.
Yeah.
Baby Steps is, if you want me to talk about it now.
Come on. Yeah, we want you to talk about it.
love
Please.
I'd love it for it to move down a couple slots.
Because it's like, I remember when you talked about it on the pod and I was like, this sounds great. At what point did it have that? I mean, when you first beat it, were you like, this is my favorite game of all time? Or has that happened like in the time since?
It was, yeah, probably after I beat it, and then I spent several weeks thinking about it, and then I came back and I climbed up the rest of the mountain, and then immediately started another game as soon as I was done with it. I don't know when during that it clicked for me, but it's the best game ever made. It is the most impactful game that I have ever played. It
the best
beats
game
out
ever
the
made, except that it's
nostalgia
not
picks
fun.
of like.
Yeah, is it
Link
your
to the
number
Past.
one? To be clear, like I don't mean to derail
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I assumed.
Yeah,
I would hope so.
I'm not just. Yeah, but Clair Obscur, of course, beats it. Beats my favorite game ever made. It has broken my brain.
Yeah.
I obviously didn't expect it. I was very frustrated when I started playing it as well. The farther out that I get about it, the more I can't stop thinking about it. I wish that people could have the experience that I had with it, because I get the argument that it's not fun. You guys are wrong. It is very fun.
Sorry.
I'm with Jeff for the base idea. I think it's fun. I had a good time with that
it's
game.
fun too.
Like, it's fun to care that much about every single step you take. Like,
And when you get into a good rhythm and you start feeling yourself getting good at it.
yeah, it's like it's the
that's
same.
really
Yeah,
good.
it's frustrating, but it's the same emotions by and large as stuff like, I don't know, like a Hollow Knight or an Elden Ring of like, yeah, you're gonna fail and then you're gonna succeed and it feels amazing, and then you fail and then you try something new and you succeed. I mean, it's just basic rhythms of games, you know.
It is a game that is completely built around the idea of accepting that you're going to make mistakes and not just immediately getting frustrated by it. This is part of the reason that I love it, because so many games are built, every other game practically is built to make you feel like you are always winning and always progressing somewhere. And there have been plenty of games in the past couple of years where it's like, no, actually, we're really difficult. From Software obviously started that trend, and people were like, oh, well, now we love difficult games. That's not Baby Steps either. Baby Steps isn't designed to be a difficult game. It's misinformed to say that it's a rage bait game, which people call it. It's a try hard game that just is all about being able to say that you're really good at games. I personally, when I feel like I'm good at a game or somebody tells me that I'm good at a game, that is an embarrassing feeling to me. I don't like feeling that way. I do not play games to say, hey, I'm super good. I'm the elite that climbed up this mountain or whatever. Like, that is not the connection that I had with this game. This game is really about stripping out a lot of the other gameplay things that we put in games to make you get past that uncomfortable feeling of, I'm not good at this. I'm bad at this. What do I not understand about this? In doing that, it makes you, someone just said baby steps equals ego death, kind of like that. It makes you focus on your like, it puts consequences on everything. And I've said, I think I said the first time that I talked about it, I think it's the best level design that has ever been in a game. I think it's the best open world that has ever been in a game. When you play this game, by the time that you can laugh all you want.
It's amazing. It's
when
amazing.
you get to the end of this game, you will know angles, the angles of slopes down to the degree, and be like, I can step on that right there. 6 inches over, I think I'm going to slide right off of that. Like, the game expects that kind of perfection from you. It reminds me of a video that you did, Jacob, about it was a guy who like got really into Breakout or Pong or something. He wrote an entire book about losing his mind because it was like the first time he ever interacted with a video game like this, and he dove all in. That's like the mastery that you get from this game as you learn about it. And it's not difficult in the sense that like, okay, well now I'm going to throw a big boss at you that is going to one-shot you immediately, or I'm going to surprise you with a trap that you didn't see, or I'm going to put you in this timed focus thing. It's all like there's a stone in the middle of this river, and it's kind of far out there. Like, can you manage to do that step? And all the difficulty comes from the stress that you put on yourself. I've never been more in tune with a game physically playing this game, where it's like, if I am locked in, I can get through anything. And as soon as I start thinking about what I'm doing with my fingers, like I fall apart and I literally fall down. And the entire game is built on just putting you in those positions where it's like, don't choke right here because it's going to be bad if you do. And if you do, we're not bailing you out with a checkpoint that's going to automatically restore you. I know I gave Haley a lot of shit about the Savior Snops. Like this is a game where like wherever you are in this world is just where you are. And that brings consequences to it. Hanson laughed at me for saying it's the best open world.
I don't think so.
The sense of discovery and exploration that I have gotten from this game. Kyle was talking about it's amazing in Ghost of Yotei because you can just like fast travel everywhere instantly. Even something like Elden Ring, you have this astral horse that you can pull out of thin air immediately and then ride at supernatural speeds. Like every step that you take in this world is an effort. And so every time you reach a mound and look over it for the first time, it's flooring. The actual world design is actually brilliant, and it does some amazing things. Some of it is, like metaphorical and gets very surreal in things. Technically it is amazingly built, but it just funnels you naturally into these positions where you just have to perform, and you have to stay cool while you're doing it. You have to think about what you're doing, but not think about it so much that you're throwing off your muscle memory. And if you can do that, it is empowering. It is the most empowering game that I have ever played. My hands have never shook more than playing this game. My heart has never beat harder playing this game. This game is what ruined Ghost of Yotei for me, because that came out immediately afterwards, and I immediately went back to Baby Steps and wanted to play more, even though I had already beaten it. Baby Steps is, I think, the most powerful game mechanism as metaphor that there has ever been put into a game. I think, and I know I'm going up my own ass on this, but this is what I've been thinking about for the last 3 months. Like, it is the best metaphor for life and for becoming an adult that I think any game has ever touched. For all the story games that tell you story and tell you what to think about it, playing this game mimics what you actually go through in life in a way that I have never seen. Because being an adult, as far as I'm concerned, and I didn't need a video game to teach me this, but being an adult comes down to, like, sometimes life just sucks. It's really hard. Sometimes things happen that completely devastate you to the point where you don't even know where you are anymore. And the adult part of it is that there's no one there to take the pain away, to pat you on the head and say that it's okay, to like cover for you and fix the mistake for you. Like, the adult part is you just have to get up back on your feet and put one in front of the other and climb the fucking mountain again. And that is what this game teaches you over the period that you're playing it. 30 hours into it, I think I said, was the first time I actually felt like I could walk in this game. I kept on playing it. I went through such difficulty in this game, and I got to the point where I wasn't upset by it anymore. I would fall and lose hours of gameplay, and my immediate distinction was, just get right back up, dust myself off, keep on going. And like that carried me through the entire game. I think that the story is obviously very goofy. Like Bennett Foddy and Gabe Kuzillo took a very humoristic approach to it. But like these were things that they were thinking about it. They have said so in interviews. They've talked about wanting to put more into it. Obviously, the entire scope of the game is that you are this man baby who lived in your parents' basement, and it forcibly has been pushed out into the world, and now you're learning how to go through it. And it's just resiliency as a game mechanism, and not in the rage bait way, not in the, okay, now I can say that I can do hard things, in the kind of way of like, if I take the time, I can get through this, and I can learn what I'm doing wrong, and I can get beyond it. Is just the most brilliant thing that I have ever experienced in a video game. And after I beat it, I immediately tried to climb the mountain, because the beating the game is, mostly the end, but you're not to the top of the mountain. There's a little valley there. I don't know if we want to, I don't know how much of spoilers it is.
You got to tell us.
Talk about it. I guess put them on.
Okay,
sure.
Put them on. Everyone at home, put them on.
Don't worry about it if you're not, if you don't care. But you get to a valley at the base of the mountain. The entire story is really about how this character is toxically, individualistic. He will not take help from anyone. Basic conversations where people are trying to help him are awkward for him, and he runs away from them, basically. And at the end, you finally have to ask for help. There's this character named Moose, who's one of the many half-naked donkey men, but he's the good one, that really cares about Nate. And you move into his cabin with him, basically, and you essentially live happily ever after there with him. But the mountain is out there, and at any time you can basically start again from the menu and say, like, hey, I'm going out for a walk. They tell you at the beginning, there's nothing up there. Don't do it. In terms of like the try hardness of the game, the game constantly undermines that sense of, hey, I'm really good at games. I'm going to do the hardest thing. They don't give you achievements for any of it. There are story moments that completely undercut that, but like the mountain is still there, and I still wanted to play more. And so immediately after beating it, I went out and tried to climb the mountain, and I got, past some difficult parts, and there was a part that I just couldn't get past. I would, fall from there, and I would fall all the way down the mountain, and I couldn't tell what I was doing wrong. And so and this was before the game even came out, so I was like, I'll just set it down. Maybe I'll come back to it at some point, when I can see, like, I can watch a YouTube video of someone, how they figured this out. I guess we can take hats off. The rest of this won't be a spoiler.
Okay.
Other than that, it's after the end of the game. Don't worry about it. Weeks went by where I thought about this game still. Thought about all the things that I've just yelled at all of you. And then I finally decided to come back to it and try again. I sat down one night and I got back to that part. I saw a YouTube video, and it seemed like someone just effortlessly shuffled their way up this little spot. And I thought, I can try again, and I can do it again. And I got there, and I managed to just shuffle past it like he did somehow magically. And then like I was locked in, and I went on such a tear up the next 20 minutes of that mountain. Usually it takes you a couple times. You'll fall when you get to a new obstacle. I power stomped my way straight up to things. I'd get to something, I'd be like, this looks a little hard, whatever. I'm going straight through it. And I powered through it, and I kept on going, and I got so high, and then the sun started setting a little bit, just because there's a day-night cycle to it. And the shadows changed just a little bit on the snow. It didn't even really get dark. It's just the shadows kind of dissipated a bit. And as soon as I did it, it was like, man, things look a little different. and I immediately lost that like confidence I had on myself, and I fell all the way back down to the goddamn cabin, past everything. and I immediately, I didn't care at that point. I immediately just got back up, and I walked back up, and I went all the way to the mountain, which was the most grueling, like scary thing. You have to walk all the way along the ridge. And if you go too far one way or too far the other way, you're immediately going to fall. It's when you're on snow is slipperier than other terrain. And so you have to hold one foot up the entire time. And then when you do your next step, you have to pull the other foot up. My hands were cramping. I was shaking. I had to look straight down so I couldn't even see how close I was getting to the top. And then when I got to the top, there actually was a goofy little cutscene up there. But like, that was not the reward for doing it. I had realized that I could do anything in this game. I could get anywhere. And more importantly, it reaffirmed what I had already figured out about being an adult, which is that you just have to power through sometimes, and it will be okay. And you can, like, however devastating it is not enough, is like, don't just run away from it. Just accept that this is life, and it's messy and it's hard. And if you do that, like, you can get through it. And like, that is the experience that I had with this game. And when I look at any other game, even the ones that I love nostalgically from my life, from my childhood, it's like none of this matters compared to this. And I wish everybody could have that experience with the game. I understand why people bounce off of it, but it is not just the rage bait thing that it's like, it's goofy to fall down a mountain.
Right.
Like there's a lot more to it that I wish people could experience.
Beautiful.
Sorry.
Beautiful.
All right.
There we go.
Glad you loved it so much, Jeff. I do wish I had that experience as well. And it's not even like even that I was like, oh, this is bad or anything. It was just kind of a limited playtime that I was like, I get what this is going for. I don't know if I have the patience to let this into my life right now. It's almost kind of like not being in the mood to watch a drama when I'm in the mood to watch a comic.
For sure. Yeah.
Also, it's
clearly the perfect version of what it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. We didn't talk about the soundtrack enough either. Just the weird soundtrack that's like pulling from just the ambient sounds of the environment. Like, it's a really, really unique sound throughout the entire game.
And like weird animals.
Yeah.
They make entire soundtrack out of the animals. The story actually is really fun. The character who you hate at the beginning, like he has some moments where you realize what's going on with him a little bit more. I ended up loving him too. And then it's just that extra layer of part of it is that 45-minute unskippable cutscene. Once you start learning more about the developers a little bit, and you see a little bit more of their personalities, it just becomes charming all the way around.
Yeah.
So
there we go.
When I hit my Hitman Freelancer thing, talking about how I liked it more than anybody liked their top 10s that year. It's like dismissive, but it's like when you have your Hitman Freelancer, you'll know.
You do. You truly do.
And it's pretty clear.
Running up the flagpole. Is Death Stranding 2 on the beach beloved?
I love
I was gonna suggest that move. I would like that at 10 myself. I would like it as a swap with Yotei personally.
I would disagree.
Ain't no way.
Higher.
Ain't no way.
I look. It's not even that I don't think. It's funny because I'm like, I would be okay at it being 10. I would not be okay with it swapping with Yotei. Like everything that I find you just
hate Kyle
about Ghost of Yotei. It's just like every like, God, this is just so freaking default how open world games are made. Is absent in Death Stranding 2, and instead it's like, what if we made every interaction with the world interesting and not just like spoon feeding you a fun little thing, but like the world itself is engaging and fantastic.
What if the game was less fun? I think is what he's trying to say, right?
Yeah, I've played and beat both, and like I just found Death Stranding like I love Kojima. Like, I adore the man. Like, I'm a part of the problem when it comes. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to like Kojima games, like I'm always on board for everything. But like this one, there's so much in it that's just kind of ultimately was like baffling and not interesting and not that emotionally engaging and just like weird for the sake of weird and navel gazing. To the point where I was just like, it just didn't like click with me. It just didn't like move me in a way. And I just was like, where Ghost of Yotei did. Like, I was fully moved by that game, and I was eager to get to see everything Yotei had to offer, and I was eager to put Death Stranding down once I saw the end of it. I was not interested in returning to that world. I felt a little let down by it. I was just kind of like left like mostly feeling like, okay, I kind of get what you were going for. I think I see what the ideas you had here at the end, but there was just so many things that just didn't come together for me.
I don't even disagree with you on the story. I think the story of Death Stranding 2 has small moments that do work, surrounded by like large moments that don't. I think it is pretty disjointed and non-functional, like as a story. But at the same time, I know that's why you play these games, and like I think you more or less mainlining the narrative is going to make it a worse experience, because then you are getting lots of cutscenes of story that don't work, rather than like the things that do, which is like doing the deliveries, just like finding your way to move around the world. Did you do like the side quests? Because I feel like when we talked about I was spoilers.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sorry. I do feel like I'm being like rude to you, Jacob, and being like, actually, no. But
well, no. Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you that you didn't play the game. So if you did, you should correct me. My memory of our Max spoilers was you saying that you mostly mainlined the narrative stuff.
Yes, that is true. Yeah, for sure. But I mean, but it wasn't like 100%. Like I went off the beaten path occasionally because I wanted to see if it would pull me in and be interesting. But I mostly just found the stuff like repetitive and like, the conversations that you have with people that become really fascinating beyond, just talking to their holograms for a couple seconds. Don't really ever like it. There are some, like there's the pizza chef and stuff like that for sure. Yeah, I don't know. It was like, it just wasn't, I know I've talked to like Leo I know that like it really got, like you clicked into that game a lot. But yeah, it just wasn't, it just didn't grab me,
Sure.
in a way. Even that I think maybe even Death Stranding 1 did. Even though I enjoyed playing Death Stranding 2 more, like the act of playing the game, I had a lot more fun with. I was just a lot more engaged in the first one.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's like conversations with people in the game are bad. It's like it's not something that I'm arguing for, but it's just like it'll pale in comparison to Jeffem's speech about a mountain, but like the mountain in Death Stranding 2 is like my favorite location in a video game this year. And like, where I think the game is like too easy and kind of like doesn't make you interact with its systems fully for the first like many hours. You get to this mountain and your normal shortcuts don't work, and your like bike will run out of energy while you're biking up. And I was like walking up it, and my canteen ran out of water, and so I was like finding little places to shelter and like regain stamina. And the game is just so like staggeringly beautiful that you are kind of like trekking through these snowstorms where you can't see, and then the snowstorms would clear and you get stars, and you're on the mountains and you can see like the clouds under you, spread out like a blanket over the whole game. And it's just like the feeling of doing that and approaching your destination and having a song start playing and like coming to the end of a journey and like being somewhere different than when you started. Like that is the emotional experience that I'm connecting to in the game. And like there is nothing, I did not beat Ghost of Yotei. There's nothing even approaching that in that, the feeling of like a goal fulfilled, not narratively, but just like experientially, of like, this is the thing that I had to do to get to this place, and look at where I am now, is something that you don't get unless the game like makes you work for stuff in the way that Death Stranding does. And then, you know, returning to that mountain and being able to surmount it with the tools that you've gained and the knowledge that you've gained is, you know, an immensely rewarding experience. It's just like, when I think about games this year, I think about the mountain in Death Stranding too. You know, like that was kind of like my highlight of the whole year, of like, this is what it means to like emotionally engage with the world of a video game as opposed to the narrative of a video game.
Yeah, I'm not a Kojima guy. I've been into a Kojima game since Phantom Pain. I guess there's been like 2, but I really didn't bounce right off Death Stranding 1 because of the story stuff, and fell, there being a lot of it, and I completely fell in love with Death Stranding 2. The mountain included the like, this zipline's here, this zipline's here. If I had a zipline on this like sheer mountain face, that would help the deliveries between these 2 stations so much. And there's never going to be a mission pop up for that. But I know that if I take the materials and time to go scale this mountain and put this here, it will help me and help other people. And then you get the likes that reward that. Like, that's Death Stranding 1 stuff. And I'm so curious to hear from people, you know, comparing the 2. But getting into this needs to go there, and I need to see that vision through. This game is constantly doling out fun toys that were reliant on me doing a lot of side stuff, living in each chapter for a long time, and then when I'm finally ready to move on, I go to the base and see the cutscene. And I really I loved my time with it, and I did not want to leave when it was done, and I kept going until I unlocked pretty much everything in the game. And each toy you get is a new little, I could be helping people with this, or I could be helping myself with this, in a way that requires me to, like Jacob's saying, really pay attention to the world and really think about it as I look at it. But yeah, it's funny that the story is such a nothing to me because it is such a small percentage of what I did.
Yeah, I played both Death Stranding and a little bit of Death Stranding 2, and I'm definitely more on like the nay side of the fence, just because they walked back so much stuff that they set up in the first game, like the human craters, like you can kill people. Like they definitely they were like, oh wait, that's not actually fun. So they they created the little areas that you could attack. And I feel like what really hurt the game for me was just the combat. Specifically, like, why does every boss fight have to take place in a bog where I can't walk in a straight line for 5 seconds? Like, to me, that just makes no sense. Like, and it also
when you
just,
can
I feel
jump
like
30 feet in the air, it's sick.
I feel like I'm just smashing my head on the keyboard, and like I can get through the combat in that game. Like, it's not that complex. Yeah, I agree with Jacob that it's an absolutely beautiful game. But I got hung up on the combat. I got hung up on the fact that they like pulled back a bunch of things that they did in the first game. And yeah, just not. And the fact that like I thought that they lost budget for Norman Reedus because he doesn't say anything in that game. Like, he has a very big first moment in that game, and then like the man doesn't speak a single word for the rest of the game. I'm like, is he too expensive? Because I feel like everything's happening around him and he's just there. But yeah, those are I think my biggest critiques for Death Stranding 2, but it is a very beautiful game.
I agree on the combat front. That was a really disappointing like regression to me from the first game of like, we're actually not trying to say anything about violence. You know, the first game we had this like really profound thing to say, and now you can like shoot a guy with a rocket launcher and it's fine.
It's about sticks and ropes, and in the sequel it's about guns as well.
Can I just tell you guys, for all of the little like encampments, I just ran over people with like the minivan, and that killed them. And I just literally went and I just ran everybody over.
I imagine you made a lot of sounds.
The combat in this game
cars,
absolutely kicks ass so hard. It's so incredible. And I have never saved more clips of myself doing cool stuff in a game's combat in a single player game ever.
Really?
It's just because there's so many toys. I think I'm on Leo's side with that too. You can, if you just feel like doing that, like, what happens if I use this to lure them over here and then use this grenade to do this, that? It is Hitman-y, so I can see why Leo would like it too. But it's also very Phantom Pain. So is Death Stranding 1, but the guns do feel a lot better in this one than Death Stranding 1. Like, probably twice as good, but I did also hate that they backtrack so hard on the like, is killing people really that important? Like such a basic thought. They're just like, never mind, we're not talking about that anymore. It was kind of a letdown.
Yeah, blessed to only play the second one.
Can we put spoiler hats on, please?
Yeah.
Spoiler hats, time codes below if you want to dodge these things. I just hear so many people talk about like, oh, it's Kojima directly talking about Metal Gear. There's so much cool Metal Gear stuff in here. I just want to know what it is. What happens at the end of the game that's like an interesting commentary on Metal Gear?
Yeah. I mean, we can talk about the ending a little bit because it is kind of where it's not even that I was like, oh, this ending sucks and I hate it retroactively. I was just kind of like, that wasn't as interesting as I wanted it to be.
So what is it?
Like there is... I'm trying to think through a couple of the weird things. There's like a late reveal of a character who I think we talked about it last time, right? What's his name? I can't even remember. The president. Why am I forgetting?
Die Hard Man?
Die Hard Man. Like reveals himself as like, it's actually been me the whole time, and he does a dance sequence.
Right.
Which is like entertaining, but I'm like, I cannot for the life of me figure out like why that happened. Right. And I don't like the antagonist. I can't remember anyone's
Troy Baker,
name
man.
Now. Troy Baker. I just never I didn't like him in the first game. I really didn't like him in the second game. And the guitar as a weapon was like a bridge too far for me.
So
it was
Ben,
just like,
what happens at the end? It's not thematically connected to Metal Gear Solid. I want to answer your question. It's it's not like it's commenting on Metal Gear Solid, but you just fight Higgs shirtless in like exactly the end of MGS1/4 way,
on top
and
of the
they
gear.
say Metal Gear lines, and they
really
and it sucks. Like I mean,
commentary on how it was cool when that happened.
I think Haley liked it, but it like for me it was just like it was. I totally am with Kyle, and it's just like it's just kind of. It's not like interesting. It's just kind of big and silly.
Okay.
And they both have guitar weapons for
flamethrowers
for no reason. Like I am a benefit of the doubt person when it comes to Kojima, and I can see even the things that I'm like, yeah, this is stupid, but like I understand that he was trying to contextualize it and he was trying to like say something, and he explained it. But when it's just like, you know, two characters on like acting out the end of Metal Gear Solid 1 and 4 with guitars and like making funny faces, and like I was just like, this is not working for me, man. Like I like the sort of emotional connections of everybody. I like the characters, but like that final confrontation just fell so flat for me, and it just so often felt like it was being weird for the sake of being weird.
Yeah.
But I do like we have spoiler hats on. Tomorrow is the character, right? Sorry,
Mm-hmm.
it's been a while since I played this. Tomorrow is the daughter, is that from the beginning of the game.
Lou.
Is Lou. Yeah,
Okay.
she got stuck basically in a time warp and aged in this location and got kind of pulled out as an adult. And sort of that revelation, I think, is sweet and nice. And I like the idea of them, like, it's a very interstellar kind of thought, sci-fi thought process of like, you've lost all this time with your daughter. And I found that I liked that. And that was kind of the final twist of the game. But there's a lot of stuff in it that truly, and I'm not going to make any presumptions about what Kojima was thinking, but there's a lot of stuff that he was just like, I think people expect me to be really weird, so I'm going to be weird. But it just feels it just ultimately for me felt very weird for the sake of being weird without having any sort of emotional relevance to the larger story.
Yeah.
Was it literal Metal Gear Solid lines, or like just the vibes for Metal Gear Solid?
No, they said Metal Gear Solid.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Oh,
And there's a character who looks
Snake?
like the Kirkland version of Snake for Metal Gear.
Nirvana.
Yeah. Yeah, Nirvana, sorry.
Sounds like Nirvana.
Sorry.
He's got kind of the most interesting narrative of the game.
He's a good character.
He's cool.
Looks like Snake, but he doesn't actually do any Snake. It's like almost all the bad stuff of the game is encompassed in Higgs, who just like every time he shows up, you're like, why is this fucking guy here?
I was bummed when they brought him back from the dead. I was like, he was annoying in the first game. and he's annoying now.
Right. And it was like very much the pitch of like, we're kind of giving him the Raiden treatment of like, we're redeeming Higgs. Like that was their early messaging. So
They made him worse.
That's so funny. Oh, that guy's hilarious. Kojima is always blowing it.
I was truly like, I bet there's some pathos with him that I missed from the first one. There kind of is.
Not really.
No.
There's not.
In the first game,
franchise is
he was
insane.
trying. Yeah, in the first game, wasn't Higgs trying to end civilization because he like thought that was like the right thing to do? Like he had some justification for it, right?
He thinks humanity shouldn't
She's
have
trying
the
to
right
do
to
that in this
exist.
game too.
But in this game, he
same
just wants to do
thing.
it to be an asshole. He's literally just like, I just think I want to do it this time. Like I don't even have a good reason. My whole shtick now,
He
being
just
a
hates
dick.
Sam so much. That's like his whole arc is just like, I hate you so much. And that there's like a brutal scene where he's just on fire on the ground and it's minutes long. And you're just like, oh, and he's like, yeah, man. He's just standing over top of you, loving it. It's such a weird, just pure malice and hatred is literally what drives him in the second game.
It's just so crazy because I feel like the base is so good, and then you're like, what did you stick on it? You know, like like the building, the infrastructure, the delivering the packages, like that's cool. And then I'm like, what did you do? Why'd you do that to it? Why would you do that?
Yeah.
Spoiler hats off?
Yeah.
Real quick, did you do a big
Oh, spoiler hats on or off?
I just want to say with spoilers for a toy you get, like I have a clip of me jumping off a 50-foot like giant building and jetpacking over and body slamming a guy on the ground from way up in the air.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you I could have killed him running him over with a car in less time.
Save that clip,
true.
Leo.
I would be happy if Yotei was 9 and Death Stranding 2 was 8.
just from the beef alone, they have to be together.
What is it for everybody who has it on their list?
What is it?
5.
5 for Jacob.
It's my 2.
It's my 2 as well.
Jesus.
Wow.
Hey.
It sounded awful when you guys
Alright.
described it.
Put it
I'm not gonna
above
lie to you.
Blueprints.
It's definitely like a taste. You know, like it's like, do you like that? Yes or no? Like,
Well, but also it's
a flavor.
It's just like there are a billion things that you can nitpick about it, and it does get so many things wrong. But like the things that it's doing right, there
So
aren't
unique.
other games doing that thing, and it does it so well.
It literally
the
created
friends-
a genre, the Strand. Like we all
Don't-
joked about
don't
it.
okay, well that's
Stop.
a little up its
Tomorrow
own
Children
ass.
is
real.
No,
We all used it. You used it.
This
we use it
This game
ironically
is
because
good.
it's
Okay,
cringe.
just
We're making
And it's
fun of
been
you.
used ironically for so long that it's real. Admit it.
It's not a thing.
What's the non-Death
It's
Stranding
real.
Strand game, Haley? Come on now.
Elden Ring with leaving little signs and stuff.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
Yeah.
I will literally leave right now.
Whoa.
Are you kidding me?
Pokemon Legends.
Yes. The answer is Pokemon Legends. Okay, so this is
the
what I would've
Monster Hunter game, Wild Hearts. That's a Strand game.
we get it all. Boy. Okay. Is it on your-
I like
great.
Yotei
Well, this sounds
above
solidified.
I feel
Death
like it
Stranding
could be above
myself.
Blueprints. I'll say it.
Okay, hang on.
Death Stranding?
I mean, like, yeah, that's because Blueprint should be higher.
Okay, hang on.
Blueprint
It's
should
just
be higher.
weird
Well,
that you
who's the
guys
other
have
two?
so much negative things to
The
say.
story
about
sucks, the
games.
gameplay sucks, the combat sucks.
It is weird.
It
No
is
one
so
said the gameplay sucks.
All right,
We said
I
the
accidentally
gameplay
said
was
gameplay. I meant
The
combat.
gameplay
I
is
meant combat.
amazing.
Combat.
Sorry, Ben's just saying what we're all feeling.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
move forward to the next mission until the highway was built up to it. That
I think
added
this franchise
at
is a
least
cult,
50 hours.
and the
to
people
my-
that are in it are like, "Hey, let me
it's
tell you about the
having
good word
friends-
of Death Stranding."
If having
Even
friends
though
is a
complain
cult,
about it the entire time while they're
If
talking
helping
about
others
it.
I
But
Yeah.
have no
is
complaints about it.
culty, then I'll do it every damn
Leo,
night.
you're valid. Everybody else, then ice. 'Cause
I
I
have,
don't know
I
what
have, I have
What did I
5
do?
weeks of amazing memories
If you
with this
like
game. It took
something,
over my
you're not
life like nothing
supposed
else.
to admit that there are any bad parts of it.
Yes.
Everyone listen.
Exactly.
Kill the
It's
critical
not even,
part of your
it's
brain.
not even just that. It's
Eliminate
just
nuance.
it sounds very visceral when y'all talk about the bad, because it's not just like, oh, this thing isn't as strong. Like, there's a lot going on when y'all speak about it, and maybe it is just the highs are so high you don't care if the lows are really low. I've had games like that. Maybe that is the case, but it is jarring how much this tends to be the conversation around this franchise.
It's because
No
it's
question.
doing so many things, I think. And yeah, like Jacob was saying, some of them are weak, but then so many others are like 10 out of 10 fun mechanics that get washed away with the like weird stuff, which doesn't hit with people. I totally get that. I like the weird stuff, but like totally get when it doesn't hit. When I see the fights, I'm like, yeah, buddy. I like turn up the TV and I'm like, get it.
I'm not gonna lie, that did kind of sound cool. I'm also that kind of
Yeah.
basic where it's like,
Yeah,
that sounds like
I'm
it could
that kind
rip,
of
but
basic.
maybe it is bad in context. I don't know. It sounds good fun.
That kind of stuff rips. It's hard to be Death Stranding 2 because the charm of Death Stranding 1 for me was like, what the hell? What's a baby's in a tube? And you're like trying to figure out what's going on. And that's so fun. It's like learning the lore and like all the proper nouns and getting immersed in that world and learning it incrementally. And Death Stranding 2 struggles because I already know all that stuff. So when I see a BB, I'm like, that's a BB. And I just like know all that already because I've played 90 hours already.
Right.
So my favorite part of Death Stranding 1 was figuring out the lore or whatever. But then I think I liked Death Stranding 2 so much is because it's playing one of these games is unlike playing any other game ever. Like you can't tell me that when you run through a sign and it says it in the computer voice, keep on keeping on, and you run through another one, it's like, wait, what do you? It has like little check mark sound. Like you feel like so in place in this world. And it's because that it's trying to do a million things. It's like reaching out and trying to do all these different weird niche little things that no other game does. That when it does hit, you're like, I'm playing Death Stranding. And you just know you're playing that and it feels so good. I've got a 4K TV for, and you better believe this was the first thing I booted up on that thing. I re-downloaded just so I could I loaded up a mountain save file and I looked at that snow and me and Michael went, whoa! We just ran around the snow for like half an hour. It's the prettiest game ever made. So pretty. And yeah, the story's weird.
A lot
and
of ever mades going on today.
That's
I've
the
noticed.
secret, by the way, Sarah.
It's because time
Come up with
goes on.
I'm writing
Sarah,
that
and
down.
New things come out, and they are the best thing.
Next year, you gotta just say this is the greatest game of all time. And
Yeah.
I mean, Jeff did say
6.
that with baby steps.
That's what I just
I
said.
know.
And I
He
was
was
correct,
right.
though, to be fair. So you can't use it unless
I
it's
choose
correct.
to simply present what happened, not how I feel about what happened.
I mean, I think Death Stranding has got some juice here. I mean, criticisms noted. I mean, Kyle, is it on your top 10 list?
It is low. Yeah.
What's it at?
It's
What's it
7.
at?
Yeah.
7?
7.
What are we doing
That's
here?
not bad.
What are we doing here?
I mean,
This
7
is
is the highest you can
I
be
feel
while
like-
being
yeah.
low, though, in your defense.
That's so valid. That's exactly how
Except
I
for
think of it.
6, but whatever. You know?
Choose a 5
6
and
is
a
mid.
7?
Yeah.
Like
I think
sounds like
it's
it's
climbing.
really good.
I think it's climbing. I mean, Kyle, you gave it an 8.75. That's like almost as good
Yeah.
as Deadpool VR. That's only like 1 point away. Like that level of quality is what we're talking about here. So it's
You can't
Yeah,
use his
I know,
review
I'm
scores
focusing
against
on the
him.
negative.
Yeah,
That's
it's messed up,
weaponizing.
bro.
You can't weaponize them like that.
Why?
Videos on the table. Now I know y'all don't read my articles, and I'm like, that's awkward. It's like a lot of kind of stuff getting thrown around. Don't worry, I only wrote like 3.
Yeah, I was focusing on my negative feelings about Death Stranding 2 for sure, but there is a lot I really like about that game.
Yeah.
But it pales in comparison to the sort of consistent joy and fun of Yotei, which is kind of how the conversation started, of sort of comparing them a little. Like that game there was never a moment of that game that I wasn't enjoying myself, to the point where it was like I needed to find more to do with it after I was done. Like, and I don't do that often. We're all very much a group of people that likes to move on from games after we finish them. Yotei was like the standout for me this year. That was like, I don't want to leave this world. I have fallen in love with Atsu. I don't want to leave her side. I want to continue to be here and see everything that this world has to offer.
Yeah.
And it also has a beautiful mountain that has a very memorable, the most difficult fight
You're
in the whole
mountains.
game in it. You know?
Yeah,
A lot
but
of
you
good
can
mountains
just
this year.
fast travel right to the top, Kyle, so it doesn't
Only if you get there
Yeah.
once. You gotta get there once first by
I
yourself.
do love it for that. I love the fast travel. I that's a huge, like I said, that's like in the pro column for me. Like it makes that game go down so smooth. It's like the Spider-Man 2 argument that we've had like a couple years ago, where it's like, well, it's just like too smooth and too consistently fun, and it's constantly telling you fun things to do all the time, and
Right.
and for that reason we can't take it seriously. I guess I don't know why.
Kyle, I
but,
literally looked at it. I'm like, where do we place Marvel Spider-Man? Because that's probably where we're going to have this stuff Yotei.
yeah.
For me,
same-
it's
'cause
like
I feel really strongly about liking that game too.
For me, it's kind of like I would recommend Yotei to 90% of my friends and they'd
Yes.
really like it.
Yes.
And then I'd recommend Death Stranding 2 to 10% of my friends and they'd adore it.
Yeah.
That's how I differentiate. You know what I mean?
And I do,
Yeah,
you know,
that's
in the big
Talk
ranking.
for 10 times as long about it.
Yeah.
Yes,
in the big ranking, Consume Me. I have Ghost of Yotei above Consume Me at this point. Like, the fact that Janet said she would not actively not recommend people play that game. Like,
not at least without an asterisk. Again, I think it's really, really brilliant, those first 3 chapters. And then, it does become kind of difficult after that for me.
What if I'm arguing for a game that I didn't play here, but like, I kind of want to see Keep Driving above Death Stranding 2.
Yay!
What if we swap that in Despelote?
A lot of dissenters on Keep Driving, though, as well.
I don't know if it's...
To be fair, I just didn't see the vision, and that's the same. Like, I think that's where I am with a lot of games on this list. I'm never, like... I am so glad Jeffem gave that speech. There is not a game that can make me feel what he got out of Baby Steps.
You just haven't found it yet, Kelsey.
There is. Someday they'll
it's
make
out
one.
there somewhere.
Yeah.
I didn't think it when Leo was giving his Hitman speech, and then the next year.
Oh, I'm not saying a game can't give me that amount of passion. I'm saying there's never going to be a game that hands me a crazy difficult thing over and over again, and it's going to make me happy about it.
That's
Sure.
That's a good way to summarize it.
I'm just going to start moving stuff. What do y'all think about Blueprints at 9?
Ooh, no.
Oh, that's like hateful.
No, that's upsetting.
That's actually
Blueprints
hateful.
is so good.
Blueprints
The only
is
reason
so
it's
good.
not on my list is because I could not finish it, and that was a personal failing. I started another game, too many months passed, and I just couldn't go back. So that's the only reason it's not on my list. I think if I beat it, I don't think there's a chance it wouldn't have been on my top 10. I just felt like I really couldn't speak fully to some of the things that maybe people might not love about it, which, yes, Sarah, I'm going to mention the RNG. I'm just saying that that's out there. I'm not saying I agree with it, but because I couldn't see it more through, I don't feel like I can have like a huge comment on like the weaker parts, but I thought that game was like wildly impressive and fresh.
Yeah, it is so game dev wizard level of what the hell's going on here that I love this so much kind of thing of just, I don't know enough about game design to know why I will never, like, I just had to keep playing it over and over and over because roguelike puzzle games sound so stupid on paper and it's just so perfectly done here that it's so fun.
Perfect's a strong word.
It's perfect. I think it's damn near one of the most perfect puzzle games ever made. It's just
I like Blueprints a lot. It absolutely should be in our top 10, but the RNG really pulled a lot of the satisfaction out of puzzle solving for me. Like Janet, you're saying like,
You're who I thought of.
If I'd beaten it, maybe I would have like but the thing is like my wife and I beat it together and it was ultimately kind of disappointing because we didn't solve the puzzle so much as we unlocked the like that was like on a run. We got the hammer that let us break walls and that's like just wasn't super satisfying. But like there is so much novel about this game that is cool and interesting that I liked. But and there's nothing else like it. But I've had puzzle type games experiences that I just found more consistently satisfying.
Lorelai?
Yes, yeah, personally, yeah.
That's creepy.
But yeah, like I don't want to top this too low. It just wasn't like I thought it committed sort of like a puzzle game sin to me, which is like there were many occasions where I knew how to solve the puzzle, but I just couldn't. I just wasn't allowed to on that run. You know what I mean?
It does fall into that aspect, yes.
The room didn't land next to the room, even though I've been trying to get it to land there for the last 3 or 4 runs. And that was frustrating. But like the highs for that game are very high. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of, it's a way that if you play it trying to do what you want to do, you'll probably have way less fun than if you kind of let the runs happen at you. Like if I'm like, I want to open the garage door and I start a run, I'm going to have a bad time because you just won't get the RNG. But it's like, oh, I'm realizing that there's always drawings in this type of room. Maybe I'll start keeping notes so that every time I happen to draw that room, I'll write down what, blah, blah, blah. And then you kind of uncover all these long form puzzles that allow you to make progress on one or more puzzles with every run, no matter what you're doing. And then if you happen to 20 runs from then realize, oh, I actually can do the garage thing. It's like a happy accident. And you're like, oh, I'll go do that right now. And then you kind of get lucky, but it's also, if you try to tunnel vision your goal in this, it'll just be a bad time, I think.
You have to steer into the skid of the RNG, which is, I do think for people who say, like, to me, I think it is a little bit of both, like, which is such a cop out of like, I see both sides of the argument. I do think by and large, the RNG does help for forcing you to keep a fresh eye and uncover things you wouldn't have if you ended up getting laser focused on potentially also the wrong things. But I also do think there can be those struggles of sometimes I had a list of many things at a certain point, and sometimes I ran out of the fresh eye that I did have. And I do think that can happen. And I do kind of wish there was like a way around that to some degree. But I do think by and large, like the RNG is purposeful to the game's benefit.
For the first 90%.
Wait. As the person who has blueprints at number 2, can I speak?
Yes.
Thank you.
I will allow it.
I will not let you.
Thank you. Okay, so yeah, blueprints is at my number 2. This was a major game for me this year. I think just as somebody who enjoys puzzle games, but gets a little tired of games that are constantly like keeping hints for you and like handing you things and being like, oh, just so you know, like you did discover this. I love the way Blueprints gives you like nothing, essentially. Like, I love the way that Blueprint says, if you think something is significant, write it down. Like, if you think this is a good moment, write it down. And I feel like the way that the game, you uncover things organically was so clever. And I did make it to, room 46. I did make it past that point.
We're in spoiler territory, right? Are we not?
I mean,
yes.
We can put the hats on if it makes you feel better.
I mean, for spoilers,
I think it would make the listeners feel better.
Yeah. Okay, retroactive spoilers for Blueprints starting right now.
And the underarching narrative of this game being like a political intrigue, I think this has one of the most interesting stories that I've seen. And it's the way that it's generational, right? So it's like, not only are you trying to get to this room to claim your inheritance, the goal is to quite literally piece together what happened to your family and like where your mom is. But I think what I like about Blueprints is not only does it have all these puzzles, but every single puzzle gets a little bit harder than the last one, a little bit harder than the last one, a little bit harder than the last one, until you hit the final puzzle, which I haven't solved and I'm never going to solve it, right? It's literally an insane puzzle. It takes you to an insane place and you literally have to be an insane person to figure it out. But I think what I like about Blueprints is I was able to uncover all of the story and find my satisfaction in that. I feel like Blueprints is about finding your satisfaction, okay? Mm-hmm. And if you want to chase the secrets of the universe and you're not going to be happy until you unlock every key, open every door, that's fine. But I feel like I got to a point and I looked around and I said, I am satisfied. I'm satisfied with this experience. I'm satisfied with all the things I've uncovered. I'm sure there's stuff that I've missed. But I'm like, I got the gist of it. Like, I put like 60 hours. Like, I think we're good. And I feel like Blueprints is just like, it's one of those not once in a lifetime, but definitely like once in a decade games that comes out. And you're like, oh my God, like they did it. They really did it. Like everything that I've been working towards, all of the clues that I wrote down on day 1 are paying off on day 100. And there's so much hidden stuff. So for example, if you enter this one specific room, I think it's on like the 25th day, this one specific room you have to enter like the boudoir or something on like the 25th, and it's Christmas. And you get a Christmas tree and a bunch of items. And if you didn't enter that room on the 25th, you just wouldn't get that. And I was like, oh my God, like how much people think that the game isn't even fully solved yet? Like people are literally, someone said that this game is actually just about like obsession with puzzles and how obsessed people get about things and not taking a straight answer. But yeah, I found it very satisfying. I think it's definitely one of the best puzzle games of all time. It's my number 2.
Yeah.
Love the story. Love uncovering things. And every time you think that you can't uncover something crazier, they're like, psych, it's actually crazier.
Any other specific moments where we got the hats on? Gameplay moments or anything?
I guess like the whole subtext is that your mom disappeared and you don't really know what happened to her. And then you uncover that essentially you live in Fen Ares. You live in like the red zone, but your family comes from like the line of a different kingdom and she's like pro-blue. So essentially your mom is like a freedom fighter. And she's fighting against the government and she stole a crown and ripped all the jewels off and then left it for you to find and then fled the country. south and just left you. And she was supposed to come back. So people are like, is she dead? I don't know. And then, yeah, you become literally the blueprints of the blueprints in this house. And yeah, you literally, it's like, but you could just like not fight that. It's fine. It's just like, you know, the story does get a little crazy.
Puzzles are satisfying even without the narrative stuff.
Yeah.
For
And
gameplay moments, learning you can unlock stuff permanently was like a big, oh my God,
Great.
this is really cool. Or I just think it has a lot of nice, fun surprises that feel so, this is only happening for me in a weird way, even though obviously it's the game available to everybody, but it's like, and Kyle, you mentioned playing this game with your wife. I was playing this game with Isaiah, and we kind of had a shared note system, and which also gave us like double the RNG, which is the way I liked playing it that way, where it's like I can find out stuff faster. That was also just so cool, and it did have like, I think it's a little bit overly compared because I often make this comparison, but it did feel a little bit like that, like Breath of the Wild vibe of everyone. You can start the game at the same time, and everyone has a different story about what's going on with them. Like if we all started and played 10 hours of the game, we would have maybe the same general things on the table to critique, but we'd have like wildly different experiences. But none of them are like lesser than. And I think that's what makes one of the things that makes the game really cool.
I got into watching speedruns for Blueprints, and it is the best game to watch speedruns. You watch like a Hades 2 speedrun, you're like, okay, your thumbs are good at moving, but this is like, what are you thinking about? Like, what could you possibly be thinking about in 4 seconds when you look at the 3 options you can pick? They're like, store closet. I'm like, why would he pick store closet the first round? Oh my God. I'm like thinking about it. Like, it's like so fun to watch. I think the current speedrun record is 11 minutes to get to the final room, which is,
that's crazy.
And I watched the video of the dev watching that video. I'm just being like, oh my God, he's not going to make it. He was like, oh my God, I think he's going to have 2 steps left at the end of this, like trying to pre-calculate when he was only halfway through and stuff like that. Oh, so good.
Yeah. I love speedrunning a game you walk so slow in.
Yeah.
I feel like, yeah, you do rock a little slow, but I feel like this is the only game that I actually enjoy reading in. Like, I feel like most games they'll put reading in, and I'm like, I don't need this. This is garbage. Like, this is a waste of my time. But in Blueprints, I'm like picking up every piece of paper. I'm reading it. I'm looking at it. I'm reading it again. I'm looking around, and I'm like,
the first
like
one,
dotting
the library.
Like getting all my books.
God.
I feel like it reminded me of like being in college again and like trying to do research on things. And it's like you can research until you feel like you know enough about the topic, or you can research until you're like you have a PhD in the topic. And that's kind of how I feel about like Blueprints.
And then just one more thing.
It is unlike something like Vampire Survivors, which were this like left field, like, whoa, what is this? This is influential, and now we're getting a lot of games inspired by Vampire Survivors. Blueprints feels like a game that I don't think anyone could like recreate. You know, it's not. It didn't like become a genre into itself. It's like this is a singular thing, and I think that's what it's.
I really enjoyed the recent anecdote that was just like, I can't translate the game.
Yeah,
because it is untranslatable. You know that it's like you would essentially have to remake the game from zero because it's so tied into like
there's
what
like
language.
English wordplay puzzles.
The puns and
it'd
be so much work.
Oof.
But yeah, just one last thing about the RNG, because I know that's kind of the sticking point. Is like it on paper looks like something that would annoy the heck out of me, but the runs are so like just snappy and interesting every time that like sometimes a run is doomed, but you're like, well, but I'm still gonna like see this through as much as I can because I'm going to learn something on the way. Probably I had very few runs where like I gained nothing. Yeah. And even if I did, it's like it was like maybe 10 minutes, you know, if I truly gained nothing. So I still liked failing in this game.
I guess we can take the hats off because this isn't a spoiler.
Heads off.
It's obviously up for debate with a game within a genre, whether it's like better, quote unquote, to be more for like the genre sickos or more for like a mass appeal audience. Like I do consider myself someone who I don't dislike puzzle games, but they dislike me is the term that I always go back to. And not to make this like a this versus Lorelei because they're not in the same year, so it's not totally relevant. But something I really liked about Blueprints is if you ignored the sounds of the puzzle people being like, this is so crazy. Like even I'm on my ass and I'm like, that sounds like I really can't touch it. I found it to be like really accessible in part because the structure is that it hides that there's puzzles in front of you. While like Lorelei, the thing that kind of put me off of it is I went to one puzzle and they said, don't worry, go to the next. And I said, I'm just seeing a bunch of puzzles I can't solve. But Blueprints, I don't know that I'm seeing a puzzle until later, and the exploration can kind of aid the puzzle solving in a way that I don't really feel like I've fully experienced in a game. I think games have attempted that, and maybe it's just a personal failure that I haven't been able to latch in the same way. But that's kind of also what adds to like the Blueprints aha moments that I did have, where you'd learn a piece of like, I think they're cool because if you are really on it, you can solve it earlier. But if you're a little, respectfully, because I identify this way, a little dumber, they'll kind of just give you the answers to some things if you put enough time in. And I really like that as like a integrated difficulty scaling within the design of the game.
It's also inherently fun to do that tile placement, like Betrayal or classic board games where you make the maze like that. It's just inherently fun to do that and then get to explore the room, and there is resources that you're managing and exploring the room to find, so it's interesting to explore the mansion you're making each time that way. And also those layers of puzzles, there's something here. I've been in this room 100 times and I never noticed this thing was here.
Yep. Call me crazy, lock me up and throw away the key. Is Blueprints our number 4?
I like it there. Yeah.
Whoa.
That's really my qualms with it, but like I like it.
It's
I like
high
it
up
there.
on other people's lists, just to be clear, other than Sarah's?
It's my 3.
Okay, geez. Other Blueprints people?
It's my 6.
Okay. Hang on, should we wait for Leo? Is he going through some technical difficulties, or is he starting his DJ set? I can't
No,
quite tell.
I'm going downstairs so I can yell because my wife's in bed.
Okay, could you...
Oh my god!
Could you... is it on your list, Blueprints?
You tell me, big dog.
You want to start it right here, right now?
I'm scared.
We all
Give him
leave?
what he wants.
Leave Murray alone. We'll give you whatever game you want. No, he's gonna kill her.
Leo,
Wait, Ben, do you know where it is on his list? Did he like send it to you?
No, I don't know what he's doing. Did he hear us? Is he going to answer the question?
Blueprints isn't on my list.
Oh!
What, dude?
To the bottom
That's crazy.
bracket it goes.
Don't ask. I'm literally right outside the bedroom right now. Don't ask me this right now.
Yeah, Ben.
Because I have
We
to
better
yell
not
my
move
answer.
it.
Yeah,
We better not move it. We don't want to wake his sweetie up.
Okay,
I stopped playing because of the RNG stuff, honestly, but it's like I still respect the game a ton, and I know there's puzzles that would have made the RNG stuff less punishing if I just observed them, but my patience was running thin. But I had 12 great hours, and that's not nothing.
It's not nothing.
That's not nothing.
Well, I mean, if 3 of us bounced
That's
off
not
it,
nothing.
I went
I'm
back.
more slipped off than bounced off.
Yeah, okay. I'm just being cheeky. I listened to your bonus pod where you guys were hot and talking all about it, and Leo said, "It's my hand to God," and I quote, Ben Hanson will say the line, "Well, if 3 of us bounced off it." So I feel like I needed to get that out there for the sake of bonus pod payoff.
Thank you.
It looks like
Leo got
Leo's
the
taking us for a
boudoir.
rave.
Yeah,
The
I
boudoir
know.
on the 25th day.
DJ Leo! The compression's
cozy for
part
a
of the
new
art.
house.
Bit rate is so crunchy.
He looks like Despelote.
Thank you.
Yeah, the title character, Despelote.
That's right. So it's an interesting list at this point. I am curious about the game that apparently, based on the last 10 hours of podcasting, shall not be mentioned, which is Hollow Knight Silksong. It has been...
And whose fault is that?
It's been crickets.
Who put Baby Steps as number 1? Was that there the whole time?
God did.
It was.
Can someone that isn't Jeff answer the question?
We're
It
still
was there the
working
whole
through
time,
it.
but we couldn't always see it.
Yeah, we're still working
You
through
kept
it.
ready.
screaming, "Don't put Expedition 33 at number 1," and so he listened.
Yeah. But Silksong, where are we at as a group on the old Silksonger?
I've been shocked that it hasn't been poked up until now.
Wait, it's pokeable? I assumed it was highly unpokeable.
Well, according to who? It's my number 1.
Okay, all right.
I know Janet likes it. I don't know that anyone else likes it.
Jeff,
So-
It's my number 2.
It's
I'm
my number
unqualified to
4.
speak.
Okay.
Whoa!
I dislike Metroidvania, so I didn't even touch it.
Yeah, like some of us just don't like the genre, so you know, you don't really want to poke something that you're just like, well, I hate all of them.
play
So.
it, so I wouldn't be annoying here. Do you know what I mean?
I am fascinated by Janet's journey. I know you've talked about it a lot on Remap, but I went back and listened to the episode of the podcast right after Silksong came out, where it was you and Jeffem throwing it in the mud and then pooping all over Silksong was the consensus. It was fascinating to hear because it's like, oh, it's a roller coaster, but the map sucks ass. And then Janet, I asked if it's any chance it'll be a GOTY contender for you, and you said, quote, "Oh, most definitely not." Like you were so down on the game, and not to say that your opinion now doesn't matter, but just like you have had such a rebound with that game. It's fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, people take that really intensely because they love Silksong and they decided that before they kind of started the game. And when they started, they're like, oh my God, I see what I love about Team Cherry's design, which I think is valid because you pick up on more if you have more knowledge on the franchise. But I mean, I feel like you've said this before, Ben, if you start that and don't have that feeling, it feels like a very regular video game with some things that are annoying in it, which is like how I genuinely felt. I think it'd be the easy route to say, ooh, I don't know what I think yet, because it's like, no, I have thoughts. They're just not going to be liked because it's like one of the most beloved franchises ever. But I kept playing it. I'm like, I want to see how far I can get in it. And, we'll see what happens. I do love Metroidvanias. I love platformers, but I don't like Souls-style games. And I don't particularly like the idea of fighting a boss a cajillion times, because I already have to fight bosses a lot in regular games. Don't really want to do it 32 times in a game. It's just not my style of game. I think, and admittedly, I think the opening hours of Silksong are its weakest because you have the least amount of things. And I think you can screw yourself over depending on how you explore, because for me, that game really starts to sing when you get a couple abilities and you have more to play with in how you go about solving challenges. And some of those challenges are traversal, some of them are combat oriented, but having a little bit more in your arsenal goes a long way. So once you get over that initial hump, you only get more things and you only get to enjoy more playful level design. I think this is one of the, I get people not playing it if they don't like Metroidvanias, because it is a Metroidvania, but I would be so curious if you guys ever do, because I feel like this is one of the most enjoyable Metroidvanias because it's so sprawling that it doesn't feel so ping-pongy to me as other ones do. I think often a Metroidvania doesn't make the game worse, but you see, I guess this is the double jump area. Cool. I guess this is the somehow go farther horizontally area. Cool. And you mark it or you don't. And, we talk about that in games. And Silksong has some of that where it's like, this area is high up. Maybe I need some form of double jump. But it also has so many times where it's like, oh, I didn't actually need a new ability. I need to come at it from like above in the level, which I will do if I explore long enough. And actually this wasn't ability gated. Or you can get things in like a really different order, where stuff will be really different if you have like a bigger tool set. Like I had a lot of the platforming abilities when I did like the sand area, like the difficult traversal in the sand area. And that was still hard, but much easier for me than like my partner who got there before they had like the sort of grapple hook ability that you get. And there's so much differentiation on how things hit and freedom that you don't feel like you're like, so much of Metroidvanias, what I think frustrates people and what frustrates me is when I really don't know where to go. And sometimes that's like a me L, sometimes it's the game L.
That's the thing,
Here, there's not really an answer on like where you need to go. People are like, oh, where do I need to go? And so you just start going. And like, there's always an answer. It's always exciting. There's like, yeah.
I don't know about that. I mean, going back and listening to you guys in the middle of it, when you're like 8 hours in, both you and Jeff were like, exploring sucks. I never know where to go. They're not nudging you in the right direction. So I push back on the idea if it's always exciting, because you both were super fried at that point.
It's not that you can't you're still exploring then. It's just if you need to figure out where you are on the map, or like map oriented. The map was my biggest problem with it when we were having those conversations, and the game continued to grow on me. And I liked a lot of what I played, and then Baby Steps came out, and that's another one that died on the vine. I'm sorry, but I really do enjoy it. Like I said, it's my number 4. And in this year, like, it's a murderer's row of top games. And I when I look back on it now, I don't think about the map or whatever other small quibbles I had with it. Like, I think it's just an incredible journey. There's not a lot of 2D games that I play where I feel like I am exploring such an interesting world as I did in Silksong.
Yeah.
Also 8 hours, but I played 65. So I do think that time hits differently depending on where it is. Like 8 hours deep into the game feels differently progression-wise than does early on. I mean, early on, that 8 hours, I had the diagonal pogo, which I stand by, I don't think is good. I know, Jacob, you got really attached to it, and you're not alone in that. I never, like, by the time I was about to switch to, like, the down one, because you get different kind of, like, attacks and, like, all these different things, I was like, you know what? I was too harsh on it. It's not that bad. I figured out how to do it. You just got to take some time. The second I could leave it, I was like, God, that thing sucked, and I never want to be around it again.
You almost developed the skill.
I mean, I do have the skill, but I don't like it. I don't like how it feels. I think it's too. But also, it doesn't matter, right? Because there's so many different ways that you can play, and like crests that you can have, that you can sort of have this like freedom within, like how you want to spec out your combat and exploration. Some people have crest for combat, crest for now. Like, you know, I was basic. I just Reaper, baby, because I need constant heals. It didn't make me have less fun with the game. Maybe it means I saw less of the systems than you did, Jacob. But like, I think that's also what makes this game really cool and special. But those things don't start to reveal themselves until you start to get them, which for me did take a long time. And I do have critiques about that. But it doesn't change the fact that this is like my number 2 of the year. And frankly, if I'm being really honest, I think it probably is a better game than Clair Obscur. But Clair Obscur is my one because I think has a little bit more of a special, warm, fuzzy heart feeling to me. Mm-hmm. But I think game for game, I think Silksong probably is a better video game.
Jacob, you've been quiet about this game you're very passionate about.
Yeah, I mean, I've been quiet here. Won't shut up about it on other venues. I mean, it's a hard. It's a game that's kind of hard to mount the kind of defense or whatever I want to for it, because it's just like I just think it's like it's kind of impossibly beautifully designed, and it's something that is not apparent while you're going through it for the most part, because it is kind of so invisible, you know, that it feels very, I think if you're just going through it, it feels very like polished Metroidvania, you know, like, the art's good, and I like how the combat feels, and the music's great, and whatever. And it's hard to see what's special about it. And it is just like everything that is done here is done at such a kind of beautifully expert level that you don't even notice how good it is. You know, that the fact that, like, I really think in terms of like where do you go, this is the least frustrating, like, for how big it is, the least frustrating Metroidvania that I have played. You know, that like there is always and just the fact that like the hidden areas were a big part of Hollow Knight, of like, wow, I thought I had seen all the game, and there's stuff here as well. And there are areas that are so hidden, and yet you will find them just kind of naturally. Like, it's just like you just have to hit a wall and the wall disappears, and you're like, well, why would I do that? But you do, like, while playing the game. And I can't even name, it's like seeing one of those magic tricks where the magician gets you to like all think of the same number, you know, by like subliminal. It's just kind of like, how are they doing this? How are they like putting me on this route that I feel like I'm choosing every single thing, and yet it is like it is where they want me to go. And then you find like, oh, there are more places you can go. And, you know, to be the combat sicko defender here, like, it is the combat design in the game is just unbelievable, and it is so punishing and is so jarring, even coming from Hollow Knight, because it's so much faster and the enemies do more damage, and you have to like build up more silk to heal than you did before. But like what it allows them to do with the combat of just like every fight is kind of on the razor's edge, where you are like coming back from almost dead to full health constantly throughout the fight. You know, like you are having these wild swings in momentum to and from, you know, like you feeling victorious in a way that just makes each fight dynamic. It is totally one of those games that it's like you can't BS your way through any boss. You need to know how to deal with every one of their attacks.
That's not totally true.
In order to get through. At some point in the game, it becomes more true.
There's like, to your point, there's like 2 that you can cheese, kind of thing. Of
yes,
like
there,
30 something.
Yeah, and you there are places where you can have tools that help you. You can have NPCs come and fight with you. They allow for these things, but at the same time, it is just like it is a game that requires like a meshing yourself with it so completely. That like it requires knowledge of it to be played, knowledge of how the enemies move, how the world is connected, how things are signposted, how quests are connected, in a way that, and I said this on the podcast, but like it so trusts that you will find that playing the game is like it is moving in a purely design sense, that like I can't believe they have this much faith in me that they would just trust that I will find this way to do this in the game. But you do, because it is just that well designed. And I think, then I think thematically it does very beautiful things with the character of Hornet and the world of Farloom. It does all this, but like fundamentally it is just like the way this world is constructed is the thing that speaks to me so much.
Yeah. Does it feel right at 3? I'm having a tough time seeing this one. There's things I want to move, and then I look at it, I'm like, I don't know where it would move to.
I mean, I don't know how much we want to be poking things or if I'm getting away from the topic that you presented, but like I kind of feel like it's Clair Baby Hollow Knight.
I kind of feel it's Clair Baby
without
Hollow
having
Knight.
talked about Clair too much yet, but
Let's talk about Clair.
Let's talk about Clair Baby.
It's really freaking good.
Yeah, it's Clair Obscur. The more I think about it, the more I'm just stumped about the idea of like, this does not happen in the video game industry. A game that competes at the AAA level does not come completely out of nowhere by a brand new studio and just dominate the conversation, dominate the awards, dominate the enthusiasm. If you go look at IGN's top 500 games of all time or something list, I dare you, go down there, go down that list, tell me what is on the level. Like, especially single player stuff. Like, you could argue like PUBG, there's multiplayer stuff, Minecraft, right? But it is so singular, and I think so much of it comes down to, again, the part that I can't stop thinking about is just like, what impeccable taste that group of developers have for them to form a lot of folks working together for the first time and just to coalesce after years and years for this game where basically every note in the game is just like, oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so smart. And for an entire RPG experience, like, it just does not happen. I was talking to Matt Helgeson, friend of the show from Game Informer. I was talking about the Clair Obscur phenomenon. I was like trying to pick his historical brain. Like, when is the last time a game like this at this production level came out of nowhere and blew everybody away? And he's like, Tony Hawk 1? Like, we're talking like that level of just like, whoa, what is happening here? Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, it's also just so wild to have a game that is predominantly about death and loss, and for it to still feel so sweet. And I don't think it's a quote unquote bummer or downer of a game. It's so close to the bone narratively to darkness, but it's still a joy to play through. And it's just that dance of that tone is so tough.
Not just from the sense of humor, but like it's about like purpose, and you feel that even in the face of so much sadness and darkness, it's like you're driving forward in that game.
Yeah.
I would love to invite you guys to play more RPGs.
Hey, here we go.
Clair Obscur literally is my game of the year, and it does an incredible job. But some of the things that we are praising Clair Obscur for, I think, I suspect are like the production value is so grand that it is really kind of inviting people to give these things a shot. That, and I do think the battle system is inherently more interesting for a lot of people than your sort of traditional turn-based RPG. And I mean, it marries all these things really, really well together. I mean, I don't think it's like a failing that people who aren't into RPGs love this, as I'm starting to see, like, as a take that pops up. Like, I don't think that means that Clair Obscur isn't doing something different and interesting. It's like all of these things together. I mean, it's having this really beautiful story and these really amazing characters, and also the production value to like really back that up and really turn a combat system and like a gameplay system that is not usually very popular outside of this niche into something that's like a lot more approachable to people.
A genuine question, because I've heard people say that, and I have not played a ton of JRPGs, so I want to be on board. The character writing here, I think, is for me what kind of puts it head and shoulders above other things that I've played, because I've played like a good number of RPGs that have like a great concept where it's like this, what an intriguing world design. But for me, it was really the game starting and characters speak like people to each other that felt unique.
I mean, Jacob, genuinely, that's another one of those production value things. It has incredible voice actors. Most RPGs do not get this. And I do think, it's both the writing and the acting, but like a lot of RPGs just kind of don't have voice acting at all. And it's so much more impactful to have those lines like acted by really talented people than to just read them.
I hear you. This isn't a damning discussion about RPGs, but like, I grew up loving JRPGs, are so important to me, and I'm more hit and miss these days. But like, I think just the writing is the biggest component. I mean, for JRPGs, a genre I still have so much love in my heart for, when I feel like 80% of them I play and the dialogue makes me wince. And I feel like if someone watched me play, I'd be incredibly embarrassed. And then to go into Clair Obscur, and it's like, not that it's perfect writing, but just like, oh, okay, we're working with things here. It's impressing me. There's a maturity level here. And yeah, so I feel like the writing, it's not just the production values. I mean, my beloved Final Fantasy VII or even Final Fantasy 16, which had like an English first emphasis, it's like, even with those production values, it's like the script is
I assume
rough.
There have to be RPGs that are less embarrassing than Final Fantasy 16.
Yes.
I'm not like, I want to be clear that Clair Obscur is my game of the year,
Totally.
and I think it does a lot of things in a super unique and new way, and I'm proud of it for that. I don't think it's fair to say every JRPG has worse writing. This is the first one with really good character writing.
Right.
But I totally do get that, like, if you've only played a handful, that is almost certainly your
Tell me a game
experience.
with better writing. A JRPG with better writing than this.
I think Xenoblade Chronicles.
Okay.
But I don't. But not in like a leagues above way. Just in a like, no, this level of writing has been done before. But I feel the writing harder with these performances, because the voice acting performances in the Xenoblade games are like pretty good, but the voice acting performances, this is honestly one of the first times that I've been like, oh my god, voice acting can be so important. Because it's not something I really valued in a game before this one, where I was like, oh wow, this like really does elevate a lot of this.
Yeah, and I think this game definitely has like an easier on ramp for people who are like don't really want to play RPGs, which I think is what we can commend it for. And we can hope that now that people have seen how popular it's getting, budget can be assigned to JRPGs to get bigger voice actors, like maybe some reanimations. Like, I feel like this game is doing a lot of good in the industry. Like, it's shaking it up in a way that like I can't help but like respect the hell out of it.
Yep.
Totally. I mean, just this much like budget behind a totally new IP with a totally fresh world and a unique premise from the jump. Like, I don't know, inspiring, hopefully, that a game this out of nowhere can be this big of a hit at this size.
I mean, they did
hope we
say
see more
the
of it.
reported budget is like $10 million, which is
Less than
confusingly low.
Pokemon.
Right. It's oddly low.
Sarah, is it your number one? What is your number one?
Yeah, it is my number one.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like there's some people like who are in the deepest dive where I never really got a sense of where they ultimately landed on it. And Sarah, you streamed it throughout the year, and it's your number one.
Yeah, it's my number one. My only gripe is like, the balancing. But that will come with maybe more like experience for them. Because a lot of it I was just like, ooh, a lot of band-aids here. But yeah, it's my only critique.
Yeah, it is. I think there's some charm in it. And I do think as time moves on, this is just going to be hailed as like, oh, it's an all-timer. But I think part of the charm out of the gate here is like, it has some jank to it. It is a little uneven and wonky, like especially by the end of the game, exploring the world map and the difficulty scaling being all over the
You can
place.
see the Unreal Engine 4-ness sometimes.
Right.
When you climb a ladder or something.
Yeah, or even like the camp just being the same no matter where you are. Like those types of like kind of like simple things. Like it's not this polished, amazing gem of a game, but I think its ambition, its heart is so great that you overlook things here and there, Like I had plenty of audio bugs going in here and just weird audio mix issues and stuff like that, but I assume all that's ironed out, and it's just the heart, it just pours through it in a way that it's endearing,
I booted this up to show it to my friends because he got a PS5, and I was like, you're gonna love this. Just like show him the initial, little bit of the opening.
Okay.
And he now loves it. It's like one of his favorite games ever, as a side note. But I was already nostalgic for it. Like the menu, I opened the menu and it was playing, and I felt as if I played it 10 years ago, kind of energy in my heart. I'm like, that's crazy. That's probably the shortest span of time between I engage with something and feel nostalgia for it. Like what, 4 or 5 months? That's absolutely insane. And I remember thinking while I was playing this, ooh, I'm going to think about when I played this for the first time when I was like 1/3 of the way through. There's just so few games where you get that we're in the good old days, I need to cherish this on my first playthrough kind of energy as you're playing it.
Yeah.
It's weird thinking back to like when this game was first announced, and I don't, someone can probably pull my exact quote because it was on a MinnMax stream, but I think I was like, this is either going to be surprisingly incredible or like just
I remember
terrible.
you saying that.
Yeah.
I remember you saying that.
It is beyond even my highest projections for it. Like I thought it had the potential to be like really interesting and cool. And I do think this is among the greatest RPG. Like it's among the best in the genre. And I know I said like, yes, this is not the first time a JRPG has been written well, but not a lot of them are written about adults. And I do think that matters to some people.
Sure.
And like a lot of really good writing has been done about teenagers. There is a teenager in this game and her writing is very good. This is, like there hasn't been a ton in the genre that focuses on fully grown adults.
Yakuza, it's like, it's rare.
Yeah. But
I mean, the point is that there aren't many other examples.
No, absolutely. I'm saying that's like the one that comes to mind. It's just like, there's not that many.
And also like that hasn't been an RPG for very long.
Exactly. Yeah.
That wasn't an RPG until recently,
For
me, it's really the systems.
I love it as number one, right?
I love it as
That's
number
where we're all
one.
getting at.
Yeah.
I have some gripes with it.
Please, the gripe zone.
A game like this that with the sheer highness which with this game was talked about definitely activates the contrarian in all of us when we come to it late. It's like, okay, what is this? But this game totally won me over from the first 15-20 minutes. Like the great opening we talked about and best moments and stuff, like totally won me over. Liked it, loved it, had to have it. But about 2/3 in, the illusion of the combat completely had gone away. It's like I meet an enemy and then I have to fight them and lose or fight them and barely win as I learn their patterns so that I can memorize the timing, which is so completely random. They're winding up and you learn when they swing down. And it's just, you don't possibly in a million years learn that except by interacting with it. And it being new enemy after new enemy where that was happening, I kept interacting with new enemies and I was like, I don't want to just go through this part where I don't know the patterns until I memorize the rhythm. It's such Simon Says gameplay to do the dodging and parrying. I completely lost interest in it. The illusion that I was doing combat was gone. And I just put it on easy and I blew through all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's not, like there's so much cool about the combat, but I stopped getting interested in it at all because how mandatory that is and how boring it became.
There were some bosses where I looked up, like, because there were some times where like it was unclear when an attack would come. You know, someone would raise their sword or whatever, and it would be like a sort of seemingly random time that they'd swing it. And so there were a couple of times where I looked up and they were like, you know, he will briefly lift the sword for a second and you need to press 1 second after that. And I would be like, okay. And then and then be a little better at it. But yeah, there was a little bit of frustration with that.
Yeah, I feel
For
like
me, the audio
combat
design carried that.
Yeah, for the hints.
Yeah, everyone's like, oh, listen to the audio.
It
Not
felt like a
always-
smoke screen. It felt like a whoosh, woof, woof, whoa.
Yeah,
cool
and I think
stuff
the
happening,
issue
but the
is they
gameplay itself was rough.
They kept like doing arms races with the bosses a little bit. Like, I don't know, like the size of the bosses goes up, and then when the size goes up, my characters get smaller. And I'm like, what is this, like a battle for ants? Like, I can't even see me on the map. Like, what do you mean you're hitting me? And I feel like the boss battles lean too heavily on like debuffs, like status effects in like a weird way. Like, I was like, this is so weird. Like, let it go.
Look, after Persona 5 Royal, this shit is as nice as it could fucking be. Which, I mean, yeah, I think they do lean on that, but they also have so many like pictos that you can equip that can also offset that like I didn't feel as miffed about that for that reason. And like to what I had like brought up before, like obviously I love the story, I love the characters, like Mael's like all time one of my faves ever. I think she's fantastic. But the thing that really like hits for me in this game is the synergy in the ability, where I think sometimes, which like Kelsey, you're not at all wrong about like some of the general conversations happening, especially now that this game is so critically acclaimed about it. But like, it's not, I think sometimes people just still, what makes this turn-based design fun to like, you can dodge and parry, and like as someone that doesn't parry, you can dodge. Like that's, to me, it's not at all what really gives it the heat. It's the pictos, the lumina, and the way those characters can be in conversation with each other, which like, this is the game that made me try and then subsequently become obsessed with Slay the Spire. Because when I finished this game, I said, God, how can I feel this alive again? And I went seeking and I found Slay the Spire, and I'm like, holy cow. Which that doesn't really happen in games ever. And especially that early on in a game. Like, again, not to just keep throwing up other JRPGs, but I beat Persona 5 Royal this year after a lifetime of working on that. And like towards, no joke, like it's like a, sorry to throw you in the bus, Kelsey, but it's like a Kelsey-ass story. 160 hours in, I'm like, now the combat's really starting to sink. But that is kind of how I felt when it came to synergies in that game a little bit. You know, it's part of what that's at least maybe again, taste thing. I'm drawn to more, the more you can get creative within the combat system, where it does go beyond just the like, here's the obvious answer. You know, it's what I liked about Metaphor, where you could just like stack your archetypes into something funky and power through a dungeon. And I think Clair does so much fun with that. And as you explore and get more stuff, suddenly new strategies appear in a way that it's like you keep coming up with new, better, cooler answers. I think that's also why I never felt what you felt, Leo, of the like eventual like grading of what you're being asked to do, because I'm like, I just came up with an even better answer than ever before, and I'm ready to kick ass.
Yeah.
And then I did, and then I didn't, and then I did again. And I also like that element of it where I'm like, okay, I'm hot shit. I go to something, especially late game, and I'm like, ooh, still not good enough for this. Or sometimes it's like, no, I'm going to try to overcome it. And I think, like, to me, I did feel like the game was well balanced. Like, I never felt balancing issues in this game personally.
I did like the characters. I felt it reminded me of like playing Magic the Gathering, when you're like, okay, like this is clearly like the fire build and we're going to focus on lighting enemies on fire. But I do feel like the game was just give Mael a sword. Everybody else, your role is to buff Mael and give Mael more torrents.
But
that's not like
baby.
It's not balanced though. It's not like pretend that's like a balanced and good strategy.
I think it's a valid thing to bring up, but it is kind of funny.
You know, it's like as probably the one guy here who fought Simon, who's like the Uber boss, who's hidden in the bottom.
I fought him.
Like,
I just didn't win.
Okay.
Yeah, same.
I'm glad you went there though. You know, it's like it was so fun. Of like, you know, whatever combat sicko. You take the guy who loves Sekiro speedruns and have him make a turn-based RPG. That is obviously going to be for me. But like the experience that I had similar to Janet was like, there would be things in the game that were so hard that it was like, I need to build my entire team into this like perfectly focused laser cannon of just like everything. And yes, it was buff Mael, because Mael is the main character and she is a nuclear bomb. But it's like, you know, it would be like, okay, we've got the setup. CL goes first. She gives double damage to someone on the next turn. Then Minoko goes. He debuffs the enemy. He buffs Mael. Then Mael goes and she puts herself into, you know, virtuoso status. And then Mael hits with her virtuoso attack. And it's like she can only do this after 7 turns of setup, but she does 30 million damage when she does. You know, like it is totally the Slay the Spire thing of like, getting all your cards in a row and then having them go off one after another was this like incredibly fun strategy. And I kept feeling like I can optimize it just a little bit more. Like I can squeeze just a little more juice out of this thing. Was something that I found incredibly fun throughout. And honestly, my balancing note is it sucks after you do this that the last boss you kill before even gets to like play the second half of musical track, you know, that I think you get too powerful by the end. But I loved the combat in this.
I love getting too powerful at the end. Let me walk through it. If I put in the work, if I'm out there, I mean, I think I have like 85 hours in this game. And I was like I want more. And honestly, the only reason I didn't play a little bit more is I got locked out of the platinum because of like 2 missables that I happened to miss.
Which they patched,
Sorry, I
right?
didn't live in the town at the beginning.
Right,
I guess
right.
I'm a piece of crap. My bad, game. But yeah, it just was. I don't know. Like it's such a. I think we throw this around a lot because to Kyle's point from like hours ago, a lot of us are the type of roll credits and continue with something else if we even get there. And this was one of those games where it's like I want everything because what I get is more of the game. And that's all I want. It's so good. The design of the little levels is, I think, bad, and the overworld is like a little.
That's my only.
But I don't care.
Notable.
Because I like everything else so much more. I'm like,
so much.
So don't know where you're going. Who cares? Like I just ended up not caring
But
about
there's
that.
nothing over there. It's just a trio at by 8 times.
Yeah, it's like you made a circle, but I'm still lost. Like there's that, but it really, it's an asterisk that I let people know because I do think it makes those early, kind of like with the Silksong thing, it makes those quick early brushes with it. Like I guess the combat seems cool, but I don't know. I feel like I'm a little bit like turned around. It's like if you like it a little, you're in for a lot to come. Yeah. Like it only gets better as it goes.
Yeah, and it's like there is a comedic amount of teasing in that game of like, oh, this doesn't make sense to you now, but trust me later, you will fully understand what's happening with the family.
Which I will say was too long. They could have.
It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that.
They string you a lot. For what a great like twist it is, they string you along way too damn long.
I
Sarah,
agree.
Watching your stream, I was like, I fear she's right. Where they're like, what could it be? It mustn't be. And it's like, what if we all just sat down and talked about it?
But did you look out the window toward the westward sun where the flower was dying? And then everyone's like in the chat's like, oh my God, when you finish the game, this will be so meaningful to you. And I'm like, cool, can't wait to get to that point.
I do think it pays off though. Like it is a lot of teasing, but it's like, I think without going into full spoilers here, because that was in the best moments, but like I do think it pays off for like, oh, that is a cool angle. It is having extra layers to the story that
I don't think we
reframe it in a fun way.
Added anything though by putting it off for 30 hours.
I think it's nice to have some big whams at the end. Yeah, I think that's absolutely worth it. If they just said, here's what's happening in this world early on, fart, delete from hard drive. No, but it'd be less impactful.
Yeah, I like the pacing.
Yeah, you gotta. It's not that long of a game, you know. So I guess I wasn't tortured by too much of that.
Yeah, that's like the shortest game I played this year. Come on.
Move it up. Move it up.
No.
Yeah. I'm with Leo on that one.
We've all been pretending it's not going to be number 1 for
how many people here
genuinely honest to God #1 baby steps.
I hear that.
No.
I am curious.
No.
I
Absolutely
think I
not.
speak for all of us when I say we regret not
Hitman
putting Hitman
Freelancer
Freelancer number
talking.
1.
Yeah.
Baldur's Gates 3 comes and goes.
Yep.
Hitman Freelancers forever.
dare
Baby
you.
steps.
Not if you don't
Obscur,
finish
same
it,
way.
baby.
Jeffem had
It's
like
clear.
a spiritual experience with baby steps that I deeply respect, and that does not make it a cool game.
So disagree.
Another thing to think about.
Well,
How
it's
dare you, Kelsey?
I make it's a cool doesn't make it a it's just there's no
I love
world
that for
in which
you.
I
You know,
could find joy in that game.
You don't gotta.
Listen,
You
it
just
is-
gotta.
listening to
I'm
Jeffem talk about it.
If
Okay,
look,
that's fair.
Look,
Sure.
if
it's
this
beautiful.
list is based on passion, as we have said,
That's true.
then when the heat death of the universe comes,
Yeah.
just send me out there with a copy of Baby Steps into the
Yeah.
middle of it,
Yeah.
and I'll keep you all alive for another billion years.
Yeah.
But I want to measure group passion, and I don't want to play more
That
baby
said,
steps,
Kyle,
you know?
please let me finish.
All right.
Claire's my number
Let Jeffem
2.
talk for the rest of the episode only.
Claire's my number 2. I am totally happy in the Hitman spot of number 2. I won't pretend that I should trump everybody else on this list, even if my passion is higher. I would
No.
I would be
I
okay with
reject
Baby
your
Steps
claims.
going
Baby
down
Steps number
exactly
one,
one
Jeff.
spot.
No, I am.
Oh,
Now,
there's
how
your-
do
that's
you
a
With
feel?
your rocks, no question.
Love-
It's my number
love you
9.
throwing
Baby
out-
steps changed you.
Baby Steps did actually change me a little.
I genuinely
but-
support Jeff and Baby Steps number 1, just for the sheer chaos of it.
This is crazy.
For the chaos
crazy.
of it?
No.
The sheer
Baby Steps
We
Yeah,
all
number
love
yeah.
Claire. It's anything
Yeah.
close to what Jeffem said.
Top 3 in the
Always be
podium.
just
It's still
combined for Clair
there.
Obscur and less than Jeffem's speech for Baby Steps.
We have talked about Clair Obscur for a combined total of about 15 hours over this year of podcasting.
It's
I think if you got
unequivocally
that
good.
passion and put it
Yeah,
together.
lesson learned. We don't shut up when Jeffem's doing
Great.
something important.
How many people here have Clair Obscur as their number 1?
That's
Okay, for the
insane.
record,
Of course,
that's
our
Haley,
number one.
Janet, Kelsey, me, Janet. Sarah, and Kyle.
You can count me twice.
Killing me.
Yeah.
You chose the wrong thing to try to. That's like so empirically impossible for you to try to argue. That should be number one now.
I've done making a choice. I'm going with my heart.
Jeff, I'm
Decision
moving Baby
made.
Steps down.
Jeffem's my Mayel, and I'm
I-
putting all my pictos on him. All my pictos! I'm putting all my pictos on your balance game on Jeffem. I'm Mayeling Jeffem on your balance game.
Painted power. Picto.
We all know that number 2 is the most respected spot on the MinnMax list.
It's kind of true.
Yeah.
That's like the passion slot.
That's the 1,000 times resist spot. It's the Hitman Freelancer spot.
That is true.
What's number 3 normally on our list?
Hollow Knight Silksong. Good question.
The Hollow Knight Silksong of the year.
You know what? I don't think it's gonna get up there, but I'd love to see that at number 2. And I feel bad because that literally is just copy pasting my list. But I think that game is absolutely phenomenal.
I would agree with Janet that it should go Claire, Hollow Knight, Baby Steps.
I like
don't-
Baby
as
Steps
a
too.
group, it's my number 1. It's like I think Jeffem's passion outweighs. It's like we only have 3 of us who kind of like Silksong, and Jeffem likes Baby Steps 1,000 times more. Oh no!
He's literally throwing himself into the sun right now, you guys.
dropped off the earth.
He's
He
out
posted a
there, he's
picture in
climbing that
Slack of a-
mountain,
of
and
a
you guys
computer.
don't care! He's climbing the mountain, you guys don't care!
He's running up that hill.
Wait, because Kyle, he posted something about it.
Yeah, he had your device ran into a problem and needs to restart.
Oh no!
Oh, it's funny. I thought this
okay.
was a bit.
All right, Jeffem, you're back.
Yeah, sorry, my computer decided to just die.
I thought you just
It
your
was
passion.
your passion. Your
Yeah.
passion literally
Your passion
overloaded the
flew.
computer. Like,
It
it's
did.
insane.
Yeah.
Do you notice none of you Clair Obscur heads computers broke?
I love
say
how
something.
Leo hates us. I support it. I'm on his side.
Yeah, there is a twisted part of me that wants to put Baby Steps number 1.
That's so
My Clair Obscur is
insane.
my number 9. It's a great game.
Certainly
I
better than
Baby
I
Steps is
Silksong.
want
something
Claire
different.
number 1. Jeffem boosted Baby Steps way up for me for number 2. Because I don't want to play that game, and I don't enjoy.
None of us do.
So why?
So I
would it
really
be number
like
one?
Claire. It's like obviously like very important to all of us. It's a great number one, and Jeff, lit a fire.
It's my
under
number
all
two.
the baby steps of the number two. It's
Yeah.
It's I
The
love
fact
it. There.
Claire is also his number 2.
And he's like, why are you guys
So
arguing with me?
I like the list, frankly.
Is the list Clair Obscur, Baby Steps, Hollow Knight, Blueprints, Keep
Don't say
Driving?
like that. You.
I'm getting
you
in.
hover
You're
on
like, keep
Blueprints?
moving down that
I'm
list, boy.
I'm just getting into the
There's a question
territory
mark
of
at the
Blueprints.
if anybody wants to suggest a swap, it's possible.
Yeah, save some piss, please.
Blueprints, Keep Driving, Death Stranding 2, On the Beach, Despelote, Ghost of Yotei, Consume Me, Virtues Are Dead. Out of anything here, in my mind, I think Ghost of Yotei is getting shafted. That being said, it feels like a brick
Wait,
wall
does that
above
mean
it.
you feel like it should be higher? Is
Yes.
that what you mean? When you say
I think
I would like
yes.
it above Despelote personally, just to chuck that thought out there.
So I feel like it's being shafted, but I don't want to do that
Well,
aggressively.
then you shouldn't have brought up the shaft.
It's the most soulless move. Sorry to put.
Jeff,
put the,
Is this because we took out Sectori?
Yeah.
Is this because we took
it's
out
frustrating for
Sectori?
me, Jacob, for you to say it's soulless when like you didn't see it to the end. You didn't see Atsu's
No,
soul.
I
like,
played it up and I got bored because it felt
Jacob,
like every other
you just
video
don't
game
like
I've
the
ever
genre
played.
anymore.
Well,
You
guess
just
what?
don't
I
like
played
open
30
world games.
seconds
Like
of
it's
Baby
fine.
Steps and uninstalled it, okay? If we want to put it all out on the table for people.
Yeah.
None of us played Baby Steps because we were weak.
For the record, I like
Because
Baby
it's
Steps. I like playing
Being
it.
such a bastard about this.
Ever since you moved downstairs,
No,
you've just been a little instigator.
Light dimmed. He's got an attitude. I love it.
Yeah.
Hitman Freelancer. I see Jeffem in me. I'm the person I needed back then.
I see Jeff. I'm in.
You're like a life
Someday
coach
Jeffem
you
will be that
hire for an hour
I'm
on
gonna say
Zoom.
Haley.
Yeah.
Someone else.
I just feel like in 2 years we'll have a game that does everything that Ghost of Yotei does better, and in 2 years we will absolutely not have that for Despelote. That's my feeling.
Well, we're not
What's
making
about
this list
this
based on
year?
future predictions. We're making this list based
Wow.
on games we
Yeah.
love.
Ashling right here, right now.
So let's be wrong now and not think about anything
Hell yeah,
too
let's be
critically.
wrong now.
Well, we're already doing that with Baby Steps now.
Despelote,
I
I,
just
think
feel like-
mathematically
Come
is
on,
ahead.
I thought we were bantering. My bad.
I just feel like this is a Kyle critical list.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Hey, I was fighting
Give
for
me
Donkey
Yotei.
Kong to the death last night.
My
I was
ass
ready
you
to go
were.
till the sun
You're-
rose.
you're the one that
Jeff was
Second.
your boy.
He was
Jeff
writing
was
the
your
clock
boy in that
down.
fight.
I was,
What?
and Kyle caved
Oh,
and just let Donkey Kong slip away into the ether.
Because Jeffem didn't have the guts to attach his name to it because he didn't want to. That's the truth. Kyle,
Everyone's
Kyle doesn't make any sense.
I feel like you dunked on it, Jeff. You sunk it to its grave.
Ben, you could have just read
Donkey
the
Kong?
list. You had to say.
Yeah, Ben, you
had
could
to
have
say
just read the
game
list if
that
we
you
wanted to say
preferred.
anything.
God forbid we poke at the list before we lock it down, y'all. In our game of the year debates.
This is getting
Yeah, you said I
shafted.
prefer this, but it feels like it's getting shafted.
You said it's being shafted. I said move it up one little slot. You said, well, that's insane.
I'm
And then we had a big
expressing
fight.
how I feel.
Well, then move it up a slot. That's how I feel.
No.
Quick,
Did
but
you
like
play
at this point,
Despelote?
remind people to up their
Yeah, I played
tier to get the pissy
Despelote.
zone. Remind people of the pissy zones. Ben, this is what it's like. If you
it's-
liked this, boy, you're gonna love something we call the pissy zone. Give us your money and you could listen to
Okay,
it.
we
your
never say the
money.
phrase "give us your
Death
money."
Stranding,
Never say it.
Despelote next to each other. They both
Please.
start with the letter D. You know, we're at this point of the night, right? I'm like, it just kind of looks nice together. I don't know.
Also, Despelote goes to Yotei. It rhymes. It's kind of a cool little.
That's another good point.
And
I'm
that's-
honestly I mean, maybe I'm coming off as defeatist in all these conversations, but like I
Yes.
just really wanted Yotei in the top 10 because it was like that was like my important game for me this year. I just wanted to make sure it was in the upper 10.
Yeah. Yep.
So, and that's where it is, and I'm happy about it.
Kelsey,
I
of
play
us
a
didn't
lot
even know
of open world games, and the Ghost games are some of the best open world games you can play.
that's right. It's currently at 8. Kelsey, is this? That's good input, Haley. That's good. Kelsey, does this feel right for this group? This top 10 at this moment?
Oh, it's just like all on me.
This
This was my decision.
Let me just. Yes, it's 100% down to Kelsey Lewin.
I genuinely didn't mean that in that snarky of a way. I was like, are we locking it down or do I?
It's only fair because when I said Yakuza earlier as a rebuttal, that was not me also being snarky. That was also me trying to help your point. So we're on the same page. We just sound bad when we're trying to help each other.
Yeah, we're just all pretending to be mean to each other. We actually all really like each other. I do like this list. This, I think, is... It kind of looks right to me.
Everybody else feeling okay? Speak up now.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, genuinely.
I mean, can I poke or?
Sure. Yes.
Yeah.
If everyone's sleepy and there's no
yeah,
why
the
are we
person
doing
who's
this?
up the latest.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sarah.
I think
live to
you're the
poke.
most allowed to poke, actually.
Death Stranding 2 above Keep Driving.
That would be fine.
Leo is going to explode.
I mean, Death Stranding 2 is
no.
my
Death
number
Stranding
2.
2 should be
That's
above
his number
this.
2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's right.
Leo
And I
Janet.
say that as someone who likes Death Stranding
It's-
a lot.
Keep Driving is Leo's number 1, right?
I think Keep
It
Driving
is.
is good where it is.
Leo, since you're a big fan.
Pretty hearty dissent.
Yeah.
What was your number one, Leo?
I played Keep Driving,
Keep driving.
Oh, it is. number one.
and
Okay.
my first playthrough was fun, and then I was excited to do a second more playthroughs, and I was bummed by how long it takes to get between cities, and ultimately I would have put way more time in it, but I didn't love how it was like to go from here to here is like 5 different little interactions, and I was like, hurry up.
Sure.
And how was your
that's
second
really,
Death Stranding playthrough?
You mean the entire highway I built? It's really efficient.
It's really low of you to invent a complaint at this point in the night. I can't dispute
The
it.
way you clocked me, that's exactly
I mean,
Overall, it was a great game experience. I'm coming up with a complaint, so it sounds bad at the last moment. Yeah.
If it's Leo's number 1, I like it there, especially since I had some qualms with Death Stranding 2.
yeah.
Yeah, we all did.
Yeah, group balance.
Janet, that seems
All
good.
You get away with this one.
It seems good.
I think it seems as good as it's gonna get.
If you were other than just reflecting the group, not your own list.
You don't really want to ask me. So then I think you could ask somebody else. I think this is what we have normally decided, and this makes sense based on what we historically have done.
That
when
is
someone
a
says,
political.
when someone says
She's
this is
got
the
my
greatest game
vote.
I ever played in my life, it's automatically a number 2, despite who else didn't play it. So then yes, this makes sense.
Reductive.
Are we all putting our hand in on this list right here, right now?
Hey, real
I'm
quick.
happy with.
how
I know
come we
it's.
didn't talk about Promise Mascot Agency.
It's a great question. I think we talked about it a little
Because
bit
it's in
last
spot
week.
number
it's
20.
Came up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel
We
it's
talked
great.
about it.
and put it there.
We
Yeah.
did talk about it. Yeah.
That said, I played it more
Not
today, and I
today.
really like it. But okay, here we go. Hand in,
I
everybody.
would trade it for Donkey Kong Bonanza so everybody shuts the up.
We can't. We cannot.
That's very noble
cannot.
of you.
There,
Hang
I
on.
offered. Hey,
keys.
comments. I offered. I'm
there's
innocent.
keys.
Hang on. Does anybody else want to do that?
For
You
what?
fucking coward.
You actually,
You
unfortunately,
coward.
He suggested it.
And
It's
you
his
put it on my dead
game.
body, so we'd have to kill you.
Okay. All right. Hands in, everybody.
How many more times?
Are
Here's
we
my
feeling
hand.
good?
Here we go. Hands in.
Okay. And lock on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Lock. Number 20. Donkey Kong. No, Promise Mascot Agency. Number 19. Road to Empress. Number 18. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. 17 is Peak. 16. The Altars. 15. The 100 Line. Last Defense Academy. 14. Silent Hill F. 13. Grimshire. 12. Split Fiction. Number 11. Stray Children. Number 10. The Root Trees Are Dead. Number 9. Consume Me. Number 8. Ghost of Yotei. Number 7. Despelote. Number 6. Death Stranding 2 On the Beach A. Number
you were
5.
gonna do that.
Thank you so much. It's comedies and rule of threes, and only Haley laughs. Number 5 is Keep Driving. Number 4 is Blueprints, and we celebrate it. Number 3, Hollow Knight Silksong. Number 2, Baby Steps. Number 1, Clair Obscur Expedition 33. The 2 10s for
I like it.
2025.
I really like it.
Wow. Wow. This is a good list.
Good list.
Ooh, funky list. I like
that it's so like textured. Like it's got a lot going for it.
It's as textured as
Spicy
Velcro.
list.
It's
Yeah.
not.
Love it.
It's definitely not as like a normal list. I like it.
I mean, technically, the entire top 10 is all indies except for Ghost of Yotei from independent studios. I guess I should phrase it as Death Stranding is a weird situation, right? But that's pretty weird, actually. I
That's
mean,
what the year was, man.
there's kind of 2 games that are from, 3 games from the big publishers. Konami with Silent Hill. Am I missing something? Ghost of Yotei PlayStation, Death Stranding PlayStation? That's weird.
Split
Is this
fiction.
the first
Split
year
fiction.
that there hasn't been
Like,
a Nintendo game
Big corporations
on the top?
are
It's
bad
gotta
at
be.
lately.
Well,
I was thinking
Haley,
the same
you're
thing.
you're absurd. You must be drunk and tired. Jacob, yeah, it might be the first non-Nintendo year, which
I tried, guys.
Let it be known, Leo
It
did
was very
try.
brave.
He did.
We all remember this, yeah.
where were you last episode?
As someone in the chat is saying, there was no Nintendo last year.
No Nintendo last year either.
Yeah, last year
Yeah,
was kind of rough.
Nintendo in its flop era, and we were like, "Well, the
Yeah.
Switch 2 is coming out, so they'll definitely get in next year."
I feel like we were cruel to
I
Nintendo,
had a lot of Nintendo games
this week. I mean, or this year, because it's like, yeah, I had a great job with Donkey Kong Country. I had a great job with Metroid Prime 4.
They've been cruel to my clients with their annoying patents, so I don't care.
Oh, don't care, she says.
Can't let that bias sneak into an order.
That's not bias. They're dunking up on indies. They're dunking up all over the place with their big butt. Get
I
out of here,
don't
Nintendo.
Big Butt Stonkin. All right,
That's
that's the 2 10s, everybody. Thank you so much for watching, listening. Any other reflections on the list?
Save them
We
for
got
the
the
pissy
pissy
zone.
zone.
I'm
Pissy
sure there
zone.
will be more for the
All right. If you're at the $10 tier, there's going to be a post-show segment that we call the Pissy Zone, where we unpack our real feelings about everything happening here. Leo's cracking some booze. That's
Hell yeah,
he's
Leo.
getting all his bottles
There's
ready
so
to
many
go.
bottles.
All right. We cannot thank you enough for sticking with MinnMax throughout the year. We hope you've enjoyed these long-form discussions. It warms my heart every time I see people say something about our Game of the Year debates on Reddit or etc. You know, all those things of people who are like, I like Giant Bomb's debates. Are there more that are like that? Kind of like the older Giant Bomb. And so I'm always heartened when people are like, oh, MinnMax is actually aping old Giant Bomb too much. And so it warms our heart. These are scheduling wise. I cannot thank the entire crew here for making this happen. It's a lot of time in a lot of lives is probably the easiest way to sum it up. And it can be
Tell
stressful
them what
to
time
line
it
up.
is right now, Ben.
Oh, it's midnight, the witching hour, time for piss
2
from
a.m.
the
for
witch.
Haley, 1 a.m. for Jacob.
2:13 in the morning.
Yeah. All right.
Actually.
Cannot thank you all enough. Help spread the word of MinnMax if you appreciate it. Hey, we'll see you in the new year. Thanks so much, everybody. Until next time, be good, have fun, let's go.
Bye.
All right, Backstage Pass tier, $10 tier, Pissy Zone, let the piss fly.
Guys, I have some piss.
Yeah, please.
I've been playing MinnMax Bingo this entire time, and I didn't get a single fucking bingo. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Why did you not? What the fuck is wrong with you people?